You mean wrestling? Yeah, that's what I said, wrestling. She shook her head and kept walking. Dodge was indeed watching wrestling on the TV in his garage when she arrived. Who watches Lilith when you're out here, old man? Hey, Jillian, beer? He lifted the lid to the cooler on the back of his golf cart. I'm good, thanks. No need to report me for wife neglect. He held up a baby monitor. I've got ears on her. Never hear much, usually just her crop dusting. Thank God Almighty this thing doesn't transmit odor. Jillian frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. You do realize she's probably going to bludgeon you in your sleep, and not a court in the country will convict her. Nah, she's crazy about me. Jillian held out her hand. Go get your stuff done. I charge double when you're inefficient. Dodge grinned, handing her the baby monitor. Yes, ma'am. I've been ignoring the rumors that you work at night in a black leather corset yielding a whip, but I'm starting to think there might be some truth to it. Jillian opened the back door. Whatever shakes your rocks. Lilith smiled, looking up from her book at Jillian. Of course, after Dodge's comment, Jillian understood why Lilith always looked so happy to see her. Lunch? Jillian pointed to the kitchen in her usual makeshift sign language. Lilith shook her head, holding up an empty plate on the table next to her chair. Jillian took the plate to the kitchen. It's a beautiful day, and the sun is no longer hitting your deck, so I think we should go outside for some fresh air. Jillian looked inside the refrigerator. Surprise, surprise, your crazy husband made some iced tea. And here I thought all he did was siphon beer from his cooler all day. Jillian chuckled to herself as she poured 2 glasses, then cut up a lemon. I'm basically talking to myself, so really, who am I to judge? The sweltering heat that had plagued the previous weeks showed mercy that day. It was 80 degrees with low humidity. Jillian and Lilith nursed their iced teas and watched the ducks and geese play in the algae-infested pond. Before Lilith had a chance to finish her drink, she drifted off to sleep as Jillian drifted back in time. Day. Luke insisted Jessica take the day off to recover. No work, no therapy, no Luke. Jessica appeased him by playing the part of the good patient, only because she'd caught a glimpse of her hideous reflection in his GTO's window. Who was she kidding? Soap, deodorant, toothpaste, and a comb were the absolute minimum requirements before her charm and sex appeal would have a chance. And even then, she knew he was immune to her spells. The loose-fitting cargo pants didn't turn any heads, but they also didn't rub against her road rash-covered legs. Her sleeveless blouse that revealed her cleavage, one of the few areas of her body that was unscathed, made up for the not-so-sexy pants. She left her hair down to veil the scrape high on her cheekbone. Armed with a pizza, Heineken, and a bottle of Riesling, she knocked on Luke's door. Jessica, Luke answered, wearing an authentic look of shock, but it didn't distract from his fitted button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up, and jeans that flashed like a neon fuck me sign. At least that was Jessica's humble opinion, that was reaffirmed when she inhaled what she'd come to think of as Chanel No. 69. Jones, Le Fondue de Culotte. Jones, the panty melter. I'm not a take-the-day-off kind of girl, so... She shrugged. You should have called first. Luke's expression morphed from surprised to a reprimanding scowl. She wrinkled her nose. I wanted to surprise you. The call would have ruined it. True, but at least you would have known that I already have plans this evening. Plans? What plans? Your place is immaculate thanks to yours truly, and less than 24 hours ago your plans were with me. Jillian leaned forward and sniffed, trying to decipher what she was smelling other than pizza and Chanel No. 69. Are you cooking? Yes, Luke answered, enunciating the word as if Jessica was deaf or just dumb. Luke? A female's voice called from inside. Is that a woman? Yes. He repeated his same enunciation. A date? Jessica said with loud surprise. Shh. Yes, a date. Now do you mind? Where's your bottle open? Jessica? A familiar body accompanied the mysterious voice. Luke sighed as his date peeked around him. Ellie? Jessica gritted her teeth. What are you doing here? Ellie's gaze moved to the pizza box and sack of beer and wine. Jessica cleans my house. Luke smiled at Ellie. But I thought Kelly and Gabe said they fixed you two up and it didn't work out. Jessica smiled at Luke, waiting for his explanation. They did, and we didn't work out romantically, but I was looking for a cleaning lady, and Jessica was looking for some part-time work, so... Luke shrugged like that's all the explanation that was needed. So, I take it you're both mutual friends of Kelly's? Jessica interrupted before Ellie could get one syllable out of her pouty lips. We all went to college together. I dated her brother Jude for a while. Ellie flipped her blonde hair over her shoulder, as if dating Jude was worthy of a spot on her dating resume. I think he said he screwed you in the alley behind a nightclub and couldn't remember your name, so he referred to you as the girl who would lick anything. So if you call that dating, then sure, you dated my brother. Ellie laughed. Oh, Jess, you've always had such a great sense of humor. Ellie retreated from Luke's view and gave a pleading, wide-eyed look to Jessica. Well, listen up, Jones. I'm busy for the next 2 weeks, so it's now or never for cleaning your place. Never. Luke squinted and started to close the door. Now? Great. Jillian pushed it open and wedged her way between him and the door. You don't mind, do you, Ellie? I'll be done in no time. You won't even notice I'm here. Well... Ellie stepped to the side. What's with the pizza? A girl's gotta eat. Jessica sauntered down the hall toward Luke's bedroom. She shut the door and leaned up against it, blowing her hair away from her eyes. Ellie, she grumbled. Ellie fucking... What is her last name? Lehman? Lawson? Lieberman? Licky. She laughed in spite of the frown on her face. It's not Licky, but screw it. I'm going with it. How could Kelly fix him up with her? Shit. Jessica jumped as a loud knock vibrated the door just opposite her head. She turned and opened it. Jessica. Luke stormed inside his bedroom. It was more like a small gust. Nothing Luke did ever appeared out of control. Once again, you are crossing the line. I told you to stay home and rest. Now you're here crashing my date, which is completely inappropriate. And the web of lies keeps getting bigger, and it's all going to blow up in your face. He turned, having been venting his frustration to the window. Jessica sat perched on his bed with her legs crossed, pizza box open, and in the middle of pouring a glass of wine. What are you doing? His voice escalated. Incredulity etched in the lines of his forehead above his wide eyes. Eating, she mumbled through a mouthful of pizza. I'm starving. That's a $1,500 bedspread. Do you know what that means? Jessica held up a finger as she finished chewing, a sparkle of excitement in her eyes. Oh, yes, I know this one. It means that you're an idiot for paying that much money for a semen towel. He eased toward the open bottle of wine that she decided to balance on the bed next to the pizza box. A bit of relief washed over his face as he grabbed it without spilling. Out, right now. Take your food and go. Ellie's waiting for me, and I don't have the time nor the patience to deal with you and your antics right now. Oh, God. Ellie, right? Please tell me you're not seriously entertaining the idea of dating her. That's none of your concern. Come on, Jones. You can't be serious. She's a total slut. Are you really going to take her to dinner with your uppity shrink buddies, half of whom she's probably already screwed? She owns a daycare. I hardly think that qualifies her as a slut. Jessica took another bite of her pizza and shrugged. She likes to recruit them when they're young. Luke grabbed the box, leaving Jessica on the bed with just a lone piece of pizza in her hand. Out. Now. Don't have sex with her. Once again. He gritted his teeth. None of your concern. She scooted off the bed, wincing a bit as the friction irritated the raw skin on her legs that hadn't had a chance to form scabs yet. Luke's face mirrored her wince. You should be in bed resting. He spoke with a softer surrender to his voice. Jessica slipped on her sandals. What do you think I was just doing? She set her half-eaten piece of pizza on the box in Luke's hands. Wash your sheets tomorrow. I don't want to sit on your bed after she's been in it. She opened the door. It's just a date. Luke sighed. Here, don't forget your pizza. Jessica frowned. I've lost my appetite. Dr. Luke Jones had a remarkable ability to focus even in the midst of chaos. He could dissect a problem, analyze it, mend it, and put it back together. Then he could walk away and forget about it. This is until Jessica Day landed in his office. Go away! Jessica yelled at Luke's incessant knocking on her door. In spite of the agitation in her voice, he kept knocking. That night was not supposed to play out the way it did. He had a date, a sexy date, an unattached date, a willing date. He wasn't supposed to be knocking on Jessica's door. He was supposed to be indulging in meaningless sex. She tore open the door with a killer's wrath. What? Luke flinched, but it wasn't from her words. Jessica stood at the door in a sports bra and tight shorts, literal blood and sweat dripping from her body. What are you doing? Luke stepped forward, struggling to hide a slip of uncharacteristic panic that tugged at his practiced and refined poker face. What does it look like, Einstein? I'm exercising. She turned and grabbed a towel off the couch by the punching bag that hung from the ceiling behind it. Luke took the towel from her and pressed it to the exposed stitches on her arm, a few that had been ripped back open. Then he moved it to dab the smeared blood that ran down her legs. She hissed as he blotted her wounds. Her stomach muscles clenched. This wasn't his fault and he knew it, but the finger of guilt still tisked at his conscience. You need help, he whispered, more to himself than to her. Then help me, she whispered back, confirming how far in over his head he'd become with her. He stood and handed her the towel. Why? You said it yourself. I need help. No, why did you do this to yourself? I was just exercising. Jessica. She turned and walked to the kitchen. I had to burn off some energy and Jude's out of town. You're bleeding. I couldn't feel it past the adrenaline. There's blood everywhere. Why did you do it? I told you. Tell me again. Where did you get all this energy since you left my house 2 hours ago? Red Bull. Jessica. She huffed. You, okay? You and fucking Ellie Licky. Ellie Liggett. Whatever. I was pissed that you kicked me out so she could do all her slutty shit to you. Is that what you want to hear? Jessica leaned against her kitchen counter, arms crossed over her chest, refusing to meet his eyes. You were jealous? Throwing her arms in the air, she groaned. No, really, could you be more full of yourself? I'm starting to feel less and less guilty about not paying you for your expertise. I said I was pissed, not jealous. I trusted you, your judgment. But dipping your dick in San Francisco's communal pussy shows complete lack of judgment on your part. Jessica. And now I'm going to have to find someone else and start this whole process over again. Jessica. And it's going to be a woman. I didn't have sex with Ellie. But she sucked your dick, didn't she? God, she's such a man-eater. Luke raised a lone brow. She looked up at him. Don't give me that look. I'm not a man-eater. I may take a nibble here and there, but I have discriminating taste. Ellie's just gross. Luke laughed a little. Gross? Like icky or yucky? So help me, Jones. If you're making fun of me... What? Are you going to bite me? He knew his words were unprofessional and provoking. But with Jessica, Luke was caught in the crossfire between a man who desired her and a psychiatrist that needed to help her. The psychiatrist reminded the man every day that he could never have her. Most days the man listened, but some days he told the psychiatrist to go fuck himself. She swallowed. Why didn't you have sex with her? Jessica whispered. Luke was drawn to her. His body detached from his mind as he moved toward her. pinning her against the counter with his hands on either side. "Because I have it on good authority that she gets around." Jessica risked a glance at him. "I'll help you find a nice girl." "You will?" He could feel her heart pounding in her chest over and over as her breaths chased one another. Her proximity smothered his ability to think with any sort of clarity. He felt like a masochist in her presence. "Yeah, I have one in mind." She trapped her lower lip between her teeth, looking vulnerable without any resemblance to the Jessica Day he'd come to know. "You do?" Luke's gaze shifted from her face to her chest, then the rest of her body. She looked like hell, the way she did at the hospital, and maybe it was her vulnerability, but in Luke's eyes, all he could see was her beauty. "I do, but she's very particular, and I can't guarantee she'll like you." Luke met her gaze again. "I can't guarantee I'll like her." "Oh, you'll like her." "How can you be so sure?" "Because she's brilliant and sexy and athletic and just a real catch." Jessica nodded with resolution. "Well, then I can't wait to meet her." He didn't recognize the raspy voice that floated past his lips that yearned to touch hers. "You're baiting me." He squinted. "Baiting you?" She ducked under his arm and scurried to the opposite side of the kitchen. "Yes, baiting me with your intoxicating smell and evil sapphire eyes and perfect skin and thick, dark hair that's been begging my hands to free it from its orderly confines." Jessica planted her hands on her hips. "And you show up here flaunting all of your hotness? I'm completely sex-deprived, and the thought of you with Licky should repulse me, but it doesn't, because I'm so fucking horny. The thought of you having sex, naked, with anyone, actually turns me on." Luke had an exorbitant vocabulary, yet not a single word in the English language came to mind. He felt like Kevin Bacon's character in A Few Good Men, after Lieutenant Caffey got Jack Nicholson's character to admit he ordered the code red. Eyes glazed, mouth agape, pulse barely detectable. Jessica sighed on an eye roll. "I know what you're thinking." Luke was impressed. He didn't even know what he was thinking. "You think I just need to get laid, and you're right. But I'm trying so hard to not go all Hannibal Lecter on anyone. So it's not as easy as just an innocent fix-up. If I can't have sex, then I just need to hit something and get rid of all these emotions that feel so toxic." He stared at her for a few silent moments, dealing with his own inner turmoil. "We're taking a field trip." "Excuse me?" He nodded. "This weekend, we're going on a field trip. We'll leave Friday after we're both done with work and come back Sunday night. But you can't tell anyone." "If this is a lock-in at the Y?" He walked past her to the door, stopping for a quick second to press his finger to her lips. "Shh, no more questions." She jokingly nipped at his finger. "Just one more." Luke sighed before opening the door. "One. Is the chance of us having sex still less than 0%? "Yes." Chapter 21. Night. Jillian loaded the back of Woody with her plastic containers of sex toys. In a short amount of time, she had become the top seller of Lascivio products in her region. She was $3,000 away from receiving a new car, and the bachelorette party she had on her schedule that night was sure to push her past her goal. No one was more excited than Jackson. He was tired of loaning out Woody so she could haul her products. Jackson looked like sin on her Harley, muscles, tattoos, the whole package. However, he wasn't a bike guy. Women flocked to him in droves no matter what mode of transportation he used. "What the hell are you wearing?" AJ's gruff voice sounded behind Jillian as she loaded the last container. She smirked, looking back over her shoulder. "You like?" AJ looked around. "Relax, the neighbors have seen me in a lot less than this." "You look like a whore?" Jillian shut the back hatch and turned. "You're such a romantic. Any other woman would be offended by your crass assessment. Lucky for you, I know you like it rough, and this is just your way of flirting. I didn't call you a whore, and it's not my way of flirting. I want you to go change your clothes or put on some clothes. She laughed. Cute. Me Tarzan, you Jane? Yeah, nice try, big guy, but despite the rumors, I'm not really into role-playing. Jillian looked down at her red corset, tulle miniskirt, thigh-highs, and stilettos. I'll slip on a trench coat for the ride, like Karen with a C. I'm serious. AJ stepped closer as if he thought he could intimidate her. Jillian looked up at him, hands fisted on her hips. Please tell me you see how laughable it is that you're trying to order me around like one of your soldiers. Jillian, he growled. Don't come home until you've secured that new car, Jackson said as he walked out of the house and straddled Jillian's Harley. Woody's starting to smell like those girly candles you sell. You're just going to let your sister leave looking like this? AJ gave Jackson a pleading look. Jackson started the Harley. I told her it was a bad idea to screw our neighbor, and as you know, she didn't listen to me. So, good luck. Jackson smiled as he rolled out of the garage. Go change. Jillian rested her palms on his chest. It's a themed bachelorette party. I'm pretty sure I'll fit right in with everyone else. Her words didn't completely calm the beast, but AJ took a step back. Didn't you go to college? Isn't there some other job you can get? Kiss me, fool. I'm leaving. Jillian grabbed his shirt and pulled him toward her. You're killing me, he grumbled. She kissed him with an eager passion, opening her mouth to invite his tongue to dance with hers. When he released her lips, she whispered, But what better way to die? Jillian drove Woody home for the last time. Her lascivio party far exceeded even her expectations. The next time, she'd be packing her boxes into the back of her new candy apple red Mercedes. Mary Kay reps and their pink Cadillacs had nothing on her. It was nearly 11 o'clock by the time she got home. Jackson was still gone, so she deemed it a good time for a booty call. By the 10th knock, she gave up. As she walked back down the drive, AJ opened his door. Not tonight. Cage is here. He squinted his eyes against the entry lights. Jillian clicked back to his door in her stilettos. You can't stand there in your shorts with your abs looking like you just did 1,000 crunches and that tattooed serpent around your strong, sexy calf begging to be licked, which is weird, I know, but I'm not sure I've ever seen such sexy calves on a guy before. But anyway, you can't say no. Cage is out with friends, but he'll be home any time now, and I'm not ready to explain us. He's almost 21. You're single and I'm the neighborhood whore. I think he'd be shocked if you weren't having sex with me. AJ frowned. Don't call yourself that. Sorry, I didn't realize that's just your pet name for me. Jillian, I can't tonight. I need to talk to him first. I'll be quick. Jillian. AJ scrubbed his hands over his face. If you don't let me in, I'm stripping right here on your stoop. AJ gave her an annoyed-looking smirk. I know you're crazy, but I don't really think you're certifiably insane. Good night. AJ closed the door. Clearly, they each had their own definition of certifiably insane. If I get chewed up by bugs, it's going to be your fault, she yelled. AJ lumbered back to bed thinking about Jillian and how her evil temptress personality was twice as big as her little body. As he stared at the collage of shadows on his ceiling, he wondered what his chances were of getting back to sleep without jerking off first. That made 2 nearly naked women in 1 week that he turned away at his door. Eventually, he drifted back to sleep with his dignity intact, only to be awakened by Cage. Dad? What? AJ pulled the covers over his head to block the hall light. I just got home and... Good to know. Good night, son. I think there's a package for you at the front door, and she's naked. What the fudge are you talking about? AJ threw off his covers and jumped out of bed at fire alarm speed, nearly tackling Cage to get past him and to the front door. Oh, and Dad? AJ turned before opening the door. I'm an adult now, so what the fuck I'm talking about is Jillian. She's waiting for you naked, and I'm not a genius, but I think it's like a 100% chance of you getting laid. And yes, it grosses me out a little, and I swear to God, if I hear you doing it with her, I'll jab 2 sharp pencils into my eardrums. But I think you should invite her in for whatever. Cage grinned. You have my permission. Stunned into a moment of silence, AJ watched Cage walk up the stairs. Reality was cruel. He couldn't remember when his boy became a man, and sometimes the reminders were less than settling. You could get arrested for... AJ opened the door to an empty stoop. No Jillian, no pile of sexy lingerie. Oh, for Christ's sake, he murmured. He stepped outside wearing only his shorts and looked to the heavens for an answer. I'm sorry. Whatever I did to deserve her, I'm sorry. Just take her back. She's not the way I want to die. His words were mumbled to anyone who would listen, and while common sense told him to be thankful that she was gone, whatever was malfunctioning in his brain propelled his legs to her front doorstep. The lights were off, and it was going on midnight, but AJ wasn't about to demonstrate social etiquette to someone who'd never heard of it. What'd she do now? Jackson opened the door, covering his junk with a t-shirt. AJ grimaced. What is it with you two? This isn't a fucking nudist colony. Dude, I was in bed, and you knocked on my door at midnight. You're lucky I even grabbed this t-shirt. Where is she? In the bathroom. Help yourself. Not that you've ever asked my permission. Jackson turned, giving AJ the full view of his naked, tattooed ass. He had tattoos everywhere, and there wasn't enough curiosity in the world to tempt AJ into staring at Jackson's naked ass as he walked to his bedroom. The door to Jillian's bathroom was closed, but he saw flicking light under it and heard music playing. Aaron Joshua, Jillian said with a sultry voice as AJ opened the door. She was soaking in a bubble bath that AJ thought smelled like some sort of floral crap. A folded washcloth covered her eyes. Who the hell is Aaron Joshua? Jillian smiled. Stab in the dark. I'll let you join me if you tell me what AJ stands for. He shut the door and leaned back against it, arms crossed over his chest. I'm clean. I already showered. She laughed from deep inside her belly while removing the washcloth from her eyes. Come on, Andrew Jasper. Surely you know my intentions are for us to get dirty, not clean. Wrong again. And I'm not really into bubbles and candles. Then why are you here, Anderson Jenkins? Because if you're in the tub with me, people would think of you as one lucky bastard. But if you stand there and watch me, I think that classifies you as one sick bastard. AJ shook his head. I'm not even sure why I'm here. Sex. You can just say it. That's why I knocked on your door earlier. But since I've been home, I've given myself 2 moderately enjoyable orgasms, so at this point I can take it or leave it. AJ pushed his focus past his arousal that was growing more painful by the minute. How old are you? 30. How old are you? How old do you think I am? 42, 7 months and 13 days, give or take a few hours, minutes, and seconds. She rested her leg on the edge of the tub and ran a loofah along it. AJ shot her a blank stare, surprised by her lucky guess. Then he thought about the 7 months and 13 days. How the hell do you know my birthday? And how the hell did you calculate it to the day so fast? Jillian grinned. I'm psychic and good with math, Abraham Jerusalem. AJ smirked while sliding off his shorts and briefs. You're good with math and full of shit. How do you know my birthday? Jillian scooted up, making room for him in the tub. Condom, second drawer on the left. AJ grabbed the condom and stepped into the tub between Jillian's legs. Put it on. AJ shook his head. I'm going to fuck your mouth first. She raised a single brow, looking up at him. Interesting choice of foreplay given my need. Besides, the only way your cock will be in my mouth is if your wrists are handcuffed behind your back. Jillian grabbed the condom from him and rolled it on. AJ fought his clash of needs. The one to break her and the one to be broken. He wanted to punish her for refusing him, threatening him. Then there was the part of him that wanted her to lose her own control. The look in her eyes when she broke his flesh was intoxicating. It had become almost as addictive to him as it was to her. Those thoughts weren't his, but they were in his head. He didn't know how they got there or what they would end up doing to him, but they demanded his attention. The nagging, the taunting. He wanted to shoot them, slide a knife along their throat, or blow them up, but they were too elusive. Nails. Her voice broke and she finished it with a whisper. Or teeth. She closed her eyes and swallowed. AJ gritted his teeth, feeling that familiar tick in his jaw. He never pushed to know why Jillian was so messed up. Not knowing took away accountability, and he didn't want to feel responsible for fixing her. If he couldn't fix himself, there was no way he could fix anyone else. But she had this need, and the regret in her face proved that it wasn't a choice she was making. She was powerless to it. His eyes drifted to the candles and soap bottles along the ledge of the tub. Why not your razor? Jillian's eyes snapped open. Never with a blade. Understood? He didn't. He didn't understand any of it. But when he saw a tear trail down her cheek, it didn't matter. AJ tore off the condom and tossed it in the trash, then sank into the water. He pulled her to him so her back leaned against his chest. Wrapping his arms around her, he kissed the top of her head. Don't hate me for not asking why, he whispered, feeling like a coward. Jillian nodded. Chapter 22. Jillian closed her eyes, then opened them over and over again. They were on springs, loaded with anxiety, and just wouldn't stay shut. The man showed complete detachment and restraint from prying into her behavioral issues, then crawled in bed with her. No sex, no banter, just the simple offering of his warm body next to hers. You're not going to sleep, are you? He flattened his palm to her belly and drew her even closer. You don't want me to stay. Jillian wiggled in his arms until she was turned facing him. She kissed his neck. I do want you to stay. But you're not going to sleep, and it's already almost 2 a.m. I'll go to sleep on the couch, then come back in with you after I get a few hours of sleep. AJ mumbled a few indecipherable words as he released Jillian and rolled to his back. I'm not sleeping alone in your bed while you go sleep on the couch. That's too fucked up, even for me. He circled his fingers over his temples. You don't trust me. Jillian sat up and straddled him, feeling him instantly grow hard between her legs. I don't trust myself. He grabbed her hips and slid her back and forth along his shaft. You can't hurt me. She closed her eyes and moved her left hand down her belly, pressing her fingers over his until he took the hint and started massaging her clitoris. He rocked his hips up into her, allowing his erection to slide against her wet sex. You like this? His voice was deep and growing thicker with each word. God, yes. She felt so sleepy and equally as turned on. It may have been the spell cast by the early morning hour, or her body reaching its point of exhaustion, but she fell victim to his touch that felt like the whisper of a dream. Please. Please what? He stilled his hips and slipped 2 fingers inside her. Don't. Stop. She reached for his erection, but he grabbed her hand. It's just for you. He moved her hand to meet his, both of them stimulating her sex. You're so fucking sexy. She rocked into his hand, wet with arousal. He slid a 3rd finger in as she moaned, her muscles clenching him tight. That feels good. So good. Show me, sexy. Show me how good. He slid his hand up her chest and circled her nipple with the pad of his thumb, sinking to the rhythm of his other thumb against her clit. An orgasm seized her body, sending uncontrolled spasms so deep she felt them shake her bones. Her brain fogged like a night after Heineken, but her body spasmed with pleasure that came in waves until she collapsed on his chest. After a few minutes of AJ tracing circles on her back, she yawned and closed her eyes. For hours. Jillian dreamed of her boys and her brother. She saw her parents alive for the last time, and her friend's body mutilated and tossed aside like a piece of trash. Then she saw Four and his dark buzzed hair, hazel eyes, and perfect teeth. He was by all accounts sexy and alluring, especially in his combat fatigues. The Ted Bundy type that can manipulate girls into driving for hours to meet him. The kind that lived in a neighborhood of poverty, but came from wealth and had a message to send to the world. He was the black sheep, the one that would never amount to anything. But he became more famous than anyone else in his affluent family. He died a serial killer. He left his mark, and he left it in blood. As the sun first announced its presence, AJ shifted to scoot a sleeping Jillian off his chest. She felt large hands around her arms and became aware of her naked body. Large hands gripping her arms, naked body. Her pounding heart sounded like an alarm. Sorry, doll, but you were an unexpected surprise. 2 for 1. Fuck! God damn it! Oh, fucking hell! AJ roared. What the heck? Jackson's voice drew near. Jillian rapidly blinked as everything came into focus. Her naked body sat astride his. AJ's face was covered in blood. Blood on his hands that were cupping his nose. Blood on the sheets. Blood everywhere. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Get dressed. Jackson pulled her off AJ. Let me see. AJ shook his head. One hand stayed on his nose while the other grabbed for the sheet to cover his naked body. Jesus, AJ, just let me see. Jackson pulled AJ's hand away from his nose. Looks broken, and you're bleeding. A lot. Jillian, get a towel and some ice. Jillian stood naked behind Jackson like a statue. She couldn't move, not even a blink. Jackson looked over his shoulder. Jillian, get some ice and a towel, then get your ass dressed. She swallowed and nodded slowly. I'm fine. AJ pulled himself up to sitting. More blood gushed from his nose. You're not, but you will be after we take you to the hospital. Jillian returned with several towels and a bag of ice. Oh, God. She grimaced, seeing AJ's crooked, bloody nose. I'm so sorry. He glared at her as Jackson brought the towel and ice to AJ's nose. Get his clothes, Jackson said. He just came over in shorts. No shoes or shirt. Just grab him something of mine. 2 hours later, they left the emergency room. AJ's nose was reset and the bleeding finally stopped. Jillian had been incessant with her apologies, but AJ ignored her. It's been a long night, Jill. Just leave him alone. He'll come around, Jackson whispered as they walked to the car. He won't even look at me. Give it time. Jillian stared out her window the whole way home. Emotions blurred in her head like the city lights that passed by. Before Jackson had Woody in Park, AJ hopped out and walked home. Don't, Jackson called as Jillian chased him. Go home, AJ mumbled. AJ! He turned. You broke my fucking nose. Jillian blinked back her emotions and nodded once. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you stay. No, you shouldn't have broken my nose. I was startled. By me? By my past. AJ closed his eyes and exhaled. I'm not going to ask. I just don't want to deal with it. I wouldn't tell you if you did. He turned and opened his front door. I didn't bite you, she murmured the words as if they mattered. AJ turned. Or claw you, she whispered. AJ laughed a little. Tell my nose that. The whiny first 2 stairs creaked, announcing Jillian's arrival back home. He waited for her, knowing it wouldn't be long. No man with even half a testicle would let a woman break his nose, then crawl into his bed. Her posture sagged under a cloak of self-deprecation. Break my nose, she mumbled, eyes cast downward. I'm not breaking your nose. Jackson unwrapped his hands. She glanced up in confusion. What are you doing? We're not sparring. I thought you needed it, but now I see you just want me to punish you. He shook his head and walked past her. I know you won't fight back. You'll stand there and let me beat the shit out of you. No thanks. Do you like your life here? Jackson paused halfway up the stairs. Yes. Why? Because it means I'm alive. Ask me. The sadness in her voice suffocated all other emotion. No. Why not? He closed his eyes. Why did she do this to him? Why did she do this to herself? Because I know what you'll say. Then tell me. No. He continued up the stairs. Tell me. Leaning against the wall at the top of the stairs, he gently tapped the side of his head against it. Do you like living here? No. Why? Because it means you're alive. Happy now? He felt her at his back. What if I never find it again? Jackson turned, wrapping his arms around her body as she sank into him. You won't find it again. What you had with Luke happens once in a lifetime. But I think you'll find something different. Something good. She traced the cross tattoo on his arm. When you stop replaying your past. AJ hates me. He doesn't. But could you blame him if he did? His face is going to scare people for quite some time. His eyes are going to be black and blue, and he's going to catch shit from everyone when they find out a girl broke his nose. Jackson chuckled. Yeah, that won't be happening. He'll say something like he single-handedly saved Omaha from a terrorist attack. But I can promise you he won't be telling anyone you broke his nose. You men have such fragile egos. He kissed the top of her head. Yes, we do, but I'll deny that I ever admitted it. I'd better go clean up the crime scene. Jill? She stopped at her bedroom door. Yes? We can get you help. Knox said, I've got this. She chuckled. I know what you saw didn't look like progress, but had I not let him stay, he would have left unscathed. He's not without his own set of skills and issues. He could have hurt you. You wouldn't have let that happen. No, I wouldn't have, but I'm not always going to be in the next room when you're with him. She sighed. I've got this. I hope so. There wasn't a Hallmark card that expressed the appropriate sorry I broke your nose yesterday apology. Instead, Jillian opted for brunch. She made a complete mess of the kitchen, then packed everything in a bag to take next door. Lucky for you, he probably can't smell anything today. Jackson tossed back a Red Bull. You act like I have zero cooking skills. She set the bag by the front door and shoved her feet into her red boots. I'm not acting. You do have zero cooking skills. I bet AJ and Cage like what I made. Are you wearing a bra today? No. Then they'll gut it down with a smile. Well, Cage will. AJ has seen you naked. It's going to take more than a thin shirt and nipples to make him blow smoke up your ass today. Thanks for the tiara and fairy dust. Anytime, princess. Jillian prayed Cage would answer the door. She needed an ally before facing AJ, in case the brunch and nipples weren't enough. No such luck. Jillian grimaced. Hi, I made brunch for you and Cage. He's not here, AJ replied in a flat tone. Okay, then I made brunch for you. I'm not hungry. She opened the screen door and set the bag by his feet. I'm sorry. I know it doesn't change the way your face looks or feels today, but I am. Jillian couldn't read his expression, probably due to the redness and swelling in his face. Regardless, he looked angry and unforgiving, and the moment bled awkwardness. So, she shrugged, I guess I'll go now. AJ remained stoic. Jillian stepped outside and took 2 steps before turning around and throwing open the screen door. No, you know what? I'm not leaving. Be pissed at me, fine. Be a jerk about it, fine. But do something. Yell at me, cuss me out, hit me for God's sake, break my nose. But don't just stand here like you don't give a shit about me. I don't want to be that person, the one who broke your nose. But that's who I am right now. AJ blinked several times like he was contemplating her words. She watched his hands clench and relax several times. He was going to hit her. She just knew it. AJ moved his arm and she flinched, closing her eyes to ready herself for the impact. She sucked in a quick breath when his knuckles feathered across her cheekbone. "What's in the bag?" She opened her eyes and smiled as a wave of relief soothed her nerves. She covered his hand on her cheek and turned her head, pressing her lips to his palm. "Frittata, blueberry muffins, and orange juice." He bent down and kissed her slowly. Jillian felt tears sting her eyes. A punch would have hurt less. "You forgive me?" she whispered against his lips. "Yes." AJ trapped her bottom lip between his teeth. Jillian's eyes widened. His lips curled into a grin as he released her. Then he carried the bag to the kitchen. "Where's young Buck?" AJ handed her a plate and sat down at the table. "He went for a jog." "What did he say about your nose?" Jillian poured the juice into their glasses. "He hasn't seen me yet. He left a note." "What are you going to say?" AJ held his juice glass up to the light. "I don't know what I'm going to tell him." He shook his head. "What is this?" "Orange juice." "It's barely orange." Jillian took a sip of hers. It tasted like shit, but she swallowed and smiled. "I thought Cage would be here too, and I only had a third of a jug left, so I just filled it to the top with water." AJ set it back down without taking a sip. Then he took a bite of the blueberry muffin after inspecting it for a few moments with apprehension in his eyes. His face wrinkled. When he took a swig of the orange juice to swallow it down, she knew he wasn't impressed. "What did you put in these?" She pinched off a piece of hers and dropped it in her mouth. It was shit too. Multigrain raisin bread, almond milk, eggs, sugar, olive oil. "Bread? Why did you use bread to make blueberry muffins? And where are the blueberries?" She shrugged. "I didn't have any flour, so I used bread, which is made from flour. And I didn't have any blueberries, so that's why I used the raisin bread." "They taste like crap." Jillian popped another piece in her mouth and gagged it down, just to prove that they didn't taste like crap, which of course they did. "Whatever you do, don't sugarcoat it." "I won't." AJ poked his fork at the frittata. "Are there eggs in here?" Jillian rolled her eyes. "Yes." He took a small bite. "What the?" He spit out the bite into his napkin. "It's gritty and crunchy, and what the hell is the brown stuff?" "Fake bacon, and the gritty stuff might be eggshells. A few of them got away from me." He grabbed both of their plates and scraped everything into the garbage. "Hey, I wasn't done." He put the plates in the dishwasher and emptied the juice down the drain. "You know those people who say they can't cook but still manage to throw a decent meal together?" "I suppose." Jillian watched him, not knowing where he was going with that question. "Well, you're not one of those people." "Ouch." She crossed her arms over her chest and fake pouted. "And the only thing you're worse at than cooking is acting. I'd love to offend you. Maybe then you'd stop selling all those kinky toys, or start wearing clothes to the mailbox, or censor your words around strangers. So don't act offended that I think your cooking tastes like shit." Jillian started unbuttoning her white sleeveless blouse. AJ made a nervous glance at the door. "What are you doing?" "I don't think we verbally communicate that well, so show me your thoughts and I'll show you mine. Besides, this is something I'm good at. At least you've never complained." "Don't do this. Cage could walk through that door. Oh, for the love of..." He massaged his temples. "Where is your bra?" Jillian smiled as she exposed her bare breasts. "Take your shirt off. Let's see who has a better half dozen." Greta said, "Stop. Don't say her name with your shirt off." Jillian giggled. He grabbed her shirt and began buttoning it up. She snaked her hands under his shirt and let her fingers trail along his abs that were worthy competition. Tell me what AJ stands for, she whispered, brushing her lips across his t-shirt over his pecs. No. She moved her hand down and stroked him over his jeans. AJ closed his eyes and sucked in a tight breath as his hands lingered on the middle button of her blouse. Tell me your name, and I'll scream it when you're fucking me against the wall. It's Eric James, and please wait until I'm gone to scream it. Jillian bit her lips together and closed her eyes as AJ jumped back like she burned him. Cage! It was the first time Jillian had ever seen AJ that flustered. Cage grinned at Jillian as she peeked open one eye. Told you he likes you. She nodded with a bit of a grimace as her fingers made nimble moves to finish buttoning her shirt. She didn't mean... AJ stumbled over his words. I did. She deadpanned, shooting AJ a don't you dare pretend this isn't happening look. Cage looked around the corner at his father. Jeez, what the hell happened to your nose? My foot slipped out of my hanging giddy-up stirrups and broke his nose. Jesus, Jillian. AJ rested one hand on his hip and scratched his head as he bowed it in embarrassment. Forget I asked. Cage pointed toward the stairs. I'm going to go shower. He headed up the stairs. By the way, if he won't let you scream his name, I'm good with you screaming mine. Cage shot her a cocky smirk over his shoulder. Cage, AJ growled. After they heard the bathroom door shut, Jillian sauntered over to AJ. Eric James. She tugged on his shirt until he bent down a breath away from her lips. And here I thought it must stand for something like Alice Jane, because your parents were hoping you were a girl. Shut up. Jillian grinned. Make me, she whispered, a second before his mouth covered hers. Chapter 23. Jillian spent the next 3 nights with AJ, or as Jackson learned the hard, my sister's next door screaming way, Eric James! The sex was intense, sometimes brutal. It was never slow love-making. It was a battle, a war of emotions in physical form. Eventually, they'd find solace in the entanglement of their exhausted, naked bodies until it was time to sleep, in separate beds. Jillian wanted to believe that she was helping AJ, but mostly she felt like she was using him. And maybe he was using her, and maybe that made it okay. AJ asked me to go with him to Portland. His dad is giving Cage his truck, so he asked me to keep him company since Cage can't go because of practice. Jillian looked up from the pile of laundry at Lilith asleep in her recliner. I haven't told Jackson that I'm thinking of going because he will freak out. I might just leave him a note. She hugged the warm towel from the dryer to her chest and sighed. It's just been sex and banter. Lots and lots of banter. But now this trip invite changes things. I'm going to meet his parents, and that's where I lose it. Meeting the family and seeing a guy through his parents' eyes changes everything. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. With Luke, it was both. They made me love him. Then they made me leave him. Day. Jessica waited by the curb with her purse and a small suitcase. Her whole body trembled with excitement. She was going to Tahoe with Luke and his GTO. It was a close tie as to which one excited her the most. The powerful engine rumbled before she saw the black top come into view. She swore the ground beneath her shook like a mild earthquake as Luke pulled up next to the sidewalk. Can I drive? She jumped up and down as he got out and opened the trunk. It was very uncharacteristic behavior for her, but Luke and the GTO had her ready to do cartwheels down the hill. No. He grabbed her suitcase and tossed it in the trunk. She got in and felt the familiar car orgasm building as the seat vibrated to the purr of the engine. But at some point you're going to let me drive, right? Nope. Luke looked over and smiled all GQ at her. Perfect hair, sexy shades, killer smile, plaid short-sleeve button-down shirt, dark jeans, and Nikes that looked fresh out of the box. Her panties were doomed. You look edible. She winked at him, then slid on her sunglasses as he put it in gear. Luke flipped down his visor to block the setting sun, then pulled away from the curb. Thanks. It's a bit of a disturbing compliment from you, but you're still not driving. So, what's in Tahoe? You've been so vague this week about our field trip. You'll see. Are you secretly whisking me away for a weekend of sexual healing with your magical penis? Luke didn't even crack a smile, which was unfair because her comment was not only flattering, but funny. He made a quick sidelong glance. How did you find out about my magical penis? Jessica grinned. That's all she could do. Luke had a way of making her talk, but he also had a way of rendering her speechless. Those speechless moments, they were the ones Jessica mentally logged into her Reasons I'm Falling in Love with Dr. Luke Jones journal that she kept in her head. And every time she added to it, she moved it down a shelf closer to her heart. I think it was your Tumblr page, Confessions of an Argyle Sock Addict. It was just by accident that I came across your page. I've never seen so many animated GIFs of girls having sex with Argyle socks pulled up to their knees. That's some serious kink, Jones. So, you're into online porn? She slipped off her shoes and hugged her knees to her chest. Absolutely. It's a reminder that there are people in the world that are fucked up more than me. Pun intended. Why do you think you're fucked up? She looked out her window and shook her head. I don't know. Ask my shrink. And what do you think he'd tell me? My shrink is a female. There's no way in hell I'd see a male shrink. Jessica smirked. I've been down that road before. He made me iron his underwear. Socks, Luke corrected. Then we had sex in his closet. Kissed. Then he shoved me off my bike 10 feet from the finish line because he didn't want me to win. You were never going to beat me. I totally would have. Then he came to my apartment, and I think had I not been covered in my own blood, we would have had sex that night. Luke didn't respond. Instead, the air became thick and heavy until he cranked down his window. Jessica had drank and bled too much that night to make sense of Luke's visit. He left his date, a sure thing, to come to her apartment. She remembered feeling something from him that wasn't empathy, or the need to fix her, or anything that she'd ever felt with him before. That night, all she saw was a man who wanted a woman, plain and simple. But until that very moment, she hadn't let herself believe it. She hadn't let herself hope. The rest of the ride was filled with nothing but the high-pitched scream of the tires over worn pavement. They stopped for gas and drinks, but the conversation never ignited again. We're here. Jessica opened her eyes while sitting up. She blinked away the sleep, then squinted at the lit sign, the only thing she could see in the surrounding darkness. We're staying at a bed and breakfast? Yes, but it's under renovation, so it's not open to the public. So, we're squatters? Luke chuckled. No, I know the owners. Oh, friends? Sort of. He shifted in the driver's seat so he was facing her. What I'm about to tell you, you have to promise not to read into it, or get too excited, or anything like that. Okay? Is it haunted? Just going to be honest, I used to love haunted houses, but 4 kind of ruined them for me. A sadness stole Luke's facial features for a brief moment. No, it's not haunted. It belongs to my parents. Jessica's eyes widened. Oh, you brought me to meet... Luke shook his head. No, that's what I was afraid of. That's why I told you not to read into this. While technically you will meet my family, I didn't bring you here to meet them. I brought you here because I thought you needed to escape for a couple of days, and this is where I come when I need to decompress. But they know you're coming this weekend? Yes. And they know you're bringing me? Yes. So you told them I'm your patient? No, you're not my patient. I told them you're my friend, and you've been dealing with some personal issues, and that you needed to get away for a few days. Do you bring a lot of female friends here? No. So, just be honest. They're going to think I'm your girlfriend. Possibly. And you're okay with this? No, but it's only for 2 days. And so if they don't want to believe me, in spite of the truth I've told them that there's nothing going on between us, then I'm not going to make an issue of it. They'll get the picture when they never see you again after this weekend. Jessica unfastened her seatbelt. Ouch, that's a little harsh. You make it sound like I'm dying. They grabbed their suitcases out of the trunk. What are you going to do when they fall in love with me? Hypnosis. Luke opened the front door. You can do that? How do you think I got you to iron my socks? Shut up, Jessica mumbled when she stepped inside. Luke, is that you? We're in here. A woman's voice echoed to the entry. Luke deposited their bags by the stairs and led her down the hallway. Luke, Jessica whispered. He turned. What if they ask us how we met? We trained together. Good? She nodded. There's our brilliant son. The same woman's voice cheered. A mumbling of gee thanks rang in unison from the unexpected gathering. Jillian made a quick count of the group that sat around the table playing cards. 8. Oh, you know what I mean. The tall woman with short black and gray hair tried to quiet the group as she stood to hug Luke. Hi, Mom. Luke kissed her cheek. Everyone, this is my friend Jessica Day. Jessica smiled at everyone, exactly 6 more than she thought she'd be meeting. Hi, Jessica. His mom offered her hand. I'm Felicity. Her eyes lingered on Jessica's arm. What happened? Jessica twisted her arm to look at the cut. Oh, just a little spill on my bike. My legs are much worse. Felicity looked down, but Jessica's scars were covered by her capris. The man beside her cleared his throat. Sorry. Felicity winked at him. This is Tom, Luke's dad. Tom nodded with a bright smile. Nice to meet you, Jessica. He shared Luke's deep blue eyes, but his hair was thick and blonde, very Robert Redford. Next to him, Felicity continued, is our son Lane and his wife Anne. Then our daughter Laura and her fiancé Drake. Then our youngest son Liam and his girlfriend Zoe. Jessica struggled for words. Nice to meet all of you. She nudged Luke's arm and gritted her teeth through a huge smile. You didn't tell me you have 3 siblings, all with names that start with L. Everyone laughed. We were high on something. Tom winked at Felicity. Actually, I have 4 siblings, Luke corrected. Where's Lake? She's staying at a friend's house tonight, Laura answered. You 2 want in on the next game? Felicity asked. Sure, we'll go get settled upstairs and be right back. Luke motioned with his head. You're both in the adjoining Lakeview rooms, Felicity called as they reached the top of the stairs. Luke plopped Jessica's suitcase on her bed. The room was a shades of yellow paint palette. The bedding, the curtains, the wallpaper. We'll share the bathroom that connects our rooms, so lock both doors when you use it. Jessica looked out the window at the lake under the spotlight of the full moon. I have nothing to hide. No need to lock the door. She looked over her shoulder and grinned. Jessica, Luke warned. She turned and plunked down on the bed. So, Luke, Lane, Laura, Liam, and Lake. Oh my God. Luke grinned like a shy child. And you're the oldest? And it's clear that you have your mom thinking you're the smartest. You're welcome, by the way. I wanted to correct her on that one, but I didn't. Yes, I'm the oldest. And thank you for your self-control. Let's go. Buttered popcorn mixed with laughter filled the air as the cards were dealt around the Joneses' dining room table. The game was hearts. The players were the most engaging and fun group of people Jessica had ever met. So, Jessica, what do you do? Tom asked. Jessica sorted through her cards. Only the most extraordinary and exciting job in the world. I'm an actuary intern. She looked up from her cards at the blank stares. Basically, I'm a math geek that gathers and analyzes statistics to determine the consequences of risk in the future for insurance and pension programs. The blank expressions continued. She needed to come up with something before the crickets took over. Can you believe this guy? She jabbed her thumb in Luke's direction. Has like 50 pair of Argyle socks? The room erupted into laughter. Luke looked at Jessica with a "really, you had to go there" look. The evening progressed with Luke's family sharing some of his secrets, including his Star Wars obsession, his first time using a nail gun that ended in 3 of his fingers being nailed together, and his addiction to German chocolate cake. Jessica took mental notes for blackmailing him in the future. Everyone seemed content with their triathlon training explanation for their 5-month friendship. If you leave the windows cracked in the bedrooms, it could get chilly, so there's extra blankets in the closet, Felicity called from the sofa where she sat cuddled in Tom's arms. The rest of the family had left. Jessica was surprised that everyone except Luke lived in a 10-mile radius of their parents' bed and breakfast. She loved their close family. It made her feel at home. Jessica only had one sibling, but their family of 4 was just as close. They were all survivors and always there for each other. "Thanks, Mom," Luke called as he ushered Jessica toward the stairs. "Good night," Jessica waved to Luke's parents. Jones. Your family is amazing. Jessica flopped back on her bed as Luke stood in the doorway. "I don't even know where to begin. First, your dad's name is Tom Jones. Tom Jones." Jessica rolled to her side wearing a huge grin. "And all your siblings look like your dad with his blonde hair except you, the black sheep with your black hair, 50 pair of Argyle socks, and fancy condo in San Francisco, which is way outside of the 10-mile radius of the Jones family's circle." Luke grabbed an extra blanket from the closet and tossed it on the bed. "Lake has black hair. I have 20 pair of Argyle socks. My condo's not that fancy, and I'm far from the black sheep of my family. Now, good night." "But your dad's name!" Luke turned before exiting. "That's pretty cool, right?" Luke smirked before closing the door behind him. He was a fucking unicorn. A unicorn with Argyle socks, but no less a unicorn. It was a fantasy at best, but if she could catch him, Jessica knew her dreams would come true. Chapter 24. Under 4 layers of blankets protecting her from the cool morning breeze, Jessica slept in past her usual waking time. A poking on her arm brought her out of her sleep like an animal under attack. There was a grunt, several snaps, and flailing limbs as she tumbled to the ground with a pool stick busted in 3 different areas. "Good morning." Breathless, she fought away the tangled hair that strangled her face, only to catch Luke sitting in a chair by the vanity mirror. "What are you doing?" He smiled. "Waking you for our run." "By poking me with a pool stick?" She grabbed one of the broken pieces and flicked it at him. "Yes." He caught it and ran his finger over the splintered wood. "Why?" "Just a hunch." "About?" She widened her eyes. "About how you might react if someone or something brought you out of a possible dream state or startled you." Jessica crawled back onto the bed. "And so?" Luke waved the broken stick at her. "And so, I was right to sacrifice the pool stick instead of one or all of my limbs." She ran her hands through her hair. 4 kicked me in the ribs to wake me up. My hands and legs were zip-tied, but I struggled to break free from the stabbing pain in my stomach and ribs, so eventually the zip ties rubbed directly on my wrist bones. Jessica held up her wrist to show him her pearly faded scars. "The moral of the story is, I don't like to be woken by touch. But you already knew that." Luke shook his head. "I didn't, but anyone who scopes out a room for possible ways to kill everyone in it probably doesn't react well to surprises. I was just testing my theory." "Are you afraid of me?" Jessica asked, just above a whisper as she dropped her chin to her chest. He was the one person she didn't want to scare. "No." She looked up. His eyes locked with hers. No flinch, not even a blink of doubt. "But then why?" She pointed to the broken stick. "Who was the first victim to realize they shouldn't wake you?" She sucked in a breath and willed all other emotions to stay in check. "Are we going for a run together by the lake?" It was a rare occasion for Luke to let his professional mask slip and show any sort of emotion, but that was one of the few times Jessica saw sympathy in his eyes. She hated it. Yes. He stood and looked at her like a puzzle with a few missing pieces. Get dressed. I'll meet you downstairs. When the door clicked shut, Jessica released the breath she'd been holding. Until Luke said it to his family the previous night, Jessica hadn't focused on the fact that they'd known each other for over 5 months. She wondered if any other psychiatrist would have known her whole story by that point. Was therapy like ripping off a Band-Aid or peeling an onion? The truth, she wasn't ready to tell Luke everything. Dr. Jones would have done his job and walked away. She didn't want Luke to walk away, but she feared giving him too much too fast would have him sprinting in the opposite direction. Their relationship was a mystery. He let many unofficial days of therapy pass without her saying a word about her past. Maybe discussing random and completely irrelevant topics was a comforting white noise for him while he focused on his crossword puzzles. She wondered more than once why he allowed 0 progresses for days, and sometimes weeks. But as long as he kept opening his door to her, she wasn't going to risk asking why. Good morning, Jessica. Can I get you some breakfast? It's my specialty. Felicity greeted her with a warm smile. Smells amazing, but can you save me some? Luke and I are going for a run. Absolutely. Oh! She grimaced seeing Jessica's legs. That does look painful. Nah. Where is he, by the way? Felicity let her worried gaze linger a few more seconds on Jessica's legs, then pointed out the kitchen window. He's out back with Tom. Jessica nodded as she tied her shoes. Thanks. How'd you sleep? Too good. The room was cool, and I was in a warm, comfy spot under a heap of covers. I didn't want to wake up. You didn't miss the sound of the big city? Felicity handed her a bottled water. The city, yes. The sounds, no. I might send Luke back to reality tomorrow and stay here until you kick me out. Felicity smiled with a playful wink. Fine by me. Have a good run. Thanks, we will. Jessica walked around the side of the house, coming to a stop when she saw Luke and Tom talking in front of an old shed, Tom sipping a cup of coffee, Luke fiddling with the cap to his bottled water. The sight of Luke in a t-shirt, running shorts, and a ball cap left her feeling warm and a bit dizzy. She closed her eyes for a brief moment. For every intelligent, strong-willed woman in the world, there was one man that could render her speechless, make her sweat, and consume her thoughts. Luke was that guy for her. Hey, young lady! Tom noticed Jessica as he looked over Luke's shoulder. She smiled, and when Luke turned and gave her a huge grin that was so very un-Dr. Jones, she pleaded with her heart to calm down and play it cool so she wouldn't pass out. Good morning. She walked down the small hill toward them. Tom grinned, his eyes making a quick inspection. For the love of God, how'd you get all those muscles on such a little body? Jessica shrugged, surprised that it was her muscles that caught his attention and not her scabbed-over legs. A few squats here and there, maybe a crunch or two. Tom laughed. Oh, that's all, huh? Luke adjusted his cap as if to hide his own wandering eyes. We should get going before it gets too warm. Jessica smiled. Bye, Tom. Show him how it's done, young lady. Jessica nudged Luke as they walked up the hill. Oh, I will. You do realize I'm not Kelly, and you're going to have to make 2 strides for every one of mine. God, I love it when you talk my language. You know numbers are my foreplay. Just get going. Luke shook his head and started jogging down the road. Jessica followed a few steps behind. Don't worry, Jones, I won't pass you until the last mile. The view is too good from back here. I feel violated. Everything inside Jessica came to life. The playful side of Luke was like a shooting star, there and gone in a blink, but leaving a lingering feeling of hope. I can take the lead and let you violate me if you'd like. Luke glanced back at her. Don't give me that look, Jones. You know how long I've gone without sex. If I were you, I'd lock my bedroom door tonight. Luke picked up the pace as if he could prevent her from catching him. She toyed with him for nearly 7 miles, sometimes allowing a sizable gap between them, other times riding on his heels. As the sandy oasis, an unofficial beach, just off the road came into view, Jessica closed the gap. First one to the beach gets to dive into the water naked. No. Jessica pushed past him. Yes. No. Luke grunted the words through quick, labored breaths. Jessica finished with an all-out sprint. Deep down, I want you to beat me, Jones. The second her shoes hit the sand, breaking the invisible finish line, she threw off her shirt and bra, continuing on toward the water. Jessica! A few feet before breaching the water, she turned and smiled as she removed her shoes and shorts. Luke dropped to his knees in the sand, bowing his head. I'm going in, Jones. Feel free to watch. We'll call it your consolation prize. A shrill squeal filled the air as she ran into the cool water several feet before making a shallow dive into the waves. For a few brief seconds, she was free, liberated, and alive. She prayed to her God, any God that would listen. She prayed that the water would wash away all her problems and that she'd emerge a normal woman, a woman worthy of Luke Jones. Damn it, Jones! Jessica yelled with her first breath upon seeing him still kneeling in the sand, refusing to look at her. You're such a killjoy! She pulled out her ponytail holder and wrung out her hair as she walked toward him, collecting her clothes along the way. She stopped in front of him, clothes in one hand, shoes in the other. You're not supposed to get your stitches wet. At most, he could have seen her feet, if his eyes had been open, but they weren't. You have a degree in medicine, yet you won't look at me? Luke remained still. Am I too short? She slipped on her bra and top. Headshake. Too many muscles, too butch? She stepped into her shorts. Headshake. You prefer blondes? She put on her socks and shoved her feet into her running shoes. Headshake. She squatted to tie her shoes. His eyes blinked open and met hers. Well then, I must just be too fucked up in the head, so I might as well tell you. The first person I attacked was my mother when she woke me up the day after I came home from the hospital. In turn, she spent 2 days recovering from a concussion and a broken rib. The loving daughter that turned monster bit her lips together, but it didn't keep the tears from bleeding down her cheeks as a sob escaped. Feeling required such vulnerability. It was all or nothing. She couldn't just take the good times, the happy memories. Life was an ebb and flow of pain and pleasure. One could not exist without the other. With every blink, another teardrop faded into the sand between them. I will never get married. I will never have children. I will never wake up in the arms of a lover. So here's what I have. A job that nobody understands. A random dating life where I never have sex with the same guy twice because really, who sticks around after a roll in the hay with Count Dracula? My only option is some masochistic freak who gets off on that shit. But here's the thing. I don't want to be that person. I hate that person. There was nothing but anger in her veins and a pounding pulse in her ears until Luke flipped her world on its head. You're so beautiful, he whispered. Fuck you! Don't you dare say that now! Jessica swiped away her tears as she stood. Luke clasped her wrist and gave it a gentle tug like he was asking, not demanding. Jessica. His paralyzing touch bled along her skin and seeped into her chest, leaving a permanent mark. She lowered to her knees in front of him. I want to tell you that I prefer long dark hair, heavenly amber eyes, and a petite body, seductive, sexy, torturous. I want to tell you that a few minutes ago, I would have rather gone blind than not looked at your naked figure. I want to tell you that I hate wine, yet I can't go to sleep until I've had one sip, because that's what your lips tasted like the night we kissed. But I can't tell you any of that, because what I want more than anything is to help you, and I can't do that from the bedroom. Luke rested his hands on her cheeks and his forehead on hers. Because, Jessica, I know if I had you in my bed, I would never, ever want to leave. he whispered. Jessica bit her trembling lip hard. His words, the most beautiful pain ever, became the bane of her existence. I'll never be normal, will I? Luke moved to his feet, dusting the sand off his legs, then offering his hand to her. Normal is subjective and boring. She wanted to smile, but it didn't quite make it to her lips. Then I must be the most fascinating person in the world. You are. Let's go. I have a surprise for you. Luke lifted his hat, ran a hand through his matted hair, then repositioned it. Jessica sighed. I hope I like it more than you liked yours. Luke grabbed his foot and stretched his quad. I liked mine. Pfft, you didn't even look at me. Luke switched legs and smirked. What? She tied her hair back again. He turned, walking back toward the road. I looked. Chapter 25. Night. Jillian waited, fully dressed, under her sheets until she heard Jackson leave for his morning run. Then she retrieved her suitcase and purse from her closet. She knew there would be consequences, but the promise of them didn't stop her from saying yes to AJ. Yes to Portland. Yes to meeting his parents. Yes to everything. Good morning. AJ leaned against his Jeep. A rogue smile stole his lips. She dropped her bags by their feet, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him to her mouth. AJ hesitated for a second. He cared what the neighbors thought. She never did. He kissed her, but pulled back when her tongue brushed his lips. Jillian fisted his shirt. Eric James, if you want me to get on the plane with you, then you're going to have to kiss me like you fuck me. His eyes searched hers. How do I fuck you? She jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist, forcing him to hug her to his body. Like your life depends on it. Jillian kissed him again, and AJ held nothing back. She loved the exhilaration she felt every time he claimed a part of her body with such unapologetic desire. A desire that felt like something much more than want. It was a need that brought her to life with a mind-numbing shot of anticipation and a heart-pounding jolt of fear. I want you, she breathed as his lips and tongue stroked her neck. He occupied her body. The perfect distraction from her mind. He grazed his teeth along her carotid, teasing her, playing her game. I know. He pulled her arms off his neck, releasing her to the ground. I know? She gaped at him. He grabbed her suitcase and tossed it in the back of his Jeep. Yes, I know. Jillian hopped in the passenger seat and he grinned at her as he turned the key. Cat got your tongue? Jillian pursed her lips to hide her smile. Nope. We'll continue this conversation on the plane. She typed Jackson a quick message that he'd get when he got home. Flying to Portland with AJ. Be back in 3 or 4 days. No need to worry. Who are you texting? Jillian slipped her phone in her purse. Not that it's any of your business, Snoop Dogg, but I was just letting Jackson know about our plans. Snoop Dogg? He's a rapper. AJ pinned her with a quick sideways glance. I know who he is. He grabbed her leg and squeezed it. And just so you know, I think over the past week I've definitely made you my business. Jillian felt his touch like hot lava on her leg. With each passing day, it became more difficult to tame her reaction to him. He'd come to know her in the only way anyone except Jackson could ever know Jillian Knight, and he accepted her. Pierced lip, clawed back, broken nose type acceptance. We're having sex on the plane. AJ removed his hand. We're not. Yes, we are. I am a highly decorated officer in the U.S. Air Force. We will not be having sex on a commercial flight to Portland. What if I give you a merit badge for it? Jillian smirked. No. She squirmed a bit in her seat. All their talk had her vagina feeling very responsive. Well, you're at least going to get me off with your tongue. AJ cleared his throat and adjusted himself. You're not going to be able to talk this way around my parents. Well, then you'd better keep me satisfied so I'm not thinking about it all the time. AJ didn't give her a verbal response, but his body was tense. There was frustration in his creased brow, and his jeans looked strained at the crotch. He was just how she liked him. Why didn't you tell Jackson about our plans before leaving? He wouldn't have let or wanted me to go. Were you going to say he wouldn't have let you go? Yes, but that's not entirely true. There would have been a verbal argument, a physical fight, and a monstrous guilt trip. I didn't want it ruining our trip, so I'm choosing to deal with him when I get back. It was an uncharacteristically vulnerable move on her part. She didn't back down to Jackson, yet she found herself doing just that to protect her trip, her time with AJ. Who taught you to fight? Jillian smiled. Could a lie be the truth if someone's life depended on it? Our dad. He taught martial arts classes in self-defense. AJ nodded, seemingly content with her explanation. Every day he got a little more curious or bold with his questioning. He claimed to not want to know about her and why she was the way she was, but his actions and questions began to contradict his intentions to not care. So, why is Jackson so overprotective of his sister, who clearly has the ability to protect herself and a small village? Jillian chuckled. Since our parents died, I'm all he has and he's all I have. AJ's lips pulled into a firm line. Well, until you decided to make me your business. Business is good. She laughed. Cage would be proud. I do believe Mr. Sirius is flirting, actually joking with me. In true Sarge style, AJ had to blow out the candle. Well, don't get used to it. It never lasts. Jillian stared at the entrance sign to the airport. Were she and AJ on that list of things that wouldn't last? AJ Monahan was taking a woman to his parents' house for the first time since his divorce. The invite wasn't to meet his parents. It was more for a travel companion. Meeting his parents was an unavoidable part of the trip. Dealing with Jillian's gifted talent of making him want to fuck her senseless with every word that fell from her snarky mouth also happened to be an unavoidable part of the trip. Do you mind if I sit by the window? Jillian rested her hand on his chest as he lifted their bags into the overhead compartment. She did that a lot. It was an odd gesture, and the hand of any other woman would have made him uncomfortable or even agitated. But he craved her touch. He craved everything about her. It's all yours. Thanks. She reached up on her toes and kissed his neck. He looked around to see if anyone was watching. Public displays of affection were part of who she was, never giving any consideration to onlookers. It made the promise or threat of her intentions for their flight that much more terrifying. Do you like to fly? She shut off her phone and shoved her purse under the seat in front of her. I don't know. This will be my first time on a plane. You're kidding. Nope. She fastened her seatbelt and gave him a smile. How is that possible? Cars, trains, subways, boats. She leaned over and kissed him on the mouth, dragging his bottom lip between her teeth. I'm so damn horny right now, she whispered over his lips. He cleared his throat. You're not nervous? About sex on a plane? His brow tightened as he shook his head. No, about flying, about not being in control of the plane. Nah, I'll be fine. I'll be in control of something or someone. She wet her lips. The uncomfortable strain of his cock pushed against his jeans, growing worse by the second. Flying gets you there quicker. Jillian stared ahead at the attendants making final preparations. Maybe I like the journey better than the destination. Have you really never been in the Mile High Club? The older lady in front of AJ looked back. She wore a hearing aid that apparently worked just fine. He gave her a small apologetic smile. After she turned back around, leaving him with a nasty look, he leaned over and whispered in Jillian's ear. If you censor your words and the rest of your body for the duration of the flight, I'll find a place to fuck you 9 ways to Sunday, just as soon as we get off the plane. She grinned, only as Jillian Knight would do. He made a warning and a promise, but from her smile, he felt certain all she heard was the promise. I like the alliteration of 7 ways to Sunday, grammatically speaking. However, in reference to your promise, 9 is a much better number. 10 minutes later, they were in the air. Jillian showed no anxiety during takeoff and seemed content staring out the window. AJ leaned his chair back and closed his eyes, praying for an uneventful flight with the most unpredictable woman he had ever met. Lulled to sleep by the mild turbulence, AJ woke when the flight attendant stopped in the aisle for their drink order. She handed Jillian what looked like a mixed drink as Jillian handed her cash. "Anything for you, sir?" "Water." He glanced at Jillian. "Thought you were going to behave." She took a sip, then grinned. "Oh, I am. 9 ways to Sunday." "Pretzels?" AJ shook his head at the attendant. "I'll take his." Jillian smiled. "Are you enjoying your first time?" AJ asked. She popped a pretzel in her mouth. "First time?" "Flying." "Oh, yeah, sure. Can you pilot a plane?" "Not this one, but yes. I used to fly fighter planes." "Missiles? Bombs?" "Yes." "And now?" AJ tapped the empty plastic cup on his leg. "Now I advise with the Logistics and Readiness Squadron. Career military. Was it your dream?" "I didn't sit around dreaming about my future. I just did it." Jillian gulped the rest of her drink. "Yeah, my question was a bit more metaphorical, but whatever." "Did you dream of selling what you sell?" "Yes. My mom had at least 100 erotica books in the study, and my dad hid his subscription to Playboy in the bottom drawer of his tool chest. Our neighbor was a minister who was arrested for soliciting a prostitute, and my high school guidance counselor's ass landed in jail for selling photos online of the high school volleyball team taking showers in the locker room. No one ever figured out how he got them." "There's a point to this?" Jillian grinned. "Absolutely. My point is, I learned early on that sex sells. Like most people, it took some time for me to follow my instincts, but here I am, living the dream." "You're not living the dream, but thanks for yet another entertaining story that I'm not certain is 100% fiction." "What if it's not?" Jillian handed him her cocktail napkin that she'd been doodling on with a pen. "What is this?" He knew what it looked like. Nothing about her should have been shocking any longer, and yet it was. 9 ways to Sunday. He found the one person whose mind was more fucked up than his, and she was hours away from meeting his parents. The only thing more messed up than the drawing of 2 figures, one with its head between the legs of the other that was tied to a bed in 4-point restraints, was how it stirred his cock to life. AJ shoved it in his pocket. "God, you're twisted." Jillian interlaced her fingers with his. "And yet, here we are, together. Why is that?" He released a heavy sigh. "I ask myself that question every damn day." Hot, stagnant air filled the room. It wasn't a 5-star hotel, but for $200, AJ expected the air conditioner to work. Sweat beaded on his brow and trickled down his back that bowed from his arms being restrained behind the desk chair. The rope around each ankle chafed his skin every time he moved. "You're a sadist." Jillian rolled her eyes as she stood in her bra and panties, flipping through the TV channels. "Why does everyone say that?" "I can only speculate why everyone says that. But I say it because you have me tied naked to the desk chair in a hotel room." "Fair point." Her lips dipped into a frown at the screen. "There's nothing good on here." She left it on the hotel's information channel and turned up the volume. "Does elevator music get you off?" Jillian removed her bra and panties. Asks the naked guy saluting me with a very impressive erection. She knelt down in front of him. "Hope you're not too uncomfortable. If you would have sprung for the suite with the 4-poster bed, we'd both be more comfortable." "I wasn't going to pay $1,500 for a fucking blowjob." Jillian ran her hands up his legs, then dragged them back down, letting her nails dig into his skin just shy of breaking it. AJ hissed. "Then I'd say you haven't really had a blowjob." Jillian took him in her mouth and drew blood on his legs at the same time. "Fuck," he groaned. feeling the intense collision of pain and pleasure. The chair creaked with protest as he bucked against the restraints. The rope sawed his wrists and ankles when he jerked his pelvis toward her, searching for a gag reflex she didn't seem to have. Her tongue licked and swirled as she kept her gaze locked on his. In that instant, she reached the pinnacle of sexy, unlike anything he had ever seen. His vision blurred a bit with each heavy blink as he felt himself getting closer. She grinned with him still in her mouth, then released him. "For the love of God," he begged, "don't stop. Tell me you should have splurged for the suite." "What?" He panted the word, feeling almost delusional. "Untie me." Control. Absolute physical control ran through his veins. It defined him, his career, his life. He'd never given such control to anyone before. Some perverse voice in his head convinced him to give it to Jillian. She was his kryptonite. "Tell me you should have splurged for the suite." "No." Every muscle fought the restraints. Every thought devised an escape. Jillian glanced at the clock on the nightstand. "What time are your parents expecting us?" AJ called his parents from the airport and told them not to pick them up because they had a few stops to make. The clock ticked with no mercy. He knew how it felt. She slipped on his t-shirt and snatched the room key. "Have it your way. I'll be right back." "Jillian!" he yelled over the nauseating elevator music. She returned a few minutes later with a bucket of ice. "Now, let's try this again." AJ was supposed to fuck her 9 ways to Sunday. Jillian had other plans. 2 hours later, his dick felt in need of a cast and crutches, maybe even a wheelchair. Someone must have hypnotized and used word association with her. 9 ways to Sunday had to be a trigger for her horns to emerge, because she put him through hell. A woman sucking his dick with ice in her mouth gave new meaning to the word aroused. She brought him to the brink so many times until he conceded that he should have paid for the suite. Less than 10 seconds later, he came in her mouth. And even if the timing and purpose was inappropriate, he thanked God over and over again. When she untied him, he charged at her like a bull out of its cage. What ensued after that was sexual grappling, both of them vying for the upper hand. It was, in its own right, combat. And that's why 2 hours and 9 ways to Sunday later, when they left the hotel room in shambles, AJ wondered if his dick had made its final performance ever. Jillian signaled to the cab driver outside of the hotel. She looked perky, fucking perky, and full of energy. AJ looked and felt like a wounded soldier being dragged back to the barracks. They slipped into the back seat of the cab. AJ managed to mumble his parents' address to the driver, while Jillian nuzzled her nose in his neck. That was incredible. If I promise to be on my best behavior for the rest of the trip, can we have an encore performance when we get home? There would be no encore performance, ever. At 42, AJ had the build and stamina of a 30-year-old in top condition. Sadly, it was no match for Wonder Woman on steroids. He rubbed the rope burn marks on his wrists, which were nothing more than minor blemishes compared to the bite marks and claw scratches on other parts of his body. He looked like hell, and the task of explaining any of it to his parents was daunting at best. "Have you actually ever killed anyone?" he asked her. The cabbie glanced at them in his rearview mirror. She sat up straight. "Why would you ask me that?" "No," was the answer he was looking for. "Look at me." She stared out her window for a second too long, then turned with a soft smile on her face. "You didn't answer my question." "You didn't answer mine, either." Her eyes shone bright with amusement, as though the conversation was absurd. Was it? Chapter 26. Jillian Knight had never killed anyone. Period. That was the accurate answer to his question, and to deliver that answer, every thought, every move, every breath had to embrace Jillian Knight. There was no room to flinch, pause, or even swallow. Jillian Knight had never killed anyone. AJ shook his head. I shouldn't have asked that. I'm just stressed about seeing my parents. He reached between the seats and held her hand. She stared at the red marks on his wrist. What kind of barbaric person does what she did to him? How fucked up does a man have to be to allow a woman to do what she did? Why did taking control feel like losing control? Are you stressed out because of me? No. Yes. It's complicated. She knew complicated. Jillian defined complicated. I'm sorry, she whispered. For what? That you're taking me home to meet your parents instead of someone more normal. AJ leaned over and kissed her cheek, and then her ear. Normal's boring, he whispered back. The pain in Jillian's chest from his words was almost indescribable. It triggered such vivid memories of Luke. She turned toward the window, and the only thing she could see through the blurry passing of the city was Luke. Would he ever stop controlling her mind? Day. It was a shed, not a surprise. Thank you? Jessica's lips formed a tight smile as they stood in front of the old shed behind the house. Laura loaned her a pair of work boots to go with Jessica's old jeans and faded red t-shirt. You ready to show the old man up? Jessica turned at the sound of Tom's voice. He handed her leather work gloves. She looked at Luke. He grinned. You're going to tear off the siding, then re-side the shed with my dad. Then I think he has an axe for you to chop down a few old dead trees. Felicity has a few easy projects inside, too, Tom added. I'm good with this, she nodded. But just to be clear, this is a gift and not a punishment for taking my clothes off in front of you, right? Tom cleared his throat. Luke's eyes darted to his, wide with surprise. Jessica turned to Tom. I took a dip in the lake. Luke did not. Tom smirked. I'll grab an extra crowbar. He gestured to the shed. You know he's old enough to be your father, yet because he's a guy and he can't help it, he's going to be picturing you frolicking in the lake, naked. Thanks for that. Jessica trapped her upper lip between her teeth. Do you think any of the other Jones men will be picturing me naked today? His gaze rested on her, but he was somewhere else. It was a familiar look that elicited a slap of regret. Jessica wanted his affection, not his regret. It's a gift. I thought ripping something apart and whacking down a few dead trees would be a healthy release of all that energy you keep trapped inside. She nodded. A soft, pensive expression masked her enthusiasm. Luke was trying to help her, but she hated herself for needing it in the first place. He slid his palm against her cheek and threaded his fingers in her hair. She closed her eyes as his mouth brushed her ear. It's not a punishment. Her body shivered right to the bone. He smiled. It was weak, almost tortured. Where are you going? She found her voice after he'd already turned and started back toward the house. I have a lunch date. Panic stomped on her lungs, forcing her mouth open in a silent gasp. How dare he say that? How dare he do that? She was too old to stick out her tongue and pound her feet, so she flipped him the bird as he walked away. In her peripheral vision, she caught Felicity looking out the back window. Jessica rotated her wrist and flattened her hand palm up, then waved with a smile. Felicity's shoulders bounced a bit. Jessica sighed, relieved that Luke's mom found the humor in her immature gesture. Ready to tear something apart? Tom called from the door of the shed. Absolutely. They ripped the siding off the shed. Then Tom gave Jessica instructions on re-siding it. She took down 3 dead trees with an axe, envisioning Luke's head as the trunk. By the time they finished the small projects inside the house, Jessica felt like a certified handywoman. You're a natural, young lady. Tom handed Jessica a cool lemonade as she pulled off her gloves. They stood side by side on the deck, watching the sun sink into the lake. I had fun. He laughed. I'm serious. I used to work on cars and motorcycles with my dad. We still do occasionally. I love tearing things apart and putting them back together. Tom sighed, keeping his gaze to the lake. You're good for him. Luke? He nodded. Taught him everything I know. I thought he'd stay around here, buy some land, and open up his own B&B. He originally went to college to pursue a business degree. Then... Jessica's brow furrowed. Then what? Did something happen? Tom nodded with a painful squint. Dinner will be ready in about an hour if you two want to get showered up, Felicity called from the kitchen. Okay. Tom smiled at Jessica as if he wasn't just about to tell her something important. That's her way of saying we're smelly and dirty. Yeah, we probably are. She stepped inside as Tom held open the screen door. After grabbing her toiletries, she went into the bathroom and peeked her head into Luke's room. He was on his bed reading a book, looking casual in his shorts and t-shirt, both ironed and devoid of wrinkles, of course. Hey. He looked up, slipping his bookmark in his book. Hi, my mom said you were a huge help to my dad today. She shrugged. Yeah, I suppose. He taught me a lot. Luke nodded. He knows his stuff, that's for sure. They looked at each other for a silent moment. It felt like a stare-off. He was daring her, taunting her to ask about his lunch date. Did you have a good day? He smiled a little too much. Yes, I did. You'd better get in the shower. Dinner will be ready soon. Luke opened his book up and began reading again. You're staring. He kept his eye on the page. I'm thinking, Jessica replied. About all the things in this room that you could use to kill me? Luke continued to focus on his book, not showing a bit of true concern. I did that yesterday and found 6 possibilities. But I just spied 4 more. That's 10, Jones. So maybe you should lock your door tonight. She freed her tangled mess of dark hair from its ponytail holder as she slid the door shut. At the last second, Luke glanced up. Jessica held her scowl until the lock clicked, ending the showdown. Livid. Her level of frustration continued to escalate with each word he didn't say about his lunch date. Really, who brings a girl to meet, or not meet, his parents, and then goes out on a lunch date with someone else? The shower was supposed to calm her nerves, cool her off, but it didn't, even when she turned it to completely cold. By the time she stepped out and wrapped a towel around herself, she felt contemptuous heat simmering beneath her skin. Jessica was about to blow. Did you have wine? She slid the door open until it jerked to a stop in the wall pocket. Excuse me? Luke looked up, keeping his eyes on hers, in spite of her wet, naked body wrapped in a towel. Did you have wine at lunch? He smirked. Get dressed. It doesn't matter. Jessica took several steps closer. Luke tensed, but continued giving his full attention to what must have been the most spellbinding book ever. It matters to me. Why? Because if you had wine, then you were trying to impress your lunch date. So, what if I was? Luke had perfected the I don't answer to anyone attitude. I'm serious, Jones. She snatched his book and stomped back to the bathroom, depositing it in the toilet along the way. Lock your fucking door tonight. Jessica's stomach screamed at her to hurry up as she applied some light makeup and added a few curls to her hair. The aroma of fresh bread and savory herbs wafted up the stairs, enticing her to make her way to the dining room. Don't you look lovely? Felicity's welcoming smile eased Jessica's nerves. Everyone else was already seated. She chastised herself for wasting so much time plotting Luke's death when she should have been showering and helping with dinner. Helping with what? Jessica wasn't sure. She could side a shed or fix a leaky toilet with minimal instruction, but baking fresh bread seemed as intimidating as flying around the world in a hot air balloon. Thank you, Felicity. Sorry I'm late. You're not. My kids are all vultures, so they were all early. A few chuckles and eye-rolling ricocheted around the table. Jessica made eye contact with Luke as she took a seat next to him. The appreciative smile that stole his lips settled like warm yet sour milk. The stiff, forced smile on hers confirmed it. Jessica, this is Lake, our youngest. Tom leaned over and wrapped his arm around the younger, female version of Luke. She was quite possibly the most beautiful teenage girl Jessica had ever seen. High cheekbones, black hair that fell to her shoulders in a chic wedge cut, dark blue eyes, and a model's body. "Hi, Lake. Very nice to meet you." "You too. So you're the one who has caught my brother's attention." Jessica placed her napkin on her lap. "I wouldn't say that. Then again, these days, I don't think it takes much to capture his attention." Luke sighed, but only enough for Jessica to feel his exasperation, his displeasure. Liam cleared his throat. "Well, he's 32, and you're only the second girl he's brought home. Ever." Lake shoved a bite of food in her mouth and mumbled over it, proving her manners weren't as refined as her beauty. Jessica already loved her. "Yeah, but he was engaged to the first girl." Like dimming the lights in a theater, silence invaded the room. Everyone's eyes were on Luke with caution, then Jessica with sympathy, and ending with a scowl for Lake. "What?" she shrugged. "Sorry, I didn't know it was top secret." "It's not," Luke intervened. "Jessica's not my girlfriend or fiancé, so it's fine." Everyone relaxed and carried on with dinner, except Felicity and Tom. Jessica could feel their empathetic eyes on her, gauging her reaction to Luke's clarification. So, he had a fiancé, and a lunch date, and possibly a glass or two of wine. So what? He also had something happen to him in college, but what? Why would he tell Jessica, the not girlfriend or fiancé, about his personal life? This is amazing. Jessica focused on the food and found her smile after taking a bite of her herb-roasted asparagus. "Thank you. Actually, Luke seasoned the vegetables." Jessica dabbed her lips. "Well, looks like he'll have a talent to fall back on if the mind manipulation thing doesn't pan out." Laughter bubbled from his family as Luke's hand rested on her leg. Jessica turned to stone. Her pulse raced like he'd slammed down the accelerator to her heart. "Ah, my dear friend Jessica has such a refreshing sense of humor." His grip on her leg tightened. Was it a test? Jessica rested her fork on the table and curled her fingers into a fist, pumping it several times. She wanted to dig her nails into his hand instead of her own. The growing need to throw him on the floor, tear off his clothes, and taste the saltiness of his flesh consumed her. "Did your lunch date have a refreshing sense of humor?" she asked with a smile, but firmly clenched teeth. "Ah, Luke, you called me your lunch date. How sweet." Lake stuck out her pouty lower lip. Luke smiled and released Jessica's leg. "Yes, I did. I don't get many lunch dates, with all the mind manipulating that I do, so it was nice to have one with my favorite Lake." Felicity melted in her chair, no doubt touched by Luke's sentimentality. Jessica, however, was ready to knock out a few teeth. They coasted through dinner with Luke giving an occasional sidelong glance to Jessica, which she returned with absolutely nothing. Not one look, one smile, one word. "Thank you for dinner, Felicity. I need to go make a phone call." Jessica stood as everyone finished their dessert. "You're very welcome. We're going out on the houseboat in a little bit, so grab a jacket or you can borrow one of mine." "Oh, okay." Jessica retreated to her bedroom and collapsed on the bed. Luke was heroin in her veins. Just his proximity made her world a better place, yet at the same time he felt like her imminent demise. She was going to need another psychiatrist just to recover from him. "Jessica." He knocked on the door. "Go away. Or come on in," she sighed as he opened the door. "Do you really have a phone call to make?" "Yes, but God's busy right now. His mother/secretary Mary took a message. I'm sure he'll call back later." "Do you want to talk?" He sat in the chair he'd been in that morning with the pool stick. "Not really. Do you?" "I think we should." "Fan-flippin'-tabulous. You go first." "You're angry." Jessica sat up, pulling her knees to her chest. "You're judging me." "I apologize. You're right. That wasn't fair." "Why did you want me to believe you had a lunch date when in fact it was your sister?" "To see how you would react." She closed her eyes. "It was a test?" "Jessica, did I pass?" Her words were slow and sharp. Luke leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. In casual clothes and his hair sporting a slightly ruffled look, he had the appearance of a normal man capable of speaking uncensored words that hadn't gone through some politically correct filter. He looked at her and she waited and waited. Sorry, Jones, I can't understand you. Probably because I don't speak mute. So I'll just go while you make sure all your words are lined up in perfect order. I don't really give a damn if I let a few escape that haven't been given much actual thought. Sometimes emotions matter more than the right words. And if you overthink every goddamn word, it's like suffocating it until all the emotion is gone. She swallowed and took a deep breath, still riding that wave of courage. I thought it was sex, you know? I haven't had it in forever. 10 months, 2 weeks, 1 day, and a few hours. Yes, I'm counting. Luke's attention jumped from the floor to Jessica. She returned a one-shoulder shrug. But even after you assured me you would never have sex, as in less than 0% chance, I still wanted to be with you. And maybe it's because I can tell you anything, even if I haven't told you everything. But it feels like something more than that. Jessica ran her fingers through her hair. Does the thought of you on a date with someone make me jealous? Yes. Do I know that some completely put-together girl is going to steal your heart someday? Yes. Does it crush mine? Absolutely. She bit her lips together until her eyes blinked back the impending tears. Am I aware that no matter how brilliant and talented you are, I will never be completely right? Normal? She nodded as the words broke from her throat. Luke would never give her normalcy. At best, he'd give her acceptance. You two coming? Tom yelled from downstairs. Jessica stood, blotting the corners of her eyes. Good talk, Jones. Good talk. She grabbed a hoodie out of her suitcase and slipped it on. Jessica? Luke grabbed her wrist as she walked by him. Don't. She gave him a sad smile. You don't have to say anything. Think of everything I just said as off the record and forget about it. She pulled away and headed downstairs. Miles of glassy water under a blanket of stars greeted the Jones family as they all boarded the 2-story houseboat. Are they setting off fireworks tonight? Laura asked. Yes, in about 30 minutes, Liam answered. You're going to love this. He rested his hand on Jessica's shoulder. She smiled, pulling the sleeves of her hoodie over her hands. I can't wait. This houseboat isn't too shabby. Our dad bought it at an auction, then completely refurbished it. I'm looking for a sailboat next. You should come help me work on it, Miss Fix-It. Tom wrapped his arm around Jessica's shoulders and gave her a squeeze. Sure. She forced as much enthusiasm into her response as possible, knowing it was probably her first and last visit to Luke's parents' place. There's drinks and snacks inside, and chairs on both the upper and lower decks. Feel free to look around. Felicity tossed an armful of blankets onto one of the chairs as everyone else crowded inside to grab drinks. I'm going to take a look up top. Jessica pointed toward the stairs. The view was picturesque from the top deck. Lighted boats dotted the water like glitter, and some of the most magnificent homes Jessica had ever seen framed the nearby shores. Wine? Jessica turned. Luke stood behind her holding 2 glasses of wine. Thank you. She took one and watched him with a suspicious eye as he sipped from the other. What are you doing? He swallowed, rubbing his lips together. What do you mean? I mean the wine. You don't drink wine. Sometimes I do, he replied, each word slow and laden with so much meaning, so much intention. The patient that wanted to be nothing more than a woman, his woman, stared at him. It had to be a joke, another test. He took her glass and set both of them down on a small table. Jessica, he whispered, as he moved toward her until her back hit the rail. She blinked over and over. Her hands itched to touch him. Her skin ached to feel him. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. He tugged at the hood strings of her sweatshirt. I don't. She no longer needed the hoodie. Her body heated like a furnace to a fever pitch, but she didn't dare move. Are you going to kiss me? she whispered as he moved closer until the space between them evaporated. Yes, he breathed. His promise caressed her body as much as his touch that moved from her sweatshirt to her face. She drew in a quick breath and held it while her mind spewed silent chants to any and every god anywhere in the universe that could possibly hear her. She asked for strength and resistance. And Jessica? He stopped less than an inch from her lips. Huh? She whimpered. You're going to stop before you make me bleed. Got it? Nodding in rapid succession, she would have sacrificed her right arm had that been the deal he wanted to make with her. She jumped, even surprising herself, the instant his lips brushed hers. Her conscience had impeccably stupid timing. He paused. His eyes searched hers. What's the catch? No catch, he whispered, brushing his lips against hers again, teasing, tasting, tempting. She covered his hands and pulled back. There has to be a catch. Luke sighed, releasing her. There's no catch. You said less than 0% chance. Numbers are my thing, Jones. I know what that means. It's a kiss, Jessica, not sex. Her head jerked back. Whoa! Clearly you don't understand. A kiss is a save the date, an RSVP to my vagina that says, you will be there. Luke rested his hands on his hips and looked to the heavens. Maybe God was taking his call that night. So, you've slept with every guy you've kissed? No, but I've never kissed a guy that in my head I've thought less than 0% chance. You two bay birds envious of our little lake? Lane asked as he and Anne climbed the last few steps. I would be if you had my bridge. Jessica picked up her wine and took a sip, controlling the urge to gulp down the whole glass. Are you a San Francisco native? Anne asked. Yes, I will never leave. Lane locked his gaze to Luke's. Sounds familiar. I'm attached to my job, not the city. Luke rested against the railing next to Jessica. Is Luke the rebel for not staying in Tahoe and opening a bed and breakfast? The 10-mile Jones radius was interesting, but the fact that Lane, Laura, and Liam all owned B&Bs too was crazy to Jessica. 3 somber frowns surrounded Jessica. What was she missing? And dare she ask? Nah, Luke did what he needed to do. It was for the best. A pained expression disguised as a smile stole Luke's handsome features after Lane's comment. Look! Anne pointed to the sudden burst of color in the sky. Lane stood behind Anne, pulling a blanket around them. There's another one. Lane nodded to the extra blanket Anne had set on the lounge chair. Luke gave Jessica a questioning look. I'm fine. The heat from their moment still clung to her body. The awkward junior high dance feeling continued the rest of the evening until everyone arrived back at the house and said their goodnights. Luke followed Jessica up the stairs and stopped as she turned into her room. I'll lock my door. She pulled off her hoodie and tucked her dark hair behind her ears. Maybe I should go to the dungeon. What? The perplexity in his expression matched that of his voice. A BDSM club. What if the only way I can be with someone is if they're submissive? Maybe I'm a dominatrix and I just don't know it. I'm sure you think that I have this need to cause pain. That's not it. It's just about the blood. She plopped down on the edge of the bed and stared at the floor. Does the blood arouse you? She shook her head. Then I don't think you're a dominatrix. And well, I'm sure you could hold your own in a dungeon. It's not where you belong. Jessica looked up. Where do I belong? I'm not sure, but it's not there. They could have been making out like teenagers had she only kissed him on the boat. Instead, Jessica was headed for a place far from his lips. She'd fallen in love with Luke, and the fact that she didn't kiss him proved it. Love takes nothing but gives everything. Jessica hadn't given him everything yet. Do you believe in spirits? Spirits? He questioned. Yes, like, when someone dies, do you believe they have a spirit that leaves their body? I don't know. I've never given it much thought. Why do you ask? Her hands began to tremble. She clenched them together to make it stop as he moved to the bed and knelt in front of her. She felt the instant pull of her heart from his nearness. "Tell me about the spirit." He tugged at her hands until she released her firm grip. Then he held them in his. "When Four died, I think his spirit transferred to my body." "Why?" Luke whispered. "Because I killed him." Chapter 27. Night. The Monahans lived in a small ranch-style house with mature trees in the front yard and a stunning view of Mount Hood from their back deck. AJ's father, Jim, was a mirror image of AJ, aged another 30 years, except Jim smiled more. His mom, Charlene, Char, bubbled with personality as rich as her strawberry and gray hair that fell past her shoulders. She embraced Jillian with all the warmth of a daughter the second they walked through the door. "I take it your parents don't buy that I'm your friend?" "Why do you say that?" AJ questioned as he set their bags at the foot of the bed. "They have us sleeping in the same room, genius. Which you realize can't actually happen." "They're not stupid. The last woman they saw me with was Brooke." "Your ex-wife?" He nodded, tossing the folded blanket from the end of the bed and one of the pillows onto the floor. "Don't worry, I'll be sleeping on the floor tonight." Jillian pushed him back until he sat on the bed, then she crawled up on his lap. "You told your parents the bruises on your face were from a training incident." "Thank you." "Yeah, well, my mom used to counsel victims of domestic abuse. I'm not sure how she'd feel about her son being one." She shoved his shoulders until he fell back. "Domestic abuse? Really? You think I'm abusing you?" AJ stared at her as he slid his shirt up, revealing the bite marks and scratches. Jillian feathered her fingertips over them. Don't." He pulled her onto his chest, silencing her with his lips. Desire stirred a need for him. She shifted her hips to feel his arousal between her legs. His acceptance and forgiveness turned her on, as much as his body. "Not now." He gripped her waist, ceasing her movement. She buried her face in his chest and nodded. "You're right. Up you go." AJ sat up, lifting her with him and setting her on her feet as if she weighed nothing. "I'm going to stop doing that, okay?" She could do it. She could do it without Luke. There was no other choice. Jackson was right. She had to make a choice between AJ and Jessica. He nodded, but his eyes lacked conviction. Hers did too. "I hope your control is stronger than mine." He pulled her between his legs and rested his forehead against her sternum. Jillian kissed the top of his head. Her feelings for him were intense and real. Comparing him to Luke wasn't fair. Jillian had never been with Luke, Jessica had. As messed up as making that distinction in her head felt, it was necessary. Luke was the love of Jessica's life. Jillian deserved one too. "We're taking a walk before dinner. You two want to join us?" Char called down the hallway. "Be right there," AJ answered. Jillian placed her palms on his cheeks and smiled. "I like your parents." "They're good people." He pressed his lips to her for a quick kiss. "There's something I need to tell you." "You're adopted?" She smirked. "I'm not surprised. They," she tipped her head toward the door, "are genuinely nice, happy people. And I've only exchanged a handful of words with them since we arrived." "Exactly. Give them 24 hours and they'll be ready to kick your crazy ass to the curb." She kept her smile firm in place. He had no idea just how crazy she really was. "As I was saying, I didn't mention their neighbors." "You said Dodge and Lilith used to live next door." "Yes, but on the opposite side is Brooke, her husband, and their twin girls." "Oh, that's strange. I know, but it's not as crazy as it seems." AJ pursed his lips. "Well, it may be, but long story short, we bought the house next to my parents so my mom could help with Cage. I gave her the house in the divorce since she had Cage more often, but honestly, I figured she'd sell it and move." "But she didn't?" "No, she stayed, married her boss, and 5 years ago they had twin girls that my mom babysits since Brooke's mom passed away 3 years ago." Jillian took a step back. "Wow, Cage never mentioned he had twin sisters." It is surprising because he thinks the world of them. But lately he's been distracted by football and the naked neighbor lady getting the mail. You realize you're funny when you want to be. AJ shrugged. I don't try to be. Yeah, I know. That's why it works. So why the warning? Are we all having dinner tonight? No, but you'll eventually see them. We're leaving tomorrow. I know, but I also know Brooke. Trust me, my mom told her about our visit, and Brooke never misses an opportunity to throw her perfect little life in my face. And you're good with that? AJ stared at Jillian's feet with a pensive expression. I loved her. The things I did to her were unforgivable, and she hated me. Still does. But I don't begrudge her anything. Not the house. Not the relationship she's kept with my parents. And definitely not her new family. So if it helps her to flaunt everything she has as a reminder of everything I did and everything I don't have, then I'll gladly accept it. It's the least I can do. Jillian held out her hand. AJ looked at it with confusion. Come on, they're waiting. He stood and took her hand. For the record, you, Eric James Monahan, are a good guy. In spite of all your grumpiness and efforts to act otherwise. I see it, and it's amazing. He squeezed her hand, and she felt the silent desperation in his grip. AJ needed her, and that, too, was amazing. The twins will be staying with us when Rob and Brooke go to Mexico next month, Char announced as they walked up the street, passing the house where AJ used to live. AJ had always found it odd that Brooke's new husband, Rob, would agree to move into a house where she used to live with her first husband, next door to his parents. In a small way, he was proud of Brooke for taking charge, something he never allowed her to do. It was clear that Rob had tiny balls, but he adored Brooke, so AJ found it easy to overlook his lack of a true man card. Beautiful house, Jillian commented. Jim and AJ built it. He could feel Jillian's eyes on him, wide with surprise. It was easier and safer to let her see the monster inside. AJ prayed his parents wouldn't humanize him too much before they got the hell out of there. The boy has always been good with his hands, Jim added. Jillian released AJ's hand and hugged his arm, begging for him to look at her, but it wasn't going to happen. He knew how her mind worked, and it was headed in the definite direction of everything he'd done to her with his hands and fingers. His dick was growing hard just thinking about it. He didn't need to look at her fuck-me eyes to confirm it. I'll second that. Too late. We're all flying out for Cage's preseason game, Char said. All? AJ asked. Your father and I, Brooke, Rob, and the girls. We'll stay with you, of course, but they'll find a hotel closer to campus. They're more than welcome to stay with me and my brother. We have 2 extra bedrooms and a bathroom in the garden level. AJ gasped the word, what? At the same time his mom squealed, really? In complete delight. How could she make such an offer? Absolutely. I adore Cage, so of course his family is welcome to stay with us. No way. You can't make that offer. AJ's attempt to talk sense into a woman who, by all normal standards, was completely senseless. Why not? You haven't even asked Jackson. Pfft, he won't mind. He'll probably make himself scarce anyhow. She waved a dismissive hand. I like her, AJ. I like her a lot. Char winked at Jillian, who looked like she just got accepted into the popular group at school. I think she and Brooke will hit it off when they come over for dessert tonight. Jillian rolled her eyes to his, with an I told you so smirk stuck to her face. He refused to admit he lied because he didn't. It wasn't dinner. It was dessert. They continued their walk and revealing conversation that included Jillian's nighttime job. At first, AJ was surprised that his parents took it so well, until his dad admitted that Dodge had already told them. Gossip wasn't always bad. Dodge speaks so highly of you, Jim said to Jillian as they sat on the deck waiting for dinner. AJ grunted, which earned him an elbow jab in the ribs. I love Dodge and Lilith. He's completely obnoxious, though. I'm sure being deaf doesn't seem like a blessing to Lilith, but with all his little digs, I think she should feel grateful for the silence. Oh, I'm sure she hears him since she's only deaf in one ear, but I know what you mean. I'd imagine she pretends to not hear him most of the time. Char rolled her eyes and took a sip of wine. All the color drained from Jillian's tan face. "You okay?" AJ leaned over and whispered. Fine," she answered with a stiff nod and quivering voice. "I just remembered I forgot to call Jackson when we landed. He's, going to be worried." She stood as though her legs were having trouble holding her. "Okay, want me to come with you?" She shook her head. "No, I've got it. Be right back." Not since the death of her parents had Jillian felt her heart struggle so hard for its next beat. Her lungs deflate to the point of near asphyxia, or her stomach knot into a hard, brutal fist, until Shar revealed that Lilith could, in fact, hear. The simple task of unlocking the screen on her phone proved to be a challenge with her shaky hands. What had she done? "Way to not answer your fucking phone. What the hell were you thinking?" Jackson was livid about her leaving and flying, of all places, to the West Coast. Tears mounted in her eyes as she thought about the consequences of what she had yet to tell him. "Jackson?" Her voice shook as much as her hands. "What's wrong? Are you crying? What happened? Did he hurt you? I swear I'll end his fucking life if he—" "Stop. It was me." She walked into the bathroom and turned on the exhaust fan to drown out her voice. "Just calm down. Tell me what happened. Did you see someone? Did someone recognize you? Damn it. Knox is going to kill you for being so reckless." "No, that's not it." She took a deep breath. "It's Lilith." "Dodge's wife?" "Yes." "Did something happen to her?" "She's not deaf, Jackson. She can hear." "I'm not following." She knows. She knows about me. About us." "What do you mean she knows? How the hell could she know?" Jillian sat on the toilet seat and batted away her tears. "I told her." "You told her? How? Why? I don't understand." "I needed to tell someone who wouldn't tell anyone else and who would just let me talk without judgment. She never said anything, never acted like she could hear me." Her words weren't entirely true. Looking back, there were many clues that Lilith could hear, but Jillian was too blinded by her selfish needs to see it or even question it. "I'll take care of it." "What? No! Don't you dare do anything until I get home." "Jillian, we don't have the luxury of time right now. It could already be too late. God knows who she's told. I need to end this and let Knox know there's been a breach." Uncontrollable panic set in. Jillian jumped up. "No, no, no!" Taking care of things meant eliminating the source. "You lay one fucking hand on her and I swear I'll—" "What? Kill me? Really, Jill? You're going with that one?" Jillian clenched and pulled at her hair. "She's not a threat. Don't do this. Wait for me or I swear I will never forgive you." Silence filled the line, suffocating Jillian in that tight little space waiting for Jackson to respond. "Are you willing to bet your life on the chance that she's not told anyone?" Jillian leaned against the door and closed her eyes. She played back all the sympathetic looks, kind smiles, and soft hand squeezes that Lilith had given her. She thought of how excited Lilith always was to see her. "Yes." "Fine, but if you're wrong—" "I'm not, Jackson. I just know. You have to get your shit together. If you're fine, then be fucking fine. But if you're not, then we have to get you help because I don't want to live this way." "I know. I'm sorry." "We can put bullets in our heads tomorrow if that's what you want, but don't self-destruct on me. Not after everything we've been through." "I'll see you in a few days." "Jill?" "Yeah?" "I love you." "I know. I love you too. Bye." Chapter 28. Stunning. It was the only word to describe Brooke. Jillian by no means was vain, but she considered herself to have some attractive traits. Until Brooke. She was Jillian's opposite in every way, which left Jillian wondering what the opposite of stunning was. Brooke was a Victoria's Secret runway model. at least in Jillian's eyes. She had to be older than Jillian for Cage to be her son, but the angel didn't look a day over 25. 3 kids. She'd given birth to 3 children. It didn't seem possible. "So, how did you two meet?" Brooke asked Jillian as the women sliced up pie and scooped ice cream into bowls while the men and the twins waited on the deck. "I'm his neighbor. I'll start taking these out," Char said as she grabbed several bowls and headed outside. Brooke poked at the ice cream with the scoop, wearing a look of contemplation on her face. "I know it's no longer my business, but you seem like a nice person, so I have to ask if you're aware that he's—" She looked up at Jillian. "He's?" "Not right." Jillian nodded once. "I assume you're referring to the PTSD?" "Yes. Has he talked about it with you?" "A little." "Well, I'm not trying to cause any friction. All I want is for him to be fine. But I just couldn't bear to see you get hurt and wish I would have said something." Leaning against the counter, Jillian took a bite of the warm pie. Brooke wanted him to be fine, not happy. Her pain and anger were clearly still raw. "I'm stronger than I look." Brooke smiled, but it had a condescending feel to it. "Just be careful. He can turn on a dime." Char entered the kitchen. "Did Jillian tell you that you, Rob, and the girls can stay at her house when we all fly out in a few weeks?" "Really?" Brooke's perfect eyebrows peaked in surprise. "Yes, we'd love to have you." "We?" Brooke questioned. "I live with my brother, Jackson." "Oh, well, sure. That's so nice of you, but only if you're sure." Jillian wasn't sure of anything since dealing with Jackson and the Lilith revelation. "Positive." "Amazing pie, Mom." AJ brought in the empty bowls. "Jillian's graciously invited us to stay with her, AJ. Are you okay with it?" Brooke crossed her arms over her chest. Jillian noticed her doing that whenever AJ was in the same room. Maybe it was habit, protection of sorts. Regardless, there was no denying the tension between them. "It's her house. She doesn't need my permission to invite you to stay. I would have asked you to stay with me, but I don't have enough beds." Jillian looked at AJ with a slight twitch of her brow. Would he really have offered to let them stay with him? Would Brooke have agreed to sleep under the same roof when her tolerance for sharing space in the same room as AJ seemed minimal? "We'll talk as it gets closer, but I really do appreciate the offer, Jillian." Brooke gave her a genuine smile. "We'd better get going. The girls have to be to camp early in the morning." Brooke gathered her family and they said their goodbyes. She whispered, "Don't let your guard down," in Jillian's ear before leaving. It should have sent chills racing down Jillian's spine, but instead she felt sorry for Brooke and how she still grieved the man she loved and feared the man she hated. "I'll have breakfast ready by 7. Char gave both AJ and Jillian hugs before they went to bed. "Sounds great. We'll have to hit the road right after that." "Good night," they all chimed. AJ locked the bedroom door behind them. Jillian's body shivered with promise. Brooke is gorgeous. AJ toed off his shoes and peeled off his socks as he looked at Jillian with his head cocked to the side. "You're not the jealous type." Jillian shrugged as she undressed. "No, not usually." He was right. Jealousy was an unnecessary emotion, toxic and destructive, but entirely human. "Well, don't start now. When I fuck you, it's 50% your body and 50% your attitude. It's a close tie as to which one arouses me the most." Jillian wet her lips and rubbed them together as he sauntered toward her in just his briefs, and a dark look in his eyes. She slipped off her bra. AJ shook his head. "Not tonight." He picked up the blanket from the floor and spread it out by the pillow. "You're joking, right?" "No. My parents are just down the hall and you're too loud." He settled onto the floor, giving his pillow a quick fluff. "And my body is still recovering from the post-flight beating." "I won't make you bleed." His brow peaked. Jillian swallowed, searching for conviction in her words. "I won't. And I won't make a sound." She slipped off her thong and tossed it on his chest. He brought it to his nose as his eyes perused her naked body. Men were such dogs. She loved smelling Luke's clothes, but never in her life had she considered taking a sniff of his underwear. No. He slingshotted the thong back to her. Besides, I'm fighting a headache. Closing his eyes, he rubbed his temples. Isn't that supposed to be my line? Believe me, I'd gladly give you this headache. You're such a gentleman. Come here. She slipped on his t-shirt and knelt on the bed. I'm good down here. I'm not going to break your nose. Get your ass up here, on your stomach, and I'll give you a massage. He peeked open his eyes, then crawled up onto the bed. Have you taken anything for it? Yeah, right after dinner, but it's not doing the job. Jillian straddled his butt and kneaded his muscles. You were nervous earlier, before you left to call Jackson. Was there a problem? What makes you think I was nervous? I'm good at reading people. You look terrified. She dug her fingers into a knot under his shoulder blade and he moaned. I said I would call him as soon as we landed, and it occurred to me that it had completely slipped my mind. I guess I was just thinking of how worried and pissed he probably was. And was he? Of course. But everything's fine now. Why were you crying? I wasn't. Your eyes were red when you came out. Jillian had met her match in so many ways. He yelled at me about leaving without telling him first. It hurt my feelings. Bullshit, AJ mumbled. Excuse me? She paused for a moment. It would take a hell of a lot more than that to hurt your feelings. Try again. You make me sound like a cold bitch. She shoved her thumb into the back of his neck, her nail making claim to his skin. Watch it, he warned. I'm sure you have a warm and fuzzy part to your heart. I think I've caught the occasional glimpse, but I don't see you sharing it with Jackson. You two beat the crap out of each other for no reason at all. He must have said something you're not telling me. And since when do you care? I thought we were going by the don't ask, don't tell motto for our relationship. I don't care. I'm just trying to keep you awake so I can escape to the floor without a physical confrontation. She leaned forward and pressed her lips between his shoulder blades. I'm sorry, She closed her eyes. AJ rolled over with her still straddling his waist. You. A sad smile was the best she could manage. I don't like that person. This sounds ridiculous, I know, but when I look at the scars that bear my name... She feathered her fingertips over one of the bite marks on his shoulder. I don't recognize them. I don't recognize the person who made them. I'm not her. Yet, she's me. Jillian scooted down, resting her cheek against his chest. But I wish she weren't. Did Jillian sound ridiculous? Someone with their sanity fully intact would have said yes. AJ was not that someone. Her words struck a chord that vibrated to his soul, and that said a lot for a man who contemplated its existence. Do you think I'm an asshole for not asking? He felt her body relax into his. About my past? Yes. No. Why? Don't women want men to care? I don't know. If you see one, you should ask her. AJ chuckled. He found himself doing that often with Jillian. Don't fall asleep. The sheets are white and my nose bleeds red. I won't, Jillian mumbled in an already half-asleep voice. And then she did just that. He dared not move or even breathe. She may have fallen asleep as Jillian Knight, but she would wake as someone else. A frightened, dangerous animal. AJ closed his eyes and focused on the unforgiving pulse in his head until the pain nearly broke him, and he deemed having his nose broken a welcome distraction from the assault on his brain. He had to be quicker than her. Not an easy task, but a necessary one for self-preservation. All at once, he wrapped his legs around hers, one arm around her body, including both arms, and his other arm over her head. Then he rolled like they were on fire, pinning her entire body to the mattress under his. In an instant, she fought with her whole body. Damn it, Jones! Shh, it's me. You're fine. He covered her mouth. Her eyes opened into saucers as she fought with life-threatening intensity to escape. If I release you, will you calm down? He whispered. She nodded. AJ could almost hear her lungs screaming for air as her heart sprinted out of control. He rolled off her. What the fuck? she whispered, with the intensity of a yell as she sat up to catch her breath. AJ gripped his pounding head, as if he could physically keep it from exploding. I'm sorry. I didn't want to startle you. Well then, I'd call that an epic fail on your part. He rolled his head from side to side, searching for any position that would relieve the ache, even just a fraction. Fine, then I didn't want to see the guilt on your face as blood squirted from mine. She sighed. He didn't have to open his eyes to see the regret on her face. It happened too slowly to remember an exact moment, but nonetheless, it had happened. At some point, he started caring about her feelings. Let's get in the shower, she whispered, clasping his hand. Nausea, blurred vision, an angry pulsing. None of it compared to the painful feeling that he didn't deserve to have anyone treat him with such compassion. Jillian guided him, undressed him, and helped him in the shower until the sweet relief from the heavy stream of hot water pelting his head dulled the sharp edge of agony. He stopped the massaging motion of her hands on his scalp by covering them with his. Why? He whispered. She planted soft kisses all over his face, stopping at his ear. Because everybody needs somebody. A knock on the bedroom door brought AJ from his sleep. Total disorientation. He wasn't able to remember much after getting out of the shower. Breakfast, his mom said with a soft voice. He sat up in bed with caution, praying his heart would only beat in his chest and not in his head. Feeling better? AJ blinked the sleep from his eyes, searching for a body to go with the voice. You slept on the floor? He looked at Jillian curled in a ball on her side. There had been a time when seeing her sleeping on a hard floor would have brought a feeling of revenge or satisfaction to him. That time had passed, leaving him with guilt. The whole caring about her feelings thing had softened, tainted his hardened attitude. So it would appear, she grinned, eyes wide. Sorry, don't. She climbed on the bed, straddling his lap. You look like you're feeling better. Her hips wiggled with all kinds of suggestive seduction. He ran his hands up her legs and under his t-shirt that she'd worn. Her bare ass greeted him. A deep groan of appreciation vibrated from his throat. Yes, I'm feeling better. How much better? She slid her hand into his briefs. With a thick swallow, he closed his eyes. My mom's. Eric James, so help me. If you ever say the word mom again while I have your cock in my hand, I'll break it off. Condoms? Bag. His lungs seemed to be controlled by her grip on his dick. She started to move off him. He grabbed her waist. I can't. The words were there, and he didn't regret them, but he wasn't sure how she would react. Jillian looked between them at the head of his erection peeking out above his waistband. I think you can. He shook his head. I can't get you pregnant. Okay? Her brows knitted in confusion. I've had a vasectomy. She nodded, her face a blank page. AJ wasn't going to apologize, even if she had happily ever after dreams of marriage and a gaggle of babies. He was 42, irreversibly fucked up, and done with that part of his life. Jillian pushed down the front of his briefs and stroked him a few times. I can't make you bleed anymore. Her eyes shifted from her hand to his eyes. It was an odd statement, or maybe it was the way she said it with such agony and regret. She rose on her knees and positioned him at her entrance. But you have to look at me the whole time. And I know this is going to be hard for you, but I need to feel some sort of adoration, safety, contentment. Okay? His hands slid up to her breasts. Okay. He stripped the shirt off her body. The impulse to taste her was too unbearable. Sucking a nipple into his mouth, he looked up at her, surprising himself. The look, the feeling, it was automatic. He did adore her. She sank onto him one slow inch at a time. The warm pressure made it hard to keep his eyes open and on her. Eric James, she whispered, look at me. He opened his leaden eyelids and bit her nipple. Their bodies rocked together in a slow rhythm. She swallowed over and over again. Her body reacted in pleasure while her eyes bled the pain as she fought to keep her need at bay. How long could he continue to ignore her pain? The questions grew louder in his mind every day. Eric, Jane. Thwarting her effort to announce their morning activity to his parents, he crashed his mouth to her. Their tongues explored and probed, heavy, labored breaths desperate to escape. Jillian's nails dug into his shoulders, so he grabbed her fingers and interlaced them with his, keeping his gaze locked to hers the entire time. Control began to slip as their movements became more erratic. Find it. He gritted through his teeth as he thickened and spilled into her. She circled her hips, grinding, rocking, searching. Eric! She spasmed around him and moaned into his mouth as he massaged her clitoris with the pad of his thumb, drawing every last bit of pleasure from her. He dropped his head to her shoulder. Good, he mumbled into her neck as he licked and nipped at her salty skin. She nodded. He looked at her again, flinching at the glassy tears in her eyes. Don't ask. Jillian shook her head. You'll ruin it. She kissed his shoulder, then rested her cheek on it. And it was too good. Words will spoil it. He hugged her to him, not wanting to break their connection. Of course he couldn't love her. Not yet. Maybe never. But he loved that she pushed him for less and not more. He loved that she used her compassion as her greatest strength. And he loved the way her acceptance made him feel normal. Was it possible to love so much about her and not actually love her? Your mom's probably wondering where we are. He teased his teeth over her shoulder and up her neck. If you ever mention my mom again, well, my dick is lodged inside you. I'm certain it will fall off. She laughed. Touché. Chapter 29. Day. Luke never forgot the feeling of rescuing someone from a fire. He also never forgot the feeling of being a few seconds too late. Some days he could feel Jessica in his arms, just seconds from that breath of air. Then there were the moments he felt like he had her by the hand, but she was slipping, falling, fading into the darkness, the point of no return. Luke. He searched her eyes for something, maybe a clue to why she was doing this to herself. Luke, she whispered, say something. You didn't kill him. She narrowed her eyes. What? I did. He rubbed his lips together. No, Edwin Harvey committed suicide. Jessica shook her head. What are you talking about? Who's Edwin Harvey? The man who killed your friend. He's 4. That was his name because he cut my best friend 44 times. She yanked her hands from his and scooted back on the bed. Don't you dare call him that. 4. His name was 4. He wasn't human. He was a goddamn piece of shit without a heart or soul. He didn't deserve one single breath of oxygen, let alone a name to make him sound like a person with feelings and parents and a fucking life. Luke surrendered with his hands up. You're right. He didn't deserve any of it, and he deserved to die. His face winced into a pleading expression of pain as his chest tightened. But you didn't kill him, Jessica. It wasn't your fault. She looked at him with a vacant stare, lips slightly parted, knees hugged to her chest. Who told you that? Her voice was flat and eerily calm. A friend of mine did some research. It was on the news, in the papers, viral online. His parents are very wealthy. I'm sure that's why he was out on bail. The police report ruled it a suicide. He left a note before he drove off the bridge. They never found his body. Why would you think you killed him? Because I did, and I need you to believe me. Jess, I'm not crazy. I didn't say. Do you believe me? Luke moved toward her and she jumped off the bed like a frightened animal, easing toward the door. Stop. She shook her head. I trusted you. She turned and ran down the stairs and out the front door. Luke followed her, calling her name. She hopped along, grabbing one sandal and then the other, tossing them into the ditch before surging forward in an all-out sprint. His casual loafers were no match for her insane determination. Eventually, she disappeared, fading into the darkness. He slowed in breathless defeat, bending over with his hands propped on his knees. He tried to save her, but instead she slipped from his grasp. Defeat heavy on his shoulders, Luke returned to the house. He closed the door and looked up with a heavy sigh. "She's in love with you," his mom said, sitting on the bottom step in her gray terrycloth robe and slippers. Luke blinked, staring at the floor. "She's troubled. I'm not sure she knows how to love like that." Felicity stood, walking to her son. She rested her palms on his cheeks until he looked at her. "I love seeing you through her eyes. Not Dr. Jones, but my beautiful, troubled boy." She smiled. "Good night, love." Felicity walked up a few steps and turned. "Loving you, Luke? It might be the only thing she knows how to do." His mother knew virtually nothing about Jessica, but somehow she felt everything. He went upstairs and waited in Jessica's room, letting his mind battle with the fear that she was unstable, distraught, and alone in a strange place late at night. No shoes, no jacket, no phone, no Luke. He sat in the chair by her bed for over 2 hours. Just as each blink struggled to recover, heavy with exhaustion, Jessica walked in the room. Without the slightest glance in his direction, she stumbled to the bathroom. Pools of sweat covered her heat-flushed skin. Luke stood. Leaving the door open, back to him, she turned on the shower and peeled off her clothes. He moved toward her, regretful, conflicted, aroused. Jessica froze as he stood a breath away from her naked body. She balled her fists, pumping them over and over. Long, dark hair veiled tan skin pulled taut over defined muscles, the kind that served a purpose far beyond what a young woman in her 20s should ever have to fathom. She was fear, wrapped in strength greater than anything Luke had ever seen. He broke into a million pieces. Every piece was hers. He was ready to walk through the flames, sacrifice everything for her. One woman. The woman. A lone drip of blood splattered on the tile at her feet. Luke's eyes retraced its path. Several more drips pooled at her hand where her fingernails broke the skin. "Do you believe me?" she whispered, like every last ounce of hope evaporated with her words. He gathered her hair, pulling it off her neck. Pressing his lips to her skin, he answered, "Yes." She turned, a stream of tears melting down her cheeks. "Luke." Her voice cracked as her lower lip quivered. Maybe his mom was right. Maybe the thing that he'd been holding back was the one thing Jessica needed more than anything else. It felt like the most inexplicable thing ever. Their relationship had surpassed inappropriate several lifetimes over. Yet he swept away her tears and kissed her. It was a kiss that told all reason to fuck off. Luke crossed his arms, grabbing the hem of his shirt. "No," she murmured against his lips. He pulled back, eyes narrowed. "I'll have to make you bleed first." She held up her hand, tipping her chin down in shame. It was spelled out in front of him, in blood. All or nothing. "Are you on birth control?" Jessica lifted her gaze, searching for his intention. She nodded once. Luke shrugged his shirt off and unfastened his pants, shoving them down his legs. His lips craved her. All of her. "Then make me bleed." He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her against his body as he lifted her into the shower. "Luke," she began to protest. "We're done talking." He kissed her again, his tongue tasting her, claiming her. Jessica's hands tangled in his wet hair. His hands slid up to her breasts. She broke their kiss, head falling back. "Oh, God," she moaned, arching her back into his touch. Do you have any idea how beautiful you are? He whispered in her ear, each word accented with truth, need, and complete reckless abandon. Her fingers curled into his back. He closed his eyes and waited, questioning whose addiction he was feeding, hers or his. I can't. Her legs buckled. He held her to him as she sobbed into his chest. I'm not beautiful. I'm ugly because of him. He did this to me. He's inside me and I hate him. I hate myself. Shh, don't say that. He kissed her hair. Once her sobs subsided, he wrapped them in towels and carried her to bed. Leaving the towel around her body, he covered her with blankets and kissed her forehead. She opened her swollen eyes and he could see past everything, straight to her soul. I love you, she whispered, then closed them again. The gusty wind rattled the windows as an early morning storm rolled through. Jessica peeled open her eyes to look at the time. It was a few minutes after 10 in the morning. Well done, Jessica, she mumbled to herself. Her vagina had been dreaming of Dr. Luke Jones for months. The less than 0% chance felt like a life sentence behind a chastity belt. Naked. They were naked in the shower. A 100% chance of sex. Sex with the man who had become the pinnacle of her life's purpose. Stupid. She sat up, letting the towel and blankets fall from her body. Jesus, Jessica, you're so stupid. An internal grimace tugged at her conscience and gave an uppercut to her ego, knocking it back into last week. She had cried. Actually, cried. Why couldn't she have simply spread her legs and said thank you very much? Jessica grabbed her clothes and headed to the bathroom. The opposing door was open. Luke's bag was packed and set by the door. The quilt and pillows were neatly folded by the headboard, and the dirty sheets were piled at the foot of the bed. They looked more folded than wadded. Of course Jones would fold dirty sheets. Wadding probably made him visibly cringe. She showered and packed. Almost an hour later, she swallowed her pride, which was virtually non-existent by that point, and headed downstairs. The soft voices faded into silence as she rounded the corner. Luke and his parents were sitting at the table with coffee mugs and kind smiles. Good morning. Felicity shot Jessica a quick wink. Hi, sorry I overslept. Kinda rude on my part. Not at all. It's the weekend, and you worked your butt off yesterday. Tom nodded to the empty chair by Luke. Have a seat. We'll get you some breakfast. Coffee? Jessica nodded. Thank you. For the first time that morning, she allowed herself to look at Luke. Good morning, he said, without a single inflection in his voice, or the slightest clue on his face that the previous night ever happened. I think we should head out after you eat. I have a few things to attend to when I get back. Yeah, sure. She smiled, letting her eyes linger on him as she sat down. She ate while Luke and his parents talked about the renovation, his siblings, and other random topics. The, hey, so you two almost had sex last night topic never came up. She couldn't keep her eyes off him. Had she dreamed it? How could he not give her the tiniest hint of acknowledgement? I'll grab our bags. Luke deposited his coffee cup in the sink as Jessica finished the last bite of her omelet. I packed some goodies for UT to take on the road. Felicity held up a bag. Thanks, Mom. Luke took it from her and kissed her on the cheek. When he took the bags out to the car, Felicity drew Jessica in for a hug. He adores you. Adore. It was an interesting word choice. Could Dr. Mindfuck adore her? Unlikely. Thank you for everything. You're welcome. I hope you come back. Another unlikely. The sailboat offer still stands. Tom lifted his coffee cup toward Jessica and grinned. Absolutely. She smiled past the lie. They pulled out of the drive with his parents waving at the front door. Jessica waited for Luke to speak as the GTO tore down the paved road. When the silence became too torturous, she broke it. About last night. Yeah, there's nothing to say. It was an error on my part. I apologize. It felt like a knife being lodged into her stomach. How could he say that? If almost having sex was an error, she hated to think of what having sex would have been in his mind. Then there was the whole professing her love to him. I wanted to make you bleed as much as I didn't want to make you bleed. I know. He kept his focus on the road. I can't remember the last time I didn't want to make a man bleed. It felt like progress in a very painful way. He nodded. One cold, single nod. Jessica wasn't in the mood to beg. Groveling was a pathetic behavior she saved for extreme circumstances. She tipped her head back and enjoyed the best part of the trip, the cherry red GTO. Luke wasn't kidding when he said there was nothing to say. Neither one spoke a solitary word the rest of the way back to San Francisco. She unfastened her seatbelt before the car came to a complete stop in front of her place. See you around. She jumped out and waited with her arms crossed over her chest as Luke retrieved her bag. Jess. She snatched the bag from him. No, don't start now. If there was nothing to say 3 hours ago, there's even less to say now. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, she fled to the safety of her home. Jessica slammed the front door shut and waited. Waited, of course, for Luke to knock on it because she was certain he would. But he never did. A sleepless night expedited the delivery of Monday. Jessica worked until noon, grabbed lunch, and made a quick dash across town to take another test. Some days her quest to become an actuary seemed insane, and the Monday after the Joneses' weekend qualified as one of those days. Exiting the building, brain exhausted, she checked her phone, coming to an abrupt halt which earned her a few expletives from the person who bumped into her back. Jones. My place, 7 o'clock. Jessica. No, thank you. There was a less than 0% chance of her showing up at his place that night. She got her laps in at the pool and met with Jude to spar for an hour, before grabbing dinner on her way home. Climbing the stairs to her apartment, she glanced at her watch. 8:15. A deviant smile tugged at her lips. OCD Jones was getting a taste of his own bitter medicine. Good evening. Jessica looked up as she reached the top of the stairs. Mind telling me what you're doing? She fished out her keys. Luke stood by her door, ankles crossed, smug bastard mask in its usual place, and a bag slung over his shoulder. I wanted to apologize again about the other night. She turned the key and shoved the door open like she wanted to shove him down the stairs. Oh, for the love of sex-deprived women everywhere, please don't. The door shut behind him. I was out of line. Jessica whipped around. Yes, you were out of line for pretending that nothing happened. You were out of line for sitting in the driver's seat the whole way home, acting like a freaking iceberg. And you were especially out of line. She narrowed her eyes as her chin jutted out. For not letting me drive your car. No. She shook her head. I'm not done. Luke closed his mouth. But if you try to tell me you were out of line for what happened or almost happened in the shower, then I'll count to 5, and you'd better get your ass going. Otherwise, you won't be leaving in one piece. His brows peaked while humor twisted his lips. Are you done? She huffed, nodding to the black duffel bag. What's in the bag? You'll see, but only if you trust me. Jessica grabbed the sandwich from her bag and unwrapped it, attacking it like a shark. I shouldn't, but I do, she mumbled over the massive bite. Wiping the corners of her mouth, she swallowed. I just don't trust myself. That was the reason for my apology. I want you to trust yourself with me, not for me, for you. That's funny coming from the guy who threatened me with a muzzle and straitjacket. Luke shrugged as he dropped the bag on the floor with a thump and a rattle. I also said there was a less than 0% chance of us having sex. Jessica stared at the bag. We didn't have sex. Luke moved closer with the calculated moves of a predator. But we kissed. His gaze locked on hers, holding it hostage. So? She whispered. He ducked to her neck and teased his lips along her skin, landing on her ear. So, a kiss is an RSVP to your vagina that says, I will be there. The sandwich in her hands fell to the ground as her heart stopped and all the air evaporated from her lungs. Close your eyes. Jessica blinked. It was the only part of her body that could move. I said, close your eyes. She did, and he kissed her cheek. Good girl. Now, don't open them until I say. She nodded. I don't like surprises. It's not a surprise. Then why do I have to keep my eyes closed? She shivered, feeling his nearness again. It's therapy. Are you going to hypnotize me? No. Have you done this before? No. Have any of your fellow shrinks? He chuckled. I highly doubt it. Then how do you know it will work? Shh. We're done talking. He kissed her the same way he had before, patient yet commanding, never letting her take more until he was ready to give it. She gasped for air when he released her mouth. He brushed his thumb over her breast, pebbling her nipple beneath the thin material of her dress and lace bra. Then his hand slid lower. She reached for him. He tisked her several times. You can touch anything but me. Luke, she pleaded, squeezing her eyes shut even tighter while balling her fists at her sides. I can't do this. His hand slid between her legs and her breath caught in her chest as her nails made claim to her palms. Do you want me here? He massaged her clit over the cotton skirt of her dress. She jerked her hips toward him. Yes. What will you sacrifice to have me here? He continued with firm, small circles. Anything. She breathed as her hips circled with his touch. He kissed her again, easing her hands behind her back. She tensed a bit until his tongue dove deeper, making her moan. He broke the kiss, leaving her feeling weak and dizzy. His tongue trailed down her neck. I want to taste you here. His thumb brushed over her nipple. Yes, she breathed. Then I want to taste you here. He pressed harder against her clit until she whimpered. Luke, please. Her hands clawed at his shirt. He grabbed them, pushing them behind her back. They stared at each other, her breathless and fighting fear, him focused and taunting. Call me when you're ready. He pressed a soft kiss to her cheek before he released her wrists and walked out the door. Once again, her mind was thoroughly fucked. That wasn't the part of her body she'd hoped would feel thoroughly fucked when he left. If anything, yes, and please didn't say she was ready, then what would? Homing in on the black bag he left behind, she squatted down and unzipped it. What the hell, Jones? Chapter 30. Night. It rained for 4 hours straight when Jillian and AJ left his parents' house in the truck. She was surprised that AJ let her drive, but after he slept for the first 3 hours, it was obvious what a physical toll his migraine had been on his body. Hungry? He asked as they stopped for gas and to switch drivers. Yes, you fill up and I'll grab some grub. AJ nodded as he got out. Jillian used the bathroom and bought a variety of junk food. Climbing in the passenger seat, she handed him the bag. For Christ's sake, you call this shit food? He tossed the bag in her lap and started the truck. It's a gas station, not a farmer's market. She looked in the bag. Peanuts? Too much fucking salt. She mouthed a silent, okay. Twizzlers or M&Ms? If I want to be a diabetic by the time we reach the next state. Jillian sighed. Water? She held up a bottle. You paid for bottled tap water? She gritted her teeth. No, I paid for the bottle since we're not camels. AJ shook his head, murmuring something indecipherable. Well, then you're out of luck, buddy, because all I have left to offer is a sack of suck-your-own nuts, and a spray can of fuck off. Keeping out a bottle of water, she tossed the bag into the back seat. Then she Googled PTSD on her phone. Her instinct was to beat the crap out of him, but he was driving, so that seemed like a suicide mission. Instead, the confines of the truck held her captive to his abuse for the next several hours until they reached their hotel. If there was a record for most car trips taken, least words spoken, then the day/night duality that encompassed Jillian held the record. What was it with the ride home after meeting a guy's parents for the first time? They parked the truck for the night and checked in at the front desk of the hotel. Reservation for Monahan. The lady behind the counter glanced at the computer screen. Yes, 2 double beds. Actually, we're going to need another room. Jillian smiled at the lady. No, we don't, AJ growled. Yes, we do. Jillian handed her a credit card. The lady's eyes volleyed between them as she took the card with hesitation. After a few moments of Jillian refusing to acknowledge his crabby scowl, he huffed off toward the elevators. The tension coiled between them as the elevator made its ascent to their rooms on the 5th floor. AJ could have pissed all over Jillian, the lobby floor, and the mirrored walls of the elevator, and she still wouldn't have given him the satisfaction of a single quick glance. She shot out ahead of him the second the elevator doors opened, dragging her suitcase like a hostage behind her. Stop! He grabbed her arm and swung her around. Her eyes shot to his hand. Let go of me now. He released her, but the anger that rippled his muscles and burned in his eyes remained. I warned you. Jillian felt her own jaw tick as she envisioned him bleeding. Good night, she said with a stiff voice. Drawing in a quick breath, she turned. AJ out of control was enough. One of them had to keep it together. His game was to draw a reaction from her, maybe to lessen the burden of guilt. She refused to play it as her brain chanted, walk away, walk away. She slipped the keycard in the door and hurried inside. The door slammed, but not shut. It slammed open against the wall before she made it halfway inside. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, then turned. The man before her looked like AJ, but the vacant look in his eyes and hardened features of his face were those of a complete stranger. I don't recognize you right now, therefore my natural instinct for self-preservation will kick in, and you'll be taken out of this hotel on a gurney. The wrathful smirk he tossed her would have made anyone else cower. Go to bed. His eyes narrowed. Don't tell me what to do. I'm not afraid of you. I've looked fucking psychopaths in the eye and not blinked. You and me? He tipped his chin. Let's see who's left standing. You hate yourself right now, don't you? Stop. He shook his head. Are the voices in your head fighting? Do you want to tell them to just shut up? Don't act like you know how I'm feeling, he seethed, taking a step closer. Jillian stayed rooted to her spot. You want to hit me right now, don't you? But not for the same reason I've made you bleed. You want it because the messed up person inside your head is pissed that you ever let me make you bleed. For God's sake, you let a woman break your nose. Senior Master Sergeant let a little woman break his nose. He balled his fists and clenched his jaw, taking yet another step. So here's how I see it. You can tell that voice to fuck off and kiss me, because even after that ridiculous episode in the truck, I'm still here. Or you can hit me and I'll even let you draw first blood. Jillian held up her index finger. But that's all you'll get. One shot. It was a risk that could have gone either way. Jessica once had Luke to teach her mind-body control, and it was a conscious battle she fought every day of her life. But AJ had nobody, so Jillian would be that somebody even if it left a mark, which it did. The blinding pain was bearable, just, and the blood was minimal as she tasted the familiar metallic tinge that pooled on her lip. She hid her smirk. Jackson treated her as an equal when they sparred. Backhanding was something men with small dicks and overinflated egos did to women they wanted to control. She expected more from someone with AJ's experience and dick size. "Fuck!" he yelled, holding his fisted hands to his head. She didn't touch him. She didn't have to. The sacrifice was for the impact, and with one slap, it was done. Her heart broke for him as realization pooled in his eyes. Nothing bled quite like regret. "Oh God, I'm sorry." He squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. "Good night, AJ." Jillian kept each word steady like walking across a tightrope. His Adam's apple bobbed as if he was choking on something. Pride? Turning, his shoulders curved in as he drudged through his self-made pit of misery to the door. "Eric James." He glanced back over his shoulder. She dabbed the blood at her lip. "I forgive you." AJ winced as if forgiveness was a burden. Sometimes it was. AJ wrung his hands together as he sat on the edge of the bed, feeling nauseous, dizzy, and plagued with shame and regret. Never in his life had he hit a woman. He despised the PTSD label. It was an excuse, and he didn't want an excuse. There was no excuse for the razor edge to his words, or the lash of his hand against Jillian's face. Who the fuck was that person? Why would she offer to let him hit her? Why would she forgive him? Why would she stay? The questions were infinite, and the answers were enigmatic. He'd caused pain to the one person who took his away. Glancing at his watch, he thought of 2 skipped meals and Jillian's petite body that couldn't keep fat on it for anything. 20 minutes later, he knocked on her door, holding the biggest bouquet of flowers he could find in a 10-mile radius. It was pathetic, and an ocean short of the grand apology she deserved, but it's all he had at the time. She opened the door, her face stone, her lips swollen. The dagger of regret twisted. Without a second thought, he fell to his knees. Jillian had said she'd bring him to his knees, and for the second time, that's where he landed. "The flowers are overkill for a slap on the cheek." Jillian rolled her eyes. "And get up off your knees unless you're proposing, in which case the answer is no." She grabbed the flowers. "It was more than a slap, and your face shows it. And you're the only woman in the history of the world that would say that to me." AJ stood and followed her inside the room. "Yeah? Well, women can be sensitive and a bit persnickety. You had a moment. Everyone has their moments." AJ tried to smile through the anguish. "What happened earlier, that wasn't me. It's not a moment I'm proud of." He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed while closing his eyes. "Or maybe it was me. God, I hope not, but I just don't know anymore. It's so damn frustrating, the unpredictability. One minute I'm in control, in the next, agitation at the whole fucking world rips through my body like a tornado." AJ rested his palm on her cheek. She closed her eyes and leaned into his touch. "I'm so damn sorry. It will never." Shh. She rested her hand over his. "Never's a long time, but next time, there won't be a next time." He sat on the bed and pulled her between his legs, resting his forehead on her chest while cupping her ass. "As I was saying, next time, put some balls behind it." "My God, woman, you have a knack for verbally castrating men. If I spend much more time with you, I'm not certain I'll still have a pair." He bit at her nipple through her top. Jillian moaned, bringing his dick to attention. "Let's go." He smacked her ass. "Go where?" She climbed up on his lap, perching her crotch on the bulge in his jeans. "I'm taking you to dinner for some real food." His fingers dug into her hips to still her efforts of dry humping him. Jillian kissed his neck as if food wasn't even close to being on her radar. "I think if I tied you up again and sucked on your cock, that would tide me over until morning." "No way in hell." He lifted her from his lap and stood, adjusting his erection. She laughed. "I don't think that's a normal reaction to a blowjob offer." AJ cleared his throat and held open the door for her. "I don't think you know how to give a normal blowjob." She waltzed past him with a smirk. You mean boring? Boring's not always bad, he grumbled to himself, letting the door slam behind him. Yes, it is, she called from 20 feet down the hall. The woman had the hearing of a dog. My tongue will keep you young, Sarge. You don't want your ball hair going gray yet, do ya? Jillian had impeccable timing. AJ turned at the giggling sound behind him. 3 doe-eyed teenagers froze, holding their breath while covering their mouths. His piercing glare sent them scurrying in the opposite direction. Their dinner at the hotel's tavern was 2 cloth napkins short of a real date. We had drinks, appetizers, a main course, and dessert. It was a real date. AJ argued in the elevator on the way back to their rooms. Sorry, no cloth napkins. But I brought you flowers. That was an apology. Jillian stepped off the elevator. As she unlocked her door, he smoothed her hair off her neck and brushed his lips along her skin. It was a shitty apology, he whispered. Goosebumps bloomed along her flesh as she shivered from his touch. Good night, AJ. Wait. He hooked his arm around her waist as she pushed open the door. Just like that? No kiss goodnight, or... She turned and planted a kiss on his cheek. Sweet dreams. He tightened his grip as she began to pull away. I think my ball hair is going gray. She laughed. About that. I think you should just wax that whole area. I'd be happy to do that for you when we get home. AJ released her, buckling over like she just kicked his junk. Guys don't do that shit. They do. She tossed her purse on the bed. I suppose you could shave it instead. I think Jackson has a straight edge we could borrow. I'm messed up, but not completely insane. I think I'd gnaw off my own hand before I'd let you near my dick with a straight blade. I told you, I'm not into cutting. She smiled past the knot in her stomach after realizing the words in her head actually came out of her mouth. The jovial mood evaporated, leaving a heavy, suffocating feeling in its place. She could see the question brewing in AJ's mind as his expression became more focused, eyes searching, lips firming with a deep swallow. Who's Jones? All the blood pulled from the surface of Jillian's skin, leaving a cold sweat in its place. What? Jones. When I pinned you down and woke you after you fell asleep last night, you yelled, "Damn it, Jones." Complete honesty wasn't a luxury Jillian would ever have again. Lying was survival. My dog. I used to have a dog named Jones. No lie. He died. She turned and opened her suitcase, needing something to hide the way her hands were shaking. Yes, he died, she lied. I'm sorry. Jillian fought the tight grip of emotion in her throat that felt like it was trying to asphyxiate her. Me too. She could hide her thoughts, her words, and on a good day, her tears. But her heart demanded acknowledgement. There was never enough Heineken to numb the dull ache in her chest. AJ huffed a heavy sigh. I'm not good at this. She sat on the edge of the bed with her hands tucked under her legs. Good at what? This. He motioned between them. This relationship stuff. I should care enough to ask you more about your past. The blood thing, the ridiculous profession you've chosen, the reason why you're living with your brother. But I'm too fucking selfish. I can barely deal with my own pathetic life. She shook her head. It's fine. I have nothing to tell. His head jerked back a fraction as his eyelids fluttered with rapid blinks. What is that supposed to mean? Jillian lifted a single shoulder. You act like I'm on a cliff's edge just waiting, begging you to ask me about my past and my issues, but I'm not. The fact that you don't ask me about it is why this, she mimicked his motion between them, relationship works. He nodded with an absent stare. She'd gone too far. It was a slippery balance between too much and not enough. It's human nature to desire what's perceived as the unattainable. Was she making her past seem too unattainable? Don't. AJ's gaze snapped to hers. Don't what? I was simply stating a fact. Don't interpret it as a game. I'm not playing hard to get with my emotions. It's not a trap. He rested his hands on his hips and stared at his feet. It's a gift, AJ. You will never have to be my gallant knight on his trusty steed, drawing your sword to defend my honor. I will never gawk at sparkly diamonds in the jewelry store window, or ask you where you see our relationship going. You sound callous, but I know you're not. I've experienced your compassion. That's a gift, too. I've never been compassionate toward you with an ulterior motive. I'm not callous. I'm strong. It takes a lot of strength to give unconditionally, because the ego is a savage, demanding beast. He narrowed his eyes a bit. So, nothing. You don't want anything from me in return. Jillian smirked, prowling toward him. I'm compassionate, not a saint. She slid her hands under his shirt, tracing the definition of each firm plane of muscle. He quirked a brow. So, you want me for my body? A provocative smirk stole her lips as she pushed up his shirt and teased her teeth over his skin. I think we both know it's not for your stellar personality. You're such a bitch, he growled, grabbing her ass and lifting her up. She wrapped her legs around his waist and laughed. But an honest bitch. Chapter 31. Day. Jessica could not blink. 1,000 jolts of panic coursed through her veins. It was fire. It was ice. It was insanity. Panic seized her heart, sending it into a pounding arrhythmia. Inside the black bag was an assortment of restraints. Handcuffs, ropes, satin gags and blindfolds, and zip ties. She stepped away as if it were filled with poisonous snakes. He wanted to torture her. Maybe he did believe For's spirit was in her and he was planning an exorcism. He'd been right all along, and maybe it was all part of his mind games. The chance of them having sex was once again less than 0%. Period. The bag was his final point. He'd been studying her. Therefore, he had to know there was no way she could ever be restrained. They'd hit an impasse, and there would never be a bridge long enough to gap the distance, no matter how much she loved him. The bag and what it represented was too much. She shoved it in the front closet, tossed her sandwich in the trash, and went to sleep alone, the way she would for the rest of her life. Autopilot. Jessica fell back into her pre-Dr. Luke Jones routine. Exercise, work, study, test, repeat. After 2 weeks, she gave up trying to pretend that he didn't exist. After all, it would be difficult to do since they were both in the Long Beach Triathlon with Kelly and Gabe. You have a lot of explaining to do. Kelly barged through the door. Nice to see you too. Jessica set her bags by the door. They were all riding down to Long Beach in Gabe's SUV. Aside from a few texts from Luke asking if she was coming to clean, which she answered with a simple no, they hadn't had any other communication since the black bag incident. Ellie said you're Luke's maid now. I told her she was full of shit, but she insisted she wasn't. And it's a weird thing for her to make up on her own. So what gives? Oh, Ellie, yeah, it's true. I was doing some light house cleaning for Luke, but I'm not anymore. Kelly looked at her like a third eye had sprouted above her nose. That doesn't make any sense. It really didn't. You're a disaster. Kelly looked around Jessica's cluttered apartment. And everything at his condo is immaculate. What could you possibly be doing to help him? I'm not doing anything. I was, but now I'm not. Are you ready to go? Kelly narrowed her eyes. Why not? Jessica grabbed her bags and lifted her bike on her shoulder. He fired me. What? Kelly opened the door. Well, what I mean is he let me go. Actually, it was more me than him. She handed Kelly her keys to lock up, then headed down the stairs. He was too demanding. I didn't want to feel so tied down. Jessica Mauve Day, I don't believe a word you're saying. This whole situation reeks of lies and something else. Hey, Jess. Gabe greeted her at the curb and took her bags and bike. Kelly tracked Jessica with an evil eye as they both got in the back seat. What's with the sour grape look? Gabe asked Kelly as he shut the door and adjusted his mirror. Our friends are up to something. Jessica shook her head and ignored Kelly's distrustful scowl all the way to Luke's condo. Hey, man. Gabe jumped out and grabbed Luke's bike. Jessica looked out the opposite window, digging her nails into her palms just short of breaking the skin. Oh, you're sitting in back? Luke asked Kelly as he opened her back door. Why? Do you want to sit back here with your ex-maid? Jessica whipped her head around to look at Luke. He squinted a bit, flitting his eyes between her and Kelly. Ex-maid? Yes, you fired her, didn't you? I quit. Oh, that's right. Kelly nodded. You were being too... What did you say, Jessica? Oh, now I remember. You were being too demanding, and she didn't want to feel so tied down. Luke's wide eyes sought confirmation from Jessica. Is that so? She grimaced. Get up front. I'm sitting back here with my ex-maid. Kelly seemed to dismiss the edge of anger to his words, but Jessica did not. Everyone ready? Gabe asked as soon as Kelly closed her door. With a unison of yes, they were off to Long Beach. Kelly dominated the conversation with her pre- and post-triathlon meal plans for everyone, the map of the course, check-in times, and basically everything else from the website, as if she were the only one in the group who could read. Luke pulled his phone out of his pocket and focused on the screen. Jessica drummed her fingers on the armrest, stealing an occasional sideways glance. Those hands that held his phone and fingers that slid over the screen were the same ones that cupped her breast, brushed over her nipple, and slipped between her legs. She adjusted in her seat, feeling warm and tingly. Her phone vibrated. Slipping it out of her bag, she smiled. Jones. Hi. Jessica. Hi. She rolled her eyes to the side, but his face remained stoic, as if he were messaging someone a million miles away. Jones. I've missed you. Her heart galloped. Jessica. Missed you too. Jones. Did you lose my number? She stared at the screen. Jessica. Just my nerve. Jones. Because of the bag? Jessica. Yes. Jones. I miss your lips. She shifted again in her seat. How he sat there like a statue was beyond comprehension. Jessica. They miss you. Jones. Why no bra today? She dipped her chin. Her hard nipples were molded in twin peaks against her gray tank top. Tossing any sort of discreetness out the window, she turned and stared at him, silently demanding him to look at her. But he didn't. He showed absolutely no outward signs that they were having any sort of interaction. Jessica. I'm against suppression. Jones. It's distracting. Jessica. So are your socks. How did you end up wearing two right ones today? Jones. They're crew socks. There is no right and left. They're ambidextrous. Jessica. If I wouldn't have cried in the shower, how many times would we have had sex by now? She stared at her bold words, letting her finger hover over the send button. She had to know, so she let her thumb tap the screen. Then she waited, but within seconds there was a return message. Jones. More than you can count. Gulp. Jessica. Fuck me. Somehow her fingers typed what her brain was thinking, not what she really meant to say. Jones. When and where? She turned to him again. Nothing. Not one look. Not one flinch. For a brief moment she wondered if she had the right Jones. What if he lost his phone and got another one with a new number? What if she was having this conversation with a sick and twisted stranger? Even worse, what if she wasn't? Jessica. Ever had sex in the restroom of a restaurant? Jones. What do you think? That's just it. She didn't know what to think. Before that day, she would have said no. But when her orderly, completely irresistibly sexy mindfuck of a friend answered, "When and where?" to her "fuck me" comment, all bets were off. Jessica, I think if the restaurant where Kelly has planned for us to stop for lunch has a restroom door with a lock on it, Are we stopping for lunch soon? I'm starving. Luke called up to Gabe and Kelly. No need for foreplay. That was it. The heavy ache between her legs grew with such intensity from his voice, his words. She feared just getting out of the vehicle would detonate her impending orgasm. The more she thought about it, the more certain she was that she'd never make it. The feeling was 10 times worse than a full bladder on a bumpy road. Her pulse was non-existent in her chest. Every beat was at her sex. How would she explain going weak in the knees in the middle of a parking lot from an orgasm? There's road construction, so we're going to detour. I'll have to look for a different stop, so it might not be for another hour or two. The bag on the floor between you two has some snacks in it, Kelly said. Jessica salivated like a dog. Her entire body was in 0-hour meltdown. If it were a bladder issue, she could request they pull over and let her squat in the ditch. But how could she ask them to pull over and step out of the car while she had emergency sex with Luke? Luke, wet your finger. She squinted her eyes at his text. What did he mean? Brushing her finger over her lip, her tongue darted out to wet it. Luke, lower. His all-consuming eyes finally met hers, sucking her into his sensual vortex. All of her senses sprang to life. The brush of her cotton shirt along her nipples, the salty taste from her own finger that was destined to slide between her own legs, and the sudden rush of Chanel No. 69 that infiltrated her nose like a drug. Under his manipulative trance, controlled only by his eyes, she pulled up her cotton skirt and slid her finger under the crotch of her panties, being careful to not touch her painfully sensitive clitoris. One wrong move and she would have exploded. A single swipe and her finger was drenched. Luke bent down. With one hand he ruffled the snack bag, and with his other he clasped Jessica's wrist. Keeping his head ducked behind the front seats, he brought her wet finger to his lips and slid it into his mouth. It was a modest gesture with a monstrous effect. Jessica panted through it, fighting for control and dying to release soft moans of pleasure. He pulled her finger from his mouth and circled the tip of his tongue along the pad of it, and it was over. She squeezed her legs together, dropped her chin to her chest, letting her hair fall like a curtain over her face. Then she bit her lips and closed her eyes as an orgasm pulsed in rippling waves along her sex, clear to her toes, curling them in her flip-flops. How did he do that? Some guys could fondle a woman's body for hours and nothing. Luke texted where and when, wet your finger, then sucked said finger for less than 10 seconds. Bang! With his hand in the bag, he went ahead and retrieved an apple before releasing Jessica's wrist and sitting up straight again. Those are so good. Kelly looked back at the apple in Luke's hand. Yeah. My mouth is already watering. He took a big bite with a smirk on his face, eyes on Jessica. She narrowed her eyes. Cocky wasn't becoming of him. Well, maybe it was. The restaurant bathroom did not have a locking door. Just as well. Luke wasn't entirely certain how he and Jessica's first time would play out. The close call in the shower at his parents' was the weakest moment he'd experienced in years. A real diving into the Shark Tank move. He had been ready to bleed again if it meant being with her, until she cried and his selfishness hit him in the chest like a wrecking ball. How could he have lost sight of the regret she would feel? Gabe let Kelly and Jessica off at the hotel entrance, while he and Luke looked for a parking spot. So, who's the girl? Gabe asked. Luke glanced at him in the rearview mirror. What girl? Our parents had dinner the other night. I heard you took a girl home for the weekend. Luke nodded. I did. Why didn't you tell me? It wasn't a big deal. Gabe laughed. That's not how your parents described it. What did they say? They said she's the one. Of course they thought that, whether it was true or not. She was the girl you hate to love and love to hate. Either way, she was nothing short of an addiction. He was out of control with her and desperate without her. So, who is she? Such a simple question. A friend of a friend? Really? I know most of your friends. Maybe I know her. Gabe pulled into a parking spot. That seemed 100% probable. Luke got out and slipped on his sunglasses. Gabe shut the door and rested his hand on Luke's shoulder. A shit-eating smirk, not so elegantly, graced his lips. I'm giving you shit, man. God, it's exhilarating for once to watch the great Dr. Jones squirm a bit. I know you took Jessica home, and you have some serious explaining to do. Does Kelly know? Nope. She'd be pissed that Jessica hasn't said anything. How long have you known? About a week. Why didn't you say something before now? I assumed you'd tell me. You were going to tell me, right? It's complicated. I don't get it. We fixed you two up. Why the secrecy? Luke turned and started unloading their gear. As I said, it's complicated. Listen, dumbass, I have a PhD in physics. I can handle complicated. You won't even have to talk slow or use elementary vocabulary. Luke sighed. It's not that you won't get it or understand. It's that I can't tell you everything. They weighted themselves down with bags and bikes. The car beeping when Gabe locked it was like a light bulb going on in his head. Oh, fuck. She's your patient, isn't she? The guy really was too smart for his own good. Chapter 32. Night. Day 2 on their journey back to Omaha went much better than the previous one. AJ ate the salty peanuts and diabetic Twizzlers, then washed them down with bottled tap water. There's a rest stop coming up. Want me to pull off? AJ asked. Sure. There was only one other vehicle as they pulled to a stop. They stretched and hobbled a bit toward the bathrooms, legs stiff from so many hours on the road. AJ was already in the truck by the time Jillian came out. She froze. 2 of the lights along the walk were burnt out, leaving her nearly blind to anything on either side. Someone was lurking in the distance. She closed her eyes so she could focus on the faint rustling of footsteps in the brush. I know you. The initial fear that clenched her heart was replaced with a killer's rage the second she processed the voice. Your hair is different, but I'd recognize that body anywhere. The truck was 20 yards away. She could see the outline of AJ from the light of his phone screen. His chin was tilted toward his chest. Jillian needed to keep walking, but Jessica could not. You killed my friend. I know it was you. He wouldn't have committed suicide. It was Jessica Day's opportunity for closure. She could walk away and let him decide his fate, but the license plates on the truck would lead him to AJ's family. Her identity could lead him to Omaha. Nobody wakes up and decides to be a killer, certainly not Jillian Knight. But Jessica Day was trained to defend herself, and that training had made her a killer. He laughed. It was the same sadistic laugh that filled Jessica's ears as Four cut her friend, Claire. I think this is fate. Of all the rest stops in this goddamn big-ass country, what are the chances of us reuniting here tonight? What are the chances of your boyfriend over there saving you before I put a bullet in your head? He moved closer and she closed her eyes again, hoping AJ couldn't see her in the shadows. I'd fuck your tight little ass first, but I don't trust you. I saw the news. You died, and I don't trust ghosts. He inched closer. Knox had blindfolded her over and over, sharpening all her other senses and removing the humanly guilt that came from taking the last blink of life from a victim's eyes. It was too easy. All those years later, she remembered everything with exact precision. 2 moves and less than 5 seconds later, he was disarmed and limp on the ground with a broken neck. Her heart pounded as one lone tear trailed down her cheek. It wasn't for him. It was for her. For Jillian. Jessica died a killer, but Jillian would have to live as one. Taking a deep breath, she balled her fists that were a bit shaky, opened her eyes without looking at the body even once, and walked to the truck. AJ glanced up from his phone as she got in the driver's side. "You okay?" She started the truck and nodded. "They need to replace some lights around here. It's black as sin." Jillian didn't acknowledge him. Some things were better left in the sinful dark. They managed the last 24 hours of their trip without any more casualties. It was an awful thought, but Jillian was oddly grateful for the migraine that seized AJ on the last night. As hard as she tried to be herself, whoever Jillian Knight was supposed to be, it felt too forced. AJ would have noticed had his head not been dealing with such a pounding distraction. As soon as they arrived home, AJ nearly overdosed on pain meds and collapsed onto his bed. Jillian went home. "I'm so unbelievably pissed at you," Jackson scolded her the second she walked through the front door. She dropped her bags and looked up at him, tears racing down her cheeks. The strength it took to make it home without falling apart in front of AJ almost killed her. The anger in his eyes vanished the second he saw her pain. "Jesus, what happened?" He pulled her into his arms. She fisted his shirt while sobs racked her whole body. "I killed him." Jackson gripped her arms and held her back. "Who?" he yelled, eyes wild. Trigger." She sagged in his hold. "What? How? Look at me." He was at a rest stop." Jackson lowered them both to the floor and brushed his thumb over the mark on her lip from AJ. "He hurt you. Where the fuck was AJ when this happened?" She shook her head. "He didn't hurt me." "Your lip. That was AJ." Jackson's body went rigid. "AJ hit you?" "I told him to." "You what? Stop!" She grabbed Jackson's face. "Listen to me," she sniffled. "This isn't about AJ. We stopped at a rest stop in Wyoming last night and AJ returned to the truck before me. It was dark and I heard someone in the distance. It was him, Jackson. It was Trigger." "You saw him?" "No." Pain washed over her face. "I heard his voice. He recognized me." "But you didn't look at him?" She slowly turned her head side to side, keeping her eyes locked to his. She didn't have to say it. They both knew. "He had a gun." Jackson nodded once. "AJ didn't see anything." "He was following you?" "No. His car was there before us. He was just as surprised to see me." "Come on. You're smarter than that. There's no fucking way it was a coincidence." "His car was there before we pulled off. There's no way he was following us." "Did you see him get in or out of the car?" "What?" Jillian tried to shake the confusion from her mind. "What was the license plate number?" I don't know." "There was only one other car in the lot, and you didn't get the license plate number?" "No, I didn't. It was late at night and we were in the middle of nowhere. Why the hell would I need to sweep the area?" "Because that's what you were trained to do. It's been ingrained in you." "It was him." Jackson held her head, forcing her to look him in the eye. "But was it his car? Is it possible he did in fact follow you? Could he have parked somewhere else?" "Oh, God." Her jaw trembled. She couldn't say for sure if it was his car. It was just an assumption. A hasty, bad assumption. "We should call Knox." "I'm sure he already knows. It's been almost 24 hours. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Knox knows what move you're going to make before you do. I'll search it up." Jackson stood and pulled her up, then grabbed his computer. Jillian turned her back to him. She didn't want to see any photos. Man found dead at Wyoming rest stop along I-80 East Wednesday night. The 35-year-old male has been identified as Matthew Green from San Diego, California. Investigators don't suspect foul play, but are waiting autopsy confirmation. Green has been on the FBI's most wanted list for over a decade. He is believed to have been the accomplice of the infamous serial killer, Edwin Harvey. "Enough," Jillian whispered, as one last tear rolled down her cheek. "The autopsy report will say heart attack." Jillian swallowed. "I know, but you broke his neck." It wasn't a question. She shook her head. "I didn't. Jessica Day did." It was what she had to believe to keep her last shred of sanity. Taking the life of another never came without permanent sacrifice. Everything had a balance. In exchange for Trigger and Four's last breaths, Jessica had to let a piece of her soul die, a soul that she shared with Jillian. She left Jackson to deal with Knox and the high probability that she had been followed. None of it made sense. Extraordinary coincidence was more comforting than the idea that their identity and whereabouts had been compromised. But how? And by whom? "Welcome back," Dodge greeted Jillian as she stepped inside their house, escaping the blistering temperature and suffocating heat index. "Thanks, it's good to be back." "So, you and AJ, huh?" Dodge grinned. Jillian felt an uncharacteristic blush heat along her neck and cheeks. "Yes, we've become close." "Well, Lilith and Char talked the other day, and they're both real smitten with you. Said they haven't seen AJ looking this happy since he returned from his last tour before the divorce." Of course Lilith and Char had talked because Lilith could hear just fine out of one ear. "You must have a lot of things to catch up on since I've been gone." "Mainly drinking and peace, but yeah, a few other errands too." He winked and waved before leaving through the back door. Lilith sat in her chair reading a book. "Why did you let me believe you're deaf?" Lilith raised her head an inch and placed her bookmark inside. "I hadn't planned on it." Jillian sat down on the sofa beside Lilith's chair. "But then you started telling me a story. Your story." Jillian couldn't hide the pained look on her face. "No one was supposed to know. I shouldn't have—" "I'll take it to my grave, sweetie." Lilith held out her hand and Jillian took it. Her heart squeezed with anguish, thinking how close Jackson had come to ending Lilith's life to save theirs. "If you ever tell anyone, it would put your life in danger." "It's not my story to tell. I promise." Jillian nodded. "Why are you in Omaha? I have to know why you left the love of your life." Lilith pleaded with her own pained expression. Jillian felt the burden of Lilith's sympathy and knew the right choice, the only choice, was to never say another word to Lilith about Jessica Day. However, Jillian thrived on bad choices. "I didn't leave the love of my life. Jessica did because she died." The soft wrinkles around Lilith's eyes deepened with confusion. "It's complicated." Jessica made lemonade and then made Lilith swear on the lives of her grandchildren that Jessica Day didn't exist. Chapter 33. Day. "I swear to God, if you say a fucking word," Luke glared through narrowed eyes at Gabe. "You'll lose your license, I get it. Once again, not stupid. Wish I could say the same about you," Gabe mumbled as they trekked to the hotel like oxen hauling full loads. "For the record, she's not my patient anymore, and we've never had sex." "Thanks for that, but just so you know, I'm not keeping a record. I'm your best friend. I know more about you than you know about yourself. But I think Kelly might be my one, and I don't want to screw it up because our best friends can't get their shit together." "I'm working on it." "Well, work faster. And tell Jessica she needs to say something to Kelly about your trip to Tahoe before she hears about it from my parents when we go visit them next week. Got it?" "Yeah, I got it." Kelly and Jessica were waiting in the lobby. So, Jess and I were going to share a room, but she said we could stay together. Kelly leaned up and kissed Gabe. The other room has 2 queen beds. Are you okay with it too, Luke? Yeah. Are you two okay with staying in the same room? Gabe gave Luke a tight-lipped grin. Luke looked at Jessica, who was staring at her feet. We'll survive. Jessica looked up, wetting her lips and rubbing them together. Let's go then, ladies. We're not going to stand here holding all this shit forever, Gabe said. Oh, here, babe. Kelly took a few bags from Gabe, as Jessica jumped to ease Luke's load as well. They took the elevator to their rooms and made plans to meet up for carbo loading after Kelly and Gabe took a nap. So, Jessica shoved open the curtains to their ocean view window. I think I'm ready to talk about the bag you left at my place. After weeks of the silent treatment since he'd left that bag, Luke was rethinking his unconventional plan to find intimacy with Jessica that didn't involve him losing blood. Is this the point in our relationship that you confess you're into kink? She asked, turning back toward him. He grinned with his lips twisted to the side. Yeah, about that. She plunked down in the swivel chair, throwing her feet up on the desk, reminiscent of their time at his office, minus the leather chair. No, I'm not into bondage. You were going to be my exception. You're afraid of me? No. He leaned against the wall, hands shoved in his pockets. It was intended for you, not for me. So, you thought after my experience with 4 that I might like to be restrained during sex? I thought you might want to be with me and not feel guilty for making me bleed. I thought we could use the idea behind bondage to establish trust. I see. So you don't trust me? I trust you implicitly. She drew in a slow breath. How can you say that? She whispered. Because I believe you. What do you believe? Luke pushed off the wall and bent over, resting his hands on the arms of her chair, his face inches from hers. I believe you love me. He looked at her lips, and she looked at his. Kiss me, Jones. How could he trust her when she didn't trust herself? His lips met hers, and it didn't matter. Jessica needed him beyond passion, beyond reason, beyond breathing. Her hands went straight for his hair as she dropped her feet to the floor. She fell so deep into his kiss, her lungs screamed for air, yet her tongue reached for more. The harder she tugged, the louder he moaned. His taste brought her to life. His smell drowned all thought. His touch felt like a whispered promise. Luke. His name floated from her lips, a fervent plea, a prayer. The heat of his mouth drifted down her neck. She arched her back, begging to feel him anywhere and everywhere, all at once. Luke wrapped her tight in his arms until their bodies cursed the clothes between them. He laid her on the bed, her hands tugging and pulling at his pants, his drawing the straps to her top down her arms. She closed her eyes. What if I... Do it. He freed her breasts and sucked one nipple while kneading the other with a firm grip. I'll die if we stop. Want. Need. Trust. I'll hate myself if we don't. He stilled. Releasing her breast, he closed his eyes and sighed. You hate me? She grimaced, not really wanting him to answer. Eyes still shut, he shook his head. But I'm killing you. He nodded, then looked at her. She rolled to her side and sat up, pulling her top back in place. Damn it, she yelled, and pounded her fists into the bed. What is wrong with me? I've been thinking about this for months. I'm a freaking statistical phenomena who goes from less than 0% to 100 in 2 weeks' time. He reached for her, but she stood and pulled away. Jessica. No. She began to pace the room. Don't try to downplay this. I'm a cock tease, plain and simple. How did this happen? I'm the RSVP girl, and you did. You RSVP'd, and both times you've been denied access. Cock tease. Jessica. I'm not a procrastinator. I get the job done. I may get a little bloody, but I do it. Be damned the consequences. She ran her fingers through her hair. You gave me permission to make you bleed. Nobody does that. Why did you do that? I don't need your permission. That negates the whole point of it. You've completely messed with my mojo. Luke fought back a smirk. Your sex mojo? Yes, exactly. She steepled her fingers against her lips. Now, the question is, why? Why are you messing with my sex mojo? He rolled onto his back and flopped his arm over his face. This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had, and I've had some really weird conversations. Come on, Jones, show me your stuff. In your expert opinion, why is this happening to me? I'm not doing this. Why not? She planted her fists on her hips. Because I'll come across as some conceited jerk. Say it. No, he grumbled. Say it. Fine. He sprang up, ramrod straight. You can't have sex with me because you're scared. I'm probably the only person who completely trusts you, and that scares you because you love me. You care what I think, and the idea of hurting me and breaking that trust scares you to death because you don't trust yourself. She blinked at him over and over again. It's not the pain. I know you could handle my nails and teeth breaking your skin. It's the embarrassment. Because nobody in their right mind does that. And I know how ludicrous it must sound saying this to my ex-psychiatrist, but I don't want you to think that I'm crazy. She bit her upper lip and sighed. Sometimes it works. In the throes of passion, drawing blood can heighten the desire, intensify the lust. But afterward, the scars and bite marks are no longer sexy. They're insane. The so-called control I need during sex, it's emasculating to normal men. I've never slept with the same guy twice. You think I'll leave you if we have sex? Yes, she whispered. I won't. You don't know that. Then let me prove it. She slipped on her shoes. I'm hungry. Let's go snack while we wait to have dinner. Luke stood and fastened his jeans. Do you realize I think about you all the time? When we first met, I couldn't wait to get away from you. And the moment you were gone, I couldn't wait to see you again. You already control my thoughts. Does it really matter if I let you control my body at this point? Jessica opened the door and glanced back over her shoulder. So, you're obsessed with me? Luke smirked. Yes. She shrugged. I can live with that. Okay, gentlemen, place your bets. Kelly grinned, spinning her pasta around her fork as they enjoyed an early dinner. Bets? Luke's face twisted in confusion. Yes, will Jess finish in first place tomorrow? Jessica rolled her eyes. Have you ever finished in first place? Gabe asked. She shook her head. I always beat her and I've never taken first place. But Jess always says she could finish first if she wanted to. She just doesn't care what place she takes. It's true, Jessica shrugged. Bullshit. It's a competition. The whole point is to try and finish first. Kelly's voice peaked a few pitches higher in disbelief. $1,000 says Jessica finishes first tomorrow. Luke looked up from his plate at 3 sets of eyes gawking at him. $1,000? Gabe asked. Luke stared at Jessica. She narrowed her eyes at him. Yes, you in? Luke challenged. Gabe shook his head and grinned. Sorry, Jess, no offense, but I can't say no. This is money in my pocket. I'm in too, but only if she loses. If by some freak of nature chance she wins, I don't really have the $1,000, Kelly giggled. Everyone laughed except Jessica. What's in it for me? A medal and bragging rights. Kelly winked. Jessica returned her glare to Luke. He was using her to hustle his best friend. The bet has to be $2,000 and Luke gives me half if he wins. What? Kelly exclaimed. Gabe chewed on the inside of his cheek, eyes flitting between Jessica and Luke. What do you say, babe? Do I have anything to worry about? Kelly shook her head and grinned. Jess is full of shit. Take his money. Luke leaned back in his chair. If I lose, Miss Day, you'll be paying half. She shoved another bite of pasta into her mouth, already having eaten everyone else under the table. Deal, she mumbled. Gabe checked his watch. We're getting to bed early, but you two feel free to order dessert, drink too much, and stay up late. By this time tomorrow, you'll both be passed out and $2,000 lighter. Kelly kissed Jessica on the cheek. Sweet dreams, hon. No pressure. As soon as they walked away, Jessica grabbed the rest of Kelly's pasta and started in on it. Luke eyed her. Don't judge me, Jones. Why would I judge you? Just because you're eating your body weight in pasta tonight, and I have a sizable bet placed on you finishing first tomorrow? She shrugged. It was your idea, not mine. But for what it's worth, I count cards too if you want to take me to Vegas and use me for some more quick cash. He chuckled. You don't count cards. She paused, spaghetti hanging down her chin. He looked to the ceiling with a slight headshake. Of course you do. After slurping the last piece of spaghetti, she wiped her mouth and folded her hands over her stuffed stomach. Their table was off in a corner away from other patrons. Jessica took a quick glance around, then rested her gaze on Luke. The incessant thoughts in your brain are deafening, Jones. Just ask me. Ask you what? I don't know, it's your brain, but you always look at me with this strange curiosity. I suppose you'll say you're studying me, but I sense it's more than that. So, what is it? Tell me about your training. For tomorrow? No, the training that led to a broken pool stick at my parents' house the morning I woke you up. You mean the information that I can tell you, but then I'll have to kill you? Luke smiled. Yes. Jessica nodded. Well, we all have to die somehow. She took a sip of water. Okay, here we go. Once upon a time, there was a DEA agent who went undercover to bring down a powerful drug lord. 2 days before he was going to have the evidence to bring the whole operation down, his cover was blown. 3 hours later, his pregnant wife was abducted from their home. A week later, her body washed up on the shore. The shitty part? The DEA agent knew his cover was going to be blown, and he requested his wife be taken into protective custody. His request was denied, based on lack of evidence that there was an imminent danger. She stared at Luke, waiting for him to process everything. Is there more to the story? There's a moral to the story. The government can't be trusted to keep its employees and their families safe. So now, what I'm about to say is just hypothetical, because I kinda like you, Jones. They shared flirty smiles. I'd hate to have to kill you. I can't imagine there are too many other shrinks in this city that would barter with me. Luke frowned. You're probably right. So imagine this for a moment. What if a group of highly trained, high-ranking officials from various branches of government, including the FBI, CIA, DEA, the military, SEALs teams, etc., formed a secret group? And this group included immediate family members, and the sole purpose of this hypothetical group might be to train its members in a very elite type of self-defense. Is that what happened? Please, Jones. I said this was hypothetical, she scoffed. Okay, hypothetically, what type of self-defense training? Depends. Some might be trained to avert or possibly escape capture. It would depend on their physical and psychological capabilities. Others might be trained to protect and defend. Like an unofficial army? Hypothetically, yes. If there were an emergency, say a kidnapping or hostage situation involving a member, there would be no political hoops to jump through, because after all, the group doesn't exist. Therefore, the elite members who are not officially employed by the government could be called upon to extract the captured member from the dangerous situation. So, are we talking martial arts training? For the elite members? Yes. Everything. They would be trained by the best and taught everything they know. Think of it as a special forces boot camp on steroids. These members are trained to kill? Yes. Luke nodded, his Adam's apple bobbed with a hard swallow. So, hypothetically, if you were part of a group like this, would you be considered an elite member? Most of those members would be trained from an early age, say 14. They would be single and in top physical and mental condition. You have a $2,000 bet with Gabe that I'm going to finish first tomorrow, so I think you already know the answer to your question. Luke nodded again. So, now I have a question for you, Dr. Jones. As you can imagine, someone who watched their friend die would no longer be considered in top mental condition and would therefore no longer be called upon to save someone's life. My question is, how long would it take this person to walk in a room and not think of weapons or the means to kill the people in it? He rested his chin on his fist. I honestly don't know. Maybe never. She appreciated his honesty. Luke had become her truth. But it was just another confirmation that she would never be the same again. That confirmation from the doctor himself left her with two options. Bow out gracefully in a woe-is-me, you deserve someone better way, or get the guy with a fuck it, I deserve happiness as much as anyone else attitude. On the precipice of a lethal carb coma, it was best to delay that decision until after the triathlon. Chapter 34. Night. The streak of peaceful woods in red rain boots and not much else zipped through the yards wielding a weed eater. Normally she tried to set pace with Bill on his mower to make her negotiated wage seem justified. But on that particular day she set a new record, staying a notch above the subpar quality the residents had come to expect from Bill's complete lack of attention to detail. "It's here!" she squealed, while hanging the weed eater in Bill's garage. The sexy lawn lady channeled her inner child on Christmas, chasing her new red baby down the private drive, boots smacking, hands waving. "She's so damn sexy!" Jillian grinned, as Sarah, her training consultant, climbed out of Jillian's new red Mercedes. "You're something else. I don't think in the history of the company anyone has ever earned a car this fast." Sarah handed her the key and waved to her husband, who pulled up behind them in a minivan. "I'm proud to say I trained you." Jillian took the key. "Yes, I couldn't have done it without you." A lie, but Jillian reserved her arrogant, gloating personality for Jackson, and only Jackson. "You didn't need to deliver it. I could have gone to the dealership." "Nope, I trained you, so it's tradition that I deliver the car to you." She opened the passenger door to the minivan. "Enjoy it while you can. Someday your chariot will have dual sliding doors and a DVD player on the ceiling." "Bye, Sarah," Jillian laughed. She ran her hand along the shiny paint. "It's an overpriced Jetta," Jackson chimed. "Shut it." She grinned while feathering her fingers over the glossy red coating. It was an overpriced Jetta. But it's a gift, so who cares? "Speaking of gifts, I talked with Knox." Jillian stiffened. "As we already assumed, he took care of the incident." "Why does he think Trigger was there?" "Coincidence." Jillian turned. "But you don't believe that." Jackson shook his head. "And I don't think you do anymore either." She didn't know what to believe. If it were a coincidence, then the universe dropped her a gift. The gift of closure. What had she done to deserve such a gift? Nothing. "It wasn't coincidence. I'm not that lucky. But if Knox doesn't believe it, then what can we do?" "Wait." She sighed. "Yeah, wait like sitting ducks. Fabulous." Jackson raised his chin. Jillian turned and waved at AJ pulling in his garage, wearing a timid smile. "I'm going inside. Don't be pissed." "About?" She cocked her head to the side. "Nothing." He pivoted and walked in the garage, turning just before closing the door. His face wrinkled into a slight grimace. She skipped across the yard and into AJ's garage. He eased out of his Jeep, checking out her yard work attire, or lack thereof. "See something you like, Sergeant?" He grabbed his messenger bag from the back seat. "Yes, I just wish everyone else wasn't seeing it." "Are you grumpy today?" Headshake. "I have some work to do. Maybe I'll call you later." Jillian watched him with confusion as he went in the house. She followed him. "I said I have work to do." His words carried an edge as he set his bag on the counter. She moved toward him. "Stop." He held up a flat hand. Jillian stopped. She sniffed one of her armpits. "I put deodorant on. I wasn't going to stay. I just wanted to give you a reason to call me later." She gave him a sexy grin and continued toward him. "Jillian," he warned, retreating a step. "Do you want me to beg?" "No, I want you to go home." "Kiss me." She inched close as the worried look of discomfort deepened along his forehead. He grabbed her arms, holding them to her sides, and gave her a quick kiss. Then he turned her around and gave her a gentle nudge toward the door. "Now, off you go." "Eric James!" She whipped around and shoved him against the wall. "Fuck!" he hissed. She jumped back, eyes trailing up and down his body, until landing on his hand pressed gently to his ribs. She slid his shirt up. "Your ribs are bruised." "Brilliant, Dr. Knight." "What Her eyes grew wide. "Jackson! He did this, didn't he?" She turned and AJ grabbed her arm. "Stop. He was looking out for his sister." "I gave you permission to hit me. Did you give him permission to do this?" "No, but he earned my respect. If you were my sister, I'd beat any guy a breath away from his last for laying a hand on you. I think he let me off pretty easy." "Did you hit him back?" He shook his head. "It wasn't a fight. It was an understanding." "An understanding?" "Yes. I understand that I answer to him when it comes to your well-being." She fisted the collar of his jacket. He winced as he bent down to her. "You two Neanderthals answer to me, not each other. Got it?" She kissed him hard, feeling the pain in his ribs through the reluctance of his lips. "Now take something for the pain, or sex later is going to make the infamous blowjob seem like a trip to Disneyland." Pivoting on her signature air of confidence, she waltzed out the door like a queen. "We're not having sex The door shut before AJ could finish his not-so-confident declaration. Of course they weren't having sex later, but ruffling his grumpy feathers had become her new favorite pastime. Jillian always told Jackson everything, eventually. And what she attempted to bury in her emotional tomb that she'd take to her grave, he knew that stuff too. Though, out of respect, he kept that knowledge to himself. She needed that illusion of control, and he gave it to her. It kept her on the right side of sanity, most of the time. AJ was the wild card. Jackson wasn't sure where he fit into Jillian's level of sanity. Her asking to be punished, no matter her reasoning behind it, was a hard limit. Jackson never crossed it, and he sure as shit wasn't going to let anyone else get away with crossing it. "Where are you, dick face?" she yelled as the door slammed shut. And so it began. Her love for him was so touching. He pumped through pull-ups in the doorway to his bedroom. There was no need to answer. She'd smell his sweat and pain like a bloodhound. "Motherfucker!" He fell from the bar, landing on his side in fetal position, gasping for his next breath through the intense pain radiating in his stomach and groin. "Below the belt," he gritted through his teeth. "Not cool." "Yeah, well, lucky for you, once you stop gagging on your testicles, you'll be fine. AJ's ribs are going to be sore for weeks. What is wrong with you?" Every nerve in a guy's body connects to his balls. It was both a blessing and a curse. Once the nausea and lightheadedness faded, all that was left was the dull ache. Jackson fought his way into a sitting position against the wall. "For reasons that have somehow slipped my mind at the moment," he continued to grimace, "I feel responsible. For the evil demon that is my sister." She crossed her arms over her chest and leaned forward, looking down on him with said evil demon's glare. AJ has PTSD and suffers unimaginable migraines. I've hit him in the nose twice, broken it once, and left an embarrassing and most regrettable collage of claw and bite marks tattooed over his body. I think it's best we refrain from any more bodily harm before he slaps a restraining order against both of us. Agreed? Jackson nodded. Jillian turned to leave. "Jill." "What?" "I think you've had enough too. Don't let him hit you again. Agreed?" "Agreed," she whispered. Jackson's phone rang. It was on his bed 10 feet away. A long 10 feet. He crawled through the pane to answer it. "Yes," he groaned. "Hey, Pookie, my mom's out of town. Want to have a play date?" It was a good possibility that any girl inviting him over for a play date might be too young for him. That and Mr. Snuffleupagus was not feeling so Pookie that night. "Sorry, Dahlia. I'm a little under the weather right now." "Oh, dear. Need me to come over and take care of you?" No, I'm good. I'll call you." He ended the call and rested his head against the bed. Damn it, I've got to keep my dick out of that girl's mouth and cut her loose. Hallmark really needed to make a "sorry I beat the shit out of you" card. The Knights would have purchased them in bulk. In lieu of the non-existent poetic gesture, Jillian opted for breakfast in bed delivered to AJ, at the ass crack of dawn since that's when he awoke. She retrieved the well-hidden key under his planter and let herself inside. "Your lack of conscience or morals when it comes to breaking and entering is disturbing," AJ mumbled from behind the morning paper. At 5 a.m., he was already showered and dressed. "I brought you breakfast in bed as a peace offering for Jackson's irrational behavior. So if you wouldn't mind getting naked and under the sheets, I'll set this on a plate and surprise you with it in about 2 minutes." AJ folded the paper and tossed it aside. Taking a sip of his coffee, he made a quick assessment of her attire. Black lace panties, a gray and white polka dot tank top, and her favorite red rain boots. "I'm fairly certain whatever you managed to throw together for my breakfast is the opposite of a peace offering." "Thanks for the vote of confidence." "You're welcome." He couldn't keep his eyes from wandering over her body. "If you don't stop looking at me like that, the only thing you'll be eating for breakfast is me." He raised a brow like a sexy accent to his sly smile. "I already know you taste better than anything in that bag." He shoved the newspaper on the floor. "Hop up and spread 'em." She sighed. "Nice job calling my bluff. Actually, it's cinnamon coffee cake." "Oh, Lord. I bet you actually put coffee grounds in it, didn't you?" She set the bag on the table and straddled his lap. He tensed, bending as far back into the chair as he could to keep a safe distance between her and his ribs. Pinching his lips together like a duck's, she narrowed her eyes. "As I was saying, it's cinnamon coffee cake that Greta made for Jackson while I was gone. Apparently she was under the impression I do the cooking, and therefore he was going to starve if she didn't offer him sustenance until I returned." AJ jerked his head to the side, freeing his mouth from her grip. "I've had Greta's coffee cake. It's the best. Now." He grabbed her hips and lifted her off his lap with a small, painful grimace. "Move your rump so I can have some." "Rump?" AJ pulled the foil off the coffee cake. "It means ass or buttocks." Jillian leaned her hip against the table, arms crossed over her chest. "I know what it means. You sounded like an old man using that term. It wasn't sexy." He shrugged, then hummed. That sounded sexual, but it wasn't about her rump. It was about Greta's food porn. "Need I remind you that I am older than you, but I'd rather you not call me an old man. And I'd imagine you don't come across the word rump much in the fake meat aisle at the store, but it's a meat term, like rump roast." Jillian picked off a chunk of the crumble topping and popped it in her mouth. It was orgasmic. "So, you like a rump roast?" "Yes, I do." "Well then, I'm going to take rump as a compliment coming from you. I do believe in your older man way. You just told me I'm a fine piece of ass. AJ grinned around his fork as he slid it from his mouth. Sexy as fuck. Jillian's panties fainted to her ankles. Did you hear about Matthew Green? AJ nodded toward the newspaper. Jillian froze. Who? She cleared her throat to mask the shakiness of her voice. Edwin Harvey? He died over a decade ago, but surely you've heard the name. He was a serial killer from San Diego. I think he killed over 15 young women, stalked them on the internet. Anyway, he had an accomplice, Matthew Green, who disappeared. He's been on the FBI's most wanted list for years. He was found dead at a rest stop in Wyoming. It was the rest stop we stopped at late Wednesday night. His body was found early Thursday morning. What are you saying? She swallowed hard. AJ chuckled. Just that it's crazy. What are the chances that we were so close to crossing paths? Jillian shook her head. Yeah, crazy. Chapter 35. Day. Luke and Jessica looked at the two queen beds and then each other. What's my safest bet? Sleeping in the same room with the woman he desired to the point of physical pain was not going to be an easy feat for Luke. She pursed her lips to the side. I'd say the one closest to the door. If you get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, you won't accidentally bump my bed and startle me. That might not end well. My prostate's not 60 years old, but good plan anyway. What about in the morning? I didn't pack a pool stick. She laughed. I wake fine to alarms, voices, serenading. Just don't touch me. Serenading? Yes. Any requests? Tony Bennett, I left my heart in San Francisco, will do just fine. She grabbed her toiletry bag and squeezed past him to the bathroom. His dick twitched just from the brief brush of her arm against his. He was in trouble. So, if you could live anywhere in the world, you'd choose San Francisco? Yes. Why? She mumbled over her toothbrush. I lived there my whole life, and it feels like a physical part of me. If I ever leave, it will not be willingly, and my heart will seriously be ripped from my chest. Luke loved the city by the bay, too, but he'd never felt a physical connection to it beyond his address. Until he met Jessica. What about you, Jones? She stepped out of the bathroom wearing lacy panties and a pink camisole top that hid absolutely nothing. Not good. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you choose? Her bed. It's hard. He was hard to say. I haven't traveled the world. I probably haven't been to paradise yet. Her bed. Well, let me know if you find it. He wouldn't have to tell her. She would know. She slipped under the covers. You're staring, Jones. You're half naked. Of course I'm staring. He gripped the back of his neck and groaned while grabbing his bag and escaping to the bathroom. He prayed for her to fall asleep so he wouldn't have to deal with an awkward goodnight situation, but no such luck. Pajama pants? Really? She teased. They're lounge pants, and I don't usually sleep in them, except when I'm traveling. What are you sleeping at home? He climbed in bed and shut off the wall light between them. I don't wear anything in bed at home. A soft whimper came from her side of the room. His heart hammered in his chest, but not nearly as hard as it was in another area of his body. I can't get to sleep. I'm too... He swallowed. Too... Turned on. Horny. In need of a release. I don't want to know that. He gritted his teeth, willing his hand not to slip into his pants. Well, I didn't want to know that you normally sleep in the nude. Then you shouldn't have asked. I need my sleep, Jones, or we're both out $1,000 tomorrow. He massaged his temples. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I don't know. Let's just do it. Let's have sex. It was a brilliant idea. She read his mind. Good night, Jessica. His conscience was an evil, blue-balling bastard. What the hell? I need it, Jones, she whispered in his ear while climbing on top of him. His dick was so hard, she nearly snapped it clean from his body while grinding her pelvis into his. The situation was volatile and extremely time-sensitive. 4 layers. Her barely-there lace panties, the cotton sheet, his pants, and his briefs that were wearing thin against his erection and the rowing motion of her hips. Not a good idea, he lied. She thrust her tongue into his mouth and clawed at his chest. Do you have a better idea? She murmured against his neck, working her mouth down to his shoulder. He didn't. Starting at her hips, he slid his hands up her body, stopping at her breasts, squeezing them as she moaned in response. Oh, God, Jones, I need this so bad. It was impossible to abandon a woman in need. Luke shoved her top above her breasts and sat up with a desperate jerk as his mouth devoured her. She cried his name, arching her back as his tongue slid across her nipple. The desire to crawl inside her body and never return sucked every last coherent thought from his brain. The sensible doctor was nowhere to be found. A man with his own needs clenched her small waist and guided her body over his, cursing all 4 of those damn layers. Her head dropped to his shoulder as her hands clutched the muscles along his back. It happened so fast, without warning. Luke flipped her over and kissed her, pinning her to the bed with the weight of his body. A deep grunt that sounded like an animal catching the fatal end of an arrow vibrated from Luke's chest as he rolled to the side. Oh my God! Jessica flipped on the light. I'm so... She stuttered with her hand cupped over her mouth, kneeling on the bed beside him. Tears sprang from her eyes as her words lodged in her throat. The regret on her face cut so much deeper than the bite on his shoulder and the torn skin on his back. She broke down before his eyes because he couldn't control himself. Him, not her. Jess. He pulled her into his arms. Not you, she sobbed. I wasn't supposed to do that. Not to you. It's okay. I'm okay. She pushed away from his grip, blood on her lips, blood on her fingernails. It's not okay. You rolled over on me, pinning me down, and I lost it because I'm a fucking psychotic monster. Jessica, he said in a reprimanding tone. She shot out of bed and ran to the bathroom. Jess. He knocked on the locked door, unable to hear anything but water running. Open up. Just give me a minute. Her words, a mournful plea, gutted him. He sat on the end of the bed and waited. Every accolade he'd ever earned weighed heavily on his conscience. He was a fraud, and the broken woman behind the door was proof. They couldn't go back to a doctor-patient relationship, yet every step forward felt like a detour. She opened the door. In that moment, he knew it would be his life's purpose to give her everything. His body, his mind, his soul, his very last breath. I'm so sorry. She sucked in a shaky breath, holding it together, once again proving her immortal strength. Crawling on the bed behind him, she pressed a warm washcloth to the cuts. He held his breath, stopping time to commit to memory the way his heart ached for hers. It was the most incredible feeling in the world. He'd never felt more alive. She eased off the bed and stood between his legs, cleaning the bite mark on his shoulder. I don't expect you to forgive me. She kept her eyes on his shoulder. His hand covered hers. When she looked at him, nothing else in the world mattered. Jessica Day. She bit her lips together. A new round of tears swelled in her eyes, her breath captive in her chest. He took the washcloth from her and brought her hand to his lips, kissing the inside of her wrist. I'm so, very, 100% madly in love with you. Relief flooded from her eyes in uncontrolled tears. He pulled her into his arms and held her like his life depended on it. What if... Shh. He kissed her just below her ear, then whispered, No what ifs. I've got this. I've got you. I'll always have you. The good news? Luke loved her. The bad news? Luke loved her. It had been the most emotionally draining and romantic night of Jessica's life, until they crawled into separate beds and went to sleep. Maybe they could live like a 90-year-old couple, forego the sex, sleep in separate beds, but eat together and hold hands on long walks. At 2 a.m., the alarm sounded. She crawled out of bed and grabbed their 2 fruit smoothies from the small refrigerator. Luke didn't even open his eyes when she nudged him to wake up, but he followed her orders. Drink this and go back to sleep. Her regimen for race day started with breakfast at 2, sleep, wake, hydrate, and kick ass. Several hours later, Tony Bennett serenaded her in her dreams about hearts being left in San Francisco. It was so real, as if her mind had a volume button, allowing each word to get louder and louder until she opened her eyes. Good morning, Luke grinned, sitting on the edge of his bed at a safe distance. His phone was on the nightstand beside her, and Tony Bennett was indeed serenading her, but not in her dreams. I called Tony and told him it was a big day for you, so he agreed to be your alarm clock. Jessica smiled. But he had a prior engagement and couldn't fit me into his schedule, so you downloaded his song from iTunes. Are you going to call me out on such inconsequential details for the rest of our lives? Her heart stumbled over its next few beats. The rest of our lives? She sat up in bed as he moved over to her, cupping his hand behind her head and pulling her to his lips. Wait. She ducked out of his hold and crawled out of bed. What are you doing? Brushing my teeth, she mumbled over a mouthful of suds while internally frowning at the puffy eyelids in the mirror. He peeked around the corner. Really? You won't kiss me until you've brushed your teeth? Really? That shit's only sexy in movies and books. She wiped her mouth with the towel, then wrapped her arms around his neck. So, you wouldn't kiss me if I had morning breath? As long as I didn't, then yes. That makes no sense. It does. I'm human. My shit stinks and my mouth tastes like rotten mothballs in the morning. You, however, always smell like sin and sex, mixed with some expensive soap. I think you could bottle your sweat and sell it for $100 an ounce. Shut up and kiss me. He plunged his tongue into her minty fresh mouth, confirming his sinfully sexy appeal that left her feeling tipsy and breathless. He released her and she grabbed the vanity to steady herself. I'm going to go a week without showering or brushing my teeth to see if you change your mind. You do that. I bet you'll have a harem trailing you as your pheromones multiply and age like a fine wine. He shook his head. Get dressed. We've got some money to win. Kelly texted Jessica that they'd meet them in the lobby after she and Gabe grabbed breakfast. They didn't follow Jessica's well-researched nutrition plan for race day. Their loss. You need to tell Kelly that we went to Tahoe together, Luke said in the elevator on their way to the lobby. Jessica pulled the bottle of smart water she'd been nursing away from her mouth. Why? Because my parents had dinner with their neighbors, who happened to be Gabe's parents. Basically everyone except Kelly knows I took you to Tahoe. Gabe didn't tell her? Nope. Said she'd be less than pleased if she heard it from anyone but you. Got it. The elevator doors opened. Good morning, Kelly squealed, jumping up and down. All that energy was wasted on a greeting, and she wasn't going to be able to retrieve it on the last leg of the race. Jessica grinned. Luke took me to Tahoe a couple weeks ago. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. Are we ready to go? Kelly's eyes bugged out. Wait, what? I was stressed about things, and he thought I could use a getaway, so we went to Tahoe. I did some manual labor with his dad. Luke sat on his ass reading and then took his sister to lunch. We watched fireworks from the houseboat, and I unsuccessfully tried to seduce him by skinny dipping in the lake. Felicity packed us a to-go bag for the road, and we arrived home Sunday night. Now, is everyone ready to go? Crickets. I'll take that as a yes. She slung her bag over her shoulder, grabbed her bike, and gestured with her head toward the hotel entrance. Let's go, peeps. I've got some ass to kick and names to take. They found parking at the event, checked in, and got all their equipment and energy packs in place. The women were going first. I just sat on my ass reading all day, huh? Luke pulled Jessica into his arms, earning a gasp from Kelly behind them. I call it like I see it, Jones. He grinned, the adoration shining bright. See you at the finish. Be careful and don't die on me. She leaned up and kissed him. Die? Yes, it happens. Usually during the swimming. The adrenaline surge. She nodded. A shitload of adrenaline. Everyone racing into the unpredictable waves, idiots swimming over the top of you or kicking you in the face, so just be careful. I'm flattered you care so much. She shrugged. Don't be. I'm really looking out for myself. If you die, I may never find another guy who gets me. He smacked her ass. Show Kelly how it's done. I heard that, Kelly yelled, as Jessica jogged to catch up to her on the way to the start. Gabe rested his hand on Luke's shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze. Ready to pay up? Wanna up it to $3,000? You're insane, Gabe chuckled. But hey, I'll take your money. Several hours later, Kelly and Jessica waited at the end of the course, watching the men's group trickle through the finish line. I'm ready to crash. Kelly drizzled the last few drops of her sports drink into her mouth and leaned against Jessica. Those waves were brutal today, and I swear the wind about knocked me off my bike. By the time I started running, my tank was completely drained. Yeah, it was a hard one today. Shut up, Kelly grumbled. I feel like you've been scamming me for years. Here they come. Jessica lifted on her toes to get a better view. See? Gabe was nice enough to wait for Luke so they could finish together. Jessica laughed. What makes you so sure Luke didn't wait for Gabe? The guys crossed the finish line far from first place, but the weak grins on their faces said they were in fact pleased to have made it to the end still standing. Luke spotted Jessica first with his unspoken question. She played the somber, defeated part long enough for Gabe to take a look and get his hopes up. He patted Luke on the shoulder with a can't-win-'em-all look of arrogance on his face as they ambled closer to Kelly and Jessica. Kelly shook her head at Gabe as Jessica held the finish line tape above her head. Her grin was wicked. Luke's grin was knowing. That's my girl, Luke yelled, picking up his pace to a weak jog. He bear-hugged her, swinging her in a circle. You're so damn incredible. He kissed her until his lungs demanded air again. Jessica didn't need the medal, the tape, or the money. That's my girl was all she needed, and the adrenaline rush she got from those 3 words exceeded anything she felt during the race. No way. Not possible. Gabe looked to Kelly for confirmation. Sorry, babe. She played both of us. Gabe slumped, resting his hands on his knees. $3,000. What? Kelly questioned. 2. Gabe shook his head. We upped it just before the start of the race. Jessica looked up at Luke, who was smirking behind the mouth of his water bottle. 50-50 split, Jones, she warned. Luke laughed. Take it all. You earned it. That, he gestured to the ugly defeat morphing Gabe's face. That's all I needed. He took her hand and pulled her toward the tents in search of some energy. I had complete faith in you, but I'm not going to lie. When you held up that tape, I nearly fell to my knees in awe of you. That's impressive. Truth? Jessica looked up at him. Yeah, what? The course, the wind, my recent distraction from training? She narrowed her eyes at him. It all kicked my ass today. I stopped counting how many times I thought I was going to die. And those women who were on my heels the entire time, they wanted it. They wanted it more than me. Yet, you still finished first. She turned into his embrace as they stood in line. I finished first for you, not me. Chapter 36. Night. Lilith stared at Jillian with her head slightly tilted, eyes glazed in a dream state. After a few moments of silence, she blinked from the realization that story time was over for the day. I get chills every time you tell me about Luke. She sighed with a wistful smile. I'm living vicariously through you, and life is good. They both laughed. You took first place in a triathlon. That's amazing. Jillian nodded. The only first place medal I ever took. I wasn't lying to him. It was excruciating, but I wanted him to be proud of me because there was just so much that I'd done that was not worthy of his respect. It's a cliché, but he made me want to be a better person. Unfortunately, it wasn't so black and white. The mind is too complicated, and emotions, impressions, and feelings are stronger than anything. I couldn't just flip the switch and declare myself cured. Jessica days past will haunt me for the rest of my life. Lilith gave her a sad smile. Tell me about Sarge. Jillian grinned, trapping her lower lip between her teeth, like a ridiculously giddy teenager. What can I say? He's sexy, intense, overwhelming, grumpy as hell most days, and stuck in either an emotional or physical war with his past on a daily basis. So, you're crazy about him? Jillian squinted one eye. You already know I'm crazy. Oh, stop it, dear. You are not. It's hard to say. I like him a lot. The sex is... Lilith's eyes grew big as Jillian winked at her. Anyway, the problem is, Jillian's having trouble letting Jessica go. Or maybe Jessica's angry with Jillian for trying to move on. I don't know yet. AJ reminds me, almost on a daily basis, that he's not my Prince Charming, which is fine because I don't own any glass slippers. Lilith smiled. So it's hard to assess what we are to each other. I think whatever it is we have works because we're both messed up, not in spite of it. Sounds tragic or perfect. Jillian huffed a small laugh. It is. It's perfectly tragic. The double standard in regard to the nights was entirely too 1970s-ish. If Jillian showed off her body, she was a home-wrecking whore. But when Jackson beached out in the sun smack dab in the middle of the driveway wearing only a pair of low-hanging shorts, flaunting his muscle-bound, tattooed body to all the women, it was completely acceptable. Have you dealt with the Lilith issue? Jackson asked, not bothering to open his eyes as the sun kissed his body. It's a non-issue. So, did you go with accidental drug overdose? Or will she be labeled missing indefinitely under the Unsolved Mysteries file? You really lost your scruples along the way, didn't you? We're trained in survival, sister dearest, not in bearing our souls over tea and cookies. She's not going to say anything. You willing to bet your life on it? Yes. She headed toward the front door. You willing to bet my life on it? She stopped. The stab hurt. It always did. Jackson carried around this I love you more than you love me attitude, and trying to prove him wrong was exhausting. Declaring it a lost cause, she continued inside. As she kicked off her shoes, her phone buzzed with a text. She pulled it from her back pocket. Mark, 1332 to 33. What the hell? She whispered to herself. The sender was unknown. No name, no number, no further explanation. The door opened behind her. Ike Turner just pulled in his drive, Jackson jabbed. How are your testicles today? He squeezed by her, covering his junk. That's what I thought, so just shut it about AJ. He tugged on his shirt. You look confused. She nodded. Mark, 1332 to 33? But of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. Take heed, watch, and pray, for you do not know when the time is. Jackson never missed a Sunday. As long as God turned a blind eye to his sexual indiscretions, it was possible her brother was worthy of the cross he wore on his arm. Did you see an unusual clearing in the clouds? He laughed. She shook her head and held up her phone. What's that? A text? From whom? She stared at him and shrugged. He grabbed her phone, clicking from one screen to the next. Everything's traceable. What do you think it means? His brow furrowed deeper with frustration at her phone. Biblically speaking? I don't think it's a reminder text from our childhood pastor, so no, not biblically speaking. Then I don't know. Damn it, fucking phone. He tossed her phone back to her. I'll call Knox. They're monitoring our phones. Great. Just what I need. Another big brother butting in on my business. Don't forget, sis, how hard your big brothers work to keep you alive. You know what I mean. She walked toward the bedroom. I'm going for a ride. Super. Great. I'll just be here doing what I do best. Keeping you alive. Jillian changed into her jeans and black boots, then grabbed her leather jacket. Did you reach Knox? I did. His fingers tapped over the keyboard to his computer. And he said he'd look into it. She zipped up her coat. I wouldn't worry about it. He looked up at her. Of course you wouldn't. What's that supposed to mean? He shook his head. Nothing. No, not nothing. Tell me. He blew out a long breath. You're just messed up. Agreed. Is that it? She shoved her hands in her jacket pockets. It's not that I don't get it. We were trained to deal with a lot, and nobody could have predicted that you'd watch your friend die the way she did. Every fucked up part of your brain is completely justified, in my opinion. But lately, I question your decisions. AJ, your reckless trip to Portland, sharing information with Lilith that you weren't supposed to tell anyone ever again. And now this text that honestly scares the shit out of me. Yet you don't want to worry about it. What do you want me to do? He rested his elbows on the table and rubbed his eyes. I don't know. Just be careful, okay? I will, she answered in a small voice. Moving behind him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. I love you. He squeezed her arm. Jillian needed the wind and miles of open road to let her thoughts fall away into oblivion. She pulled on her helmet and threw a leg over her Harley. Want some company? She turned. Eric James. Her eyes smiled more than her lips. Rough day? What makes you ask that? He moved to the front of her Harley, resting his hands on the handlebars. You call me Eric James when you're feeling vulnerable. Vulnerable? She was vulnerable. Vulnerable to his earlier questioning about Trigger, Matthew Green. Yes, it's usually when I'm inside you. His gaze moved over her body, and for a brief moment, she could feel him inside her. But sometimes you say it like a prayer, and I think it's when your emotions begin to consume all your strength. Like in that exact moment. It was in her mind, all coincidence. AJ read the paper every day. Of course he would mention Trigger's death at the same rest stop. It didn't mean anything more. How could it? Get on. Scoot back. My bike, I'm driving. I'm not riding bitch behind you. You are. She shoved his hands away and gripped the handlebars. If I'm on the back now, you're on the bottom later. You're being presumptuous that there's going to be a later. You put my face in a headlock between your legs this morning and begged me not to stop. And 2 seconds ago, you called me Eric James. I'm pretty sure there'll be a later. AJ had this gritty, almost angry confidence that was most likely mistaken as arrogance by anyone who couldn't see past it, to the raw vulnerability he hid beneath the surface. "Move back," he repeated. "So I'm supposed to write bitch." "Yes." "Why?" "Because you are my bitch." Jillian laughed a lot. "I love when you sweet-talk me. It makes me very wet for you." It wasn't a lie. Pathetic? Maybe. She relinquished her spot by scooting back. He hopped on. "Have you ever driven a motorcycle before?" He brought it to a roaring start and had them zipping out of peaceful woods in a matter of seconds. She had her answer. It felt oddly reminiscent of his tongue dragging along a certain area of her body earlier that morning. Controlled, arousing, and irresistibly sexy. AJ gave her a tour of the city beyond what she'd received on her date with Cage. She felt like a tourist. Omaha wasn't home. She could live there for the next 50 years and it would never be home. Her home, her heart, would always be in San Francisco. They chased the sunset back to peaceful woods 2 hours later. AJ parked in her garage. Even after he killed the engine, she held on to him. "Are you asleep?" he asked, without making any sudden movement. Smart guy. No, but you feel perfect hugged to my chest." He peeled her arms off his waist. She groaned, then slid off the back. "You going to win me a new car too?" He gestured to her Mercedes. "Will it earn a more favorable opinion of my job from you?" She pulled off her helmet. "Not likely. Then I think my next bonus will go to Jackson. He supports my profession." "I doubt it." "Don't. He chose it." The pained, "please tell me you're bullshitting me" look was worth revealing that minor detail that wasn't intended to ever be shared. "You both need to be committed." She snaked her hands up his back, resting her forehead on his chest. "Shh, don't tell anyone. I don't want to scare off Brooke and her family when they come next week." He pulled away. "What are you talking about?" "Cage's game. Next week." He narrowed his eyes for a moment, then nodded, pulling her back into his hold. "His game. Next week." Chapter 37. Day. Jessica returned to San Francisco with $1,500, a medal, and the biggest motivation ever to overcome her issues. In true Mr. Stuffy Pants fashion, Luke insisted they keep up their arrangement, cleaning and counseling. "Miss Day." Luke smiled while holding open the door to his condo. They hadn't talked since returning from the race. Not even their newfound relationship could distract from the post-triathlon coma they fell into, sleeping for almost 18 hours straight. "Jones." She reached for his neck, craving his touch. "No, no, no." He dodged her advance. "Work, then play." Her jaw dropped. "Are you serious?" "Deadly." He turned, walking toward the bedroom. "Did you not say you were madly in love with me?" "I did, and I am." He turned into his bedroom and continued to the closet. The reaffirmation gave her a giddy shiver. Just one kiss? His unexpected 180-degree turn had her bumping into his chest. Chanel number 69 poisoned her thoughts as he looked down at her. It could never be just one kiss. Those dark blue eyes held so much promise, so much expectation. "Fine, but I don't want to do any chores." "Why not?" "Because it will distract me from what I'm going to tell you." Luke leaned back against his closet door, hands in his back pockets. "What are you going to tell me?" Her eyes locked to his. "Everything." Jessica and Claire had been friends since the first day of kindergarten. They were ketchup sisters since Claire was too scared to poke her finger to be certifiable blood sisters. Claire nearly passed out when she got her first period, and she wore clip-on earrings because the thought of having her ears pierced made her queasy and ashen in the face. It was all kinds of fucked up karma that she died in the bloodiest way possible. one slow cut at a time. By the final cut, the one that sliced through her femoral artery, Edwin Harvey sealed his fate. Something shifted in the universe, an imbalance that had to be set right, an eye for an eye. His death would be cataclysmic and at the hands of Jessica Day. "You're next." Edwin tossed the bloody knife on the card table and wiped the remainder of Claire's life from his hands with an old rag. Trigger cursed when he discovered their cocaine stash had been depleted. "Eddie, I'm going out." He grabbed his phone. "She's mine when I get back. You've had yours." He smirked at Jessica. Claire's blood pooled along the floor, seeping through Jessica's soiled shorts. It was still warm. A last kiss goodbye. There should have been tears. Any normal person would have been screaming and crying in a fit of hysteria. But when Claire released her last breath, something broke inside of Jessica. A piece of her humanity, the innate part of her that was programmed from birth to do no harm. It was severed, and her grief remained buried under the desire, the need to end Edwin's life. How many days has it been? Jessica rasped through her dry, raw throat, feeling a new wave of dehydration seizing her body. The dog bowl had been dry for quite some time. 3, bitch. Why? You have a date or something? Edwin continued to scrub at the blood under the single light that hung from the basement ceiling. The wretched smell of death and other bodily fluids hung stagnant in the dungeon air. Yes. Her eyelids fought to stay open. With Jude, he's going to try and kill you, but I won't let him. It wasn't hope, it was certainty. Jude tracked her phone at all times, and it was on when she and Claire arrived at the hellhole. He'd know her last location, even if the battery died. Edwin laughed. "I don't know who the fuck Jude is, and I don't really care. But I'm touched that you're going to save me, sweetheart. Why the sudden love for me? Your slutty friends steal your boyfriend, and therefore deep down you're grateful that I ended her pathetic little life." Jessica rolled her head side to side. "No, because I'm going to kill you." His laugh grew to a roar. "Well, this will be interesting. You can't talk without stammering all over the place, and you're sitting in a puddle of blood and piss with your arms and legs restrained. Yet you're going to kill me?" She forced her tired eyes to meet his sadistic gaze, and then she nodded once before passing out. Voices mixed with jolting sounds echoed like a tunnel, and random flashes of light blurred into hazy outlines, then black. "Wake up so I can fucking kill you," a voice whispered in her ear. Jude came into focus as she peeled her eyes open. "Stop it!" Her mom pushed him aside. "Hey, honey." She rested her palm on Jessica's cheek. "You're going to be fine. 2 broken ribs, but thankfully they didn't puncture your lung." Tears swelled in her mom's eyes despite the smile of relief on her face. "Dad's in the waiting room handling some things. I'll go tell him you're awake." She kissed her forehead. Jude moved to her side again, greeting her with a scowl. "I'm serious. As soon as you get out of the hospital, I'm going to kill you." She managed a faint grin through the residual effect of whatever drugs they'd given her. "At least I'll die at the hands of a worthy adversary." Jude's expression softened. "Claire is..." "I know." Jessica averted her gaze, guilt-ridden that she had yet to shed a single tear. "Did you kill them?" "Them? You mean him?" Her eyes shot to his. "Them. There were 2. Jude shook his head. "1. When we arrived, there was only one. Edwin Harvey." "No, there was another. He left, I think for drugs. Trigger. He called him Trigger. He carried the gun and waved it around with an itchy finger. Claire, who killed Eddie or Edwin? He cut her. Only him. But I think... Jude sat on the edge of her bed. You think what? I think I somehow belonged to Trigger. I was his toy, and it was going to be his turn. She sucked in a shaky breath. You didn't answer me. Did you kill him? No, I wasn't alone. Dad was there too, and you kept coming in and out of it. But the only thing you said was, don't kill him. He's alive? Yes. He'll never see the outside of a prison cell, but he's alive. Good. She nodded. Good? Hey, baby girl. Their dad walked in the room. Hi, Dad. He kissed the top of her head. We need to talk. She nodded. Luke poured her another glass of wine as they admired the view of the city's lights welcoming the sunset from the balcony. He listened to every single word, but it wasn't enough. She held the pain too tight and too close to her heart, and he couldn't take it from her. It was a part of her, and it always would be. Mostly she stared into the night as if she were looking at everything and nothing at the same time. But she'd give him an occasional glance filled with worry, searching for judgment in his eyes. Jessica. He held out his hand, having reached his limit, no longer able to resist. He needed her touch. She looked at it for a moment before taking it. He pulled her over onto his lap. I'm all in. Do you get that? She worried the edge of her lip between her teeth, giving him a barely detectable nod that lacked true conviction. You don't really get it, do you? She frowned. Well, I just told you that I didn't cry for my dead friend and that I wanted to kill a man. And I'm not done. The story's not over. I made good on my promise. Her brow drew tight. That's a lot to be all in for. The truth. The person I became that day, and to some extent always will be. My twisted mind and morbid obsession. Can't you see how hard it is to get that any person with even half my sanity would willingly be all in? Well, I am. Well, you shouldn't be. She shot off his lap. He felt his heart rip from his chest, confirming that she had it, at least part of it. What is wrong with you? I'm getting ready to tell you I killed a man, but I'm not going to stop there. I'm going to give you every sadistic, gory, fucked up detail about it. And then I'm going to tell you that I walked away, and in the past decade, I haven't regretted it for one single second. It doesn't change anything. He felt her agony, the torture, the unforgivable guilt that left a permanent mark on her heart, her conscience, and her self-image. Jessica huffed a sarcastic laugh. Really? She paced the length of the deck several times before settling with her back to the railing, resting on her hands. I wanted to die after I attacked my mom when she woke me the first morning home from the hospital. I was so messed up. My father worked round the clock to assure 4 would never taste freedom again. But he was privileged, born into a family with an obscene amount of money, so he was released on bond. My family was outraged. Everyone but me. Luke refused to cower under her glare, the one that said she couldn't imagine how he could love her, all of her. His family sent him to stay at their private beach house to protect him from the media. It was almost too easy, too perfect. I'd been a mess for weeks, and Jude knew I needed something more than a guilty verdict. He was my decoy for getting into the beach house, and my backup if anything went wrong. But it didn't. In less than 5 minutes, I had him restrained with zip ties. I was there for 2 hours, and even that was too merciful. 44. I cut him 44 times. The final cut was to his femoral artery. He begged for mercy. I showed none. Not 1 second of hesitation. Not one moment of regret. Not one tear. He waited for her to continue, but she just looked at him. Whatever awful reaction she expected him to have, he didn't. She killed the man that stole her emotional innocence and murdered her best friend. He deserved everything he got. It wasn't the professional opinion of Dr. Jones, or even well-thought-out logic. It was simply Luke's raw, human emotion in that moment. His truth. He had it coming, Jessica. Bullshit! How can you have a fucking degree in psychiatry and say that? Yes, he deserved to die, but it doesn't make what I did right. Her voice cracked as she fisted and pulled at her hair, squeezing her eyes shut. My hands didn't shake. Do you get that? I was a damn surgeon with every cut, immune to his pain, immune to his cries, immune to my own humanity. He sighed. What do you want from me? She shook her head, tears growing heavy in her eyes. I want to deserve your love, and I want it to make sense. Jessica. She wiped her tears and walked back inside. His muscles ached to run after her. But then what? Chapter 38. Jessica imagined telling Luke everything would free her. It didn't. Saying the words aloud, hearing them herself and reliving the events, only confirmed her insanity. How unworthy she was of anyone's love. She could be the strongest, most confident woman in the world, but it wouldn't change her past. It wouldn't change the truth. Edwin Harvey sealed his fate the day he took Claire's life, and Jessica sealed hers the day she took his. She was destined to live without love and the kind of happiness normal people dreamed about. That was her life, her prison. On the way home, she stopped for alcohol, but not her favorite bottle of wine. Beer. She needed beer. The 6-pack of Heineken called to her. It seemed like the right choice, a tribute to the man she loved but could never truly have. The first bottle tasted like piss, and so did the second. By the third, her taste buds were as buzzed as the rest of her, and it went down like a smooth analgesic. She stared at the ceiling fan from corpse position on her living room floor. The couch must have moved on her when she tried to lie on it. Just as well. The cool floor felt like heaven beneath her warm, tingly skin. Why did you leave? Jones? She laughed. It was more fun than crying. I didn't hear you come in. The door slammed shut. Yep, I heard that. The ceiling fan had her in a trance. Why did I leave? I'm pretty sure I left because I love you. Another laugh. Isn't that just fan-fucking-tabulous? You're the boy I dreamed about when I used the back of my hand to practice kissing as a young girl. She smiled at the fan. The fan smiled back. Bet you didn't know that girls did that? Well, we did. The back of our hand, a pillow, the wall, each other. Luke stepped over her, straddling her waist with his feet, arms crossed over his chest while he looked down on her like a god. You kissed other girls? She pressed her lips together and grinned. I love that you're still a guy, Jones. Did you hear me say I kissed the wall? How many girls did you kiss? I'm not sure. How many did you kiss? I've only kissed one that matters. She was several bottles of Heineken short of that comment not affecting her heart. They say if you truly love someone, to set them free. I'm setting you free, Jones. This is a huge step for me. If I didn't love you, I'd keep you around, use you, abuse you, and cast you aside. Well, I'm here, and I can't leave. Why? Because you're drinking beer, which in your words is an SOS. You need me. Where's my bag? Jessica squinted. What? The bag I left here. Where is it? Entry closet. He bent down and grabbed her, hoisting her over his shoulder. What are you doing? She laughed. He opened the entry closet and grabbed the bag. Jones, answer me! Quiet. He smacked her ass, continuing to her bedroom. Damn it, Jones! You did not just spank me. I did. And if you don't shut up, I'm going to do it again. He tossed her on her bed. No more questions. Take off your clothes. She shook her head. I told you, I can't do this. And this is not the answer to an SOS. He unzipped the bag and rifled through its contents. Then I'll cut them off you. What? I'm not talking about... Lie back. He tossed handcuffs and rope onto the bed. Choose one. She stared at them and then lifted her gaze to him. Why do you think I'll submit to you? He grabbed her ankles and jerked her body so it was centered on the bed. Because you trust me. She gripped the sheet beneath her. But I don't trust myself. That's the point. You don't have to. Rope? He grabbed one ankle. She tensed. They had a brief stare down. This is happening. We are happening. He said it like a warning and a promise. She relaxed her leg, submitting to the this part. The we part was still very much in question. He tied her legs to the bedpost, leaving enough slack to allow her to bend her knees a little. After she was secured in 4 points to the bed, Jessica tugged at her restraints. She wasn't going anywhere. The kiss, were you talking about me? Is my kiss the only one that matters? He worked the buttons to his shirt while bending over and pressing a soft kiss to her lips. Yes, he whispered. What does that say about your ex-fiancé we've never talked about? Luke continued unbuttoning his shirt, his brows pulled close in thought. If it mattered enough, she wouldn't be my ex-fiancé. She'd be my wife. But you loved her? Of course. He draped his shirt over the chair next to her night table. But you love me more? His gaze brought a flood of chills to the surface of her skin, like a stadium crowd doing the wave. Unequivocally. Her next breath caught in her chest. You can't mean that. There was such a sadness in his eyes. I loved her, which is why the word suddenly feels monumentally inadequate for you. I gave her my love, but you took it. You took everything. I never had a choice. You tore into my life, into my heart, wrecking all sense of the man I was before you. Being with you is the best part of my day, every day. You think you're broken, but you're not. And if you were, it wouldn't matter. I love every single piece of you. Luke, she pleaded. Shh, let me love you. Let me show you that in this crazy world, we make sense. He grabbed the scissors from his bag. Jessica pulled on the restraints. No, I'll take off my clothes. He shook his head. I think it's better this way. I don't think putting a blade anywhere near my skin is a good idea. And this is an expensive dress. I'll replace everything. He kissed the skin just above her knee, next to the hem of her dress. There's nothing I wouldn't give you. He kissed a little higher. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Luke, she moaned as his tongue brushed along her skin. Now, do you trust me? She met his piercing gaze, then looked at the scissors he had ready to slash her dress. He was it. Luke was absolutely, unequivocally, her everything. Swallowing hard, she nodded. He sliced up the middle and she closed her eyes. It was terrifying, exhilarating, and so fucking seductive all at the same time. With the last cut, her dress was nothing more than scraps of material beneath her. 3 snips later, her bra disappeared, and 2 after that, her panties followed suit. He'd cut everything but her. "Open your beautiful eyes." She blinked them open. The scissors were gone. Her chest vibrated with a nervous laugh. "Don't be cliché, Jones. Whatever you're going to say, make it count, because I'm so far out of my comfort zone, I could rip off my own limbs just to escape." She was nervous, scared, aroused, and in love. In so much love. And don't make it sweet or sentimental, not with me tied to my own bed. He smirked. I swear to God, Jones, if you make me cry and rob me of my last bit of dignity with some "you're so beautiful, you're the mother of my children" bullshit, I will break your cock. Do you understand? He ran his finger along the instep of one of her feet. She jerked. Then he did it to the other, eliciting the same response. Leaning over the foot of the bed, he rested on his elbows, his face inches away from her sex. She tipped her chin down to see him, all 4 restraints pulled taut in anticipation. Luke grinned. It was filled with mischief. He kissed the inside of her thigh. He kissed the other side. "Going to get thoroughly fucked." Slyest smile ever. "Jones!" she cried, her body arching from the bed as his mouth covered her. Luke hummed against her sensitive flesh. The need to make him bleed was building with fury. He was in complete control. The vulnerability threatened what little sanity she still had. "Too much. I can't." Her heart pummeled against her chest, driven by fear. She fought the pleasure that peaked in waves, growing in intensity. "Kiss me, please." His hand replaced his mouth. 2 fingers slid into her as his palm pressed against her clitoris. "Kiss me," she demanded between labored breaths. "I am," he murmured over her skin as his mouth drifted along her body, paying a beautifully torturous homage to every inch of it. This is a bad idea." Her voice broke under the duress of pleasure poisoned with a crippling anxiety. He flicked his tongue over her nipple. "Oh God, stop. My mouth. I need your mouth on mine." He squeezed her breast, sucking, biting, and moaning. "Now!" He laughed. The bastard laughed. "My God, I love you. I know this is killing you, but I'd rather you feel tortured with need than with guilt." She writhed beneath him as his fingers brought her closer to losing all control. "Kiss me." "Not on the mouth," he whispered in her ear. "I won't bite you." "You will." He dragged his tongue down her neck. "Fuck. No. Stop. I can't come." He'd stripped her of nearly all physical control. She'd completely shatter if he took the rest. "Please." A lone tear slid down the side of her face. "You can, and you will. You'll give me everything." He slid his fingers out and sucked her clitoris. "No!" The post to her bed creaked in protest as she jerked against his warm, wet mouth, losing everything. The pleasure was so damn painful. Hot tears spilled over and bled down her cheeks. He sat up, kneeling between her knees. She blinked out more tears as he slid down his pants and briefs. Grabbing his erection, he pumped it a few times, giving her a look so dark and chilling she shivered. "I'm going to take you the way you took me. By surprise. Relentlessly. Completely." Beyond the steely eyes, the hard lines of muscled flesh, and the promise of more pain and pleasure that he pumped just inches from her sex, she saw so much love and adoration. It sent a flood of more tears rushing down her face. Closing her eyes, she nodded. She groaned, as he lifted her hips and pushed into her with one quick thrust. "Fuck," Luke moaned, pausing a few seconds. Her breaths came quick and shallow as she waited and waited and waited. Jessica. She opened her eyes, first looking at the sexy as fuck sight of him, completely impaled in her. Then she met his gaze. I need you to acknowledge that this is happening. That we are happening. I need you to feel me, see me, trust me. She drew in a shaky breath. Okay, she whispered. He pulled back and pushed right back in, over and over until the slow rhythm built into something more. Faster, harder, desperate. With each passing second, one muscle at a time, she relaxed, surrendered, until she no longer recognized where her body ended and his began. He slowed his movements and untied her ankles. Then he leaned forward and released her hands. She hesitated. Now, trust yourself, he whispered, pulling her body up to his. She wrapped her arms around his neck and he kissed her. He trusted her. Their two bodies moved as one, both finding control in absolute surrender. She felt a tinge of panic again as another orgasm approached the brink. I'm close. What if? I've got you. I'll always have you. He kissed her with complete abandon as their walls of resistance came crashing down with sweet relief. Sweet surrender. Chapter 39. Night. Lilith hadn't had much sun, but her cheeks were flushed a nice rosy red. Jillian poured her another glass of tea and handed it to her. Oh, thank you. She smiled and blinked for what seemed like the first time in over an hour. You're blushing. Lilith fanned herself with her hand. Why, yes, I am. It might have something to do with your very steamy story. Jillian smiled. What Luke and I had was not of this world. The memories were painful, but they owned so much of her heart. Without them, she'd feel like an empty shell. So he cured you of your ways? So it seemed at the time. He taught me how to trust myself. But later I found out that trust was contingent on him. Without him, I've sort of lost it. Jillian frowned. Maybe Sarge needs to tie you up. Lilith winked. Jillian twisted her lips to the side. No, I don't trust myself around AJ for good reasons. However, I have been trying to channel Luke when I'm with AJ. Lilith's eyes widened. Jillian smirked. That sounds bad, I know. Luke's voice in my head calms me. I can't completely let my guard down with AJ, but I've been trying to control myself. My reaction. Basically having an appropriate reaction to him, which is hard because AJ and his PTSD are unpredictable. Oh, has it been getting worse? No. Well, I can't say for sure. It feels like his migraines have been more frequent and sometimes his mood is all over the place. But that's the only AJ I've ever known, so I'm not really the best judge. Lilith nodded in thought. He's lucky to have you. Jillian smiled. It goes both ways. Jillian arrived home to her dear brother working at an obsessive pace trying to figure out who sent her that text. It pissed him off that Knox dismissed its possible threat. A lot of things about Knox pissed him off. Everything is a fucking dead end. Maybe it was sent to me by mistake. Wrong number? She murmured as she sent AJ a text. Jillian, still on for dinner tonight? She'd texted him earlier about grabbing dinner before her Lascivio party. The average person doesn't have an untraceable number. Even private numbers are easy to break if you know what you're doing. AJ, dinner? Jillian, yes. We agreed on Thai. AJ, right, sorry. Long day. Jillian, coming home soon? AJ, yes. See you in an hour. Jillian, okay. Well, I'm going to dinner with AJ tonight. I think you should come with us. You need to get out and shut your brain down for a few hours. No thanks. I'm too on edge. He'll look at you the wrong way and piss me off. It's better if I don't witness your fucked up relationship any more than I have to. Real nice, Jack. Speaking of fucked up relationships, how is Sesame Street Girl? That's over. Jackson kept pounding the keys to his laptop. Sorry to hear that. What happened? Did she want to enhance Mr. Snuffleupagus with Play-Doh? Or did you screw her mom on Black Beauty? Jackson looked up. First, you haven't seen Mr. Snuffleupagus since we were like 5. If you had, then you'd know there's no way in hell I'd need enhancement in that department. Second, I have a little more respect than having sex on my piano. Respect for your piano, not the woman, right? Yep. Typical. I'm going to shower before AJ gets home. Guess you're on your own for dinner tonight. Greta gave me a standing invite to dinner, or any meal for that matter, at her house. And she can seriously cook. Jillian shut the bathroom door. Yeah, so I've heard, she grumbled to herself. She stepped into the hot shower, letting it rain over her head while closing her eyes. It had been months since she let herself remember that day with Luke. The bed, the ropes, the most emotional sex she'd ever had. The first time in her life she made love. Letting her hand slide between her legs, she replayed the way he touched her body. They spent hours in her bed, indulging in every part of each other. It was raw, carnal need. It was sex. It was the most beautiful destiny. It was a worshiping love, a once-in-a-lifetime love. She leaned back against the wall and let a soft moan escape as she had one last orgasm for Luke. She emerged from the shower as Jillian Knight, woman on a mission to find her own life, her own love. What better way to forge ahead with that journey than dinner with AJ at a Thai restaurant with cloth napkins? What do you think? Jillian twirled around in her short black racerback dress and heels. Jackson dropped from his pull-up bar. For dinner or work tonight? Both. He nodded. Yeah, you won't make it to work if you wear that to dinner. AJ's an old guy, but I've gathered from your incessant Eric James cries that his dick still works. So, you're saying I look hot? Jackson's face morphed into a sour look. No. God, no. But if I weren't your sister, you'd totally do me, right? Jesus, Jill. The admittedly sick and twisted sister turned on her high heels and giggled all the way to the front door, peeking out to see if she could see AJ's Jeep. The 70-degree evening invited her out to sit on the stoop while she waited for him. He was a half hour late and she tapped her heel on the concrete, feeling a little upset and a lot disappointed that they were probably going to miss dinner. She had to be back by 7 for her party. I'm feeling stood up, Sarge. I have to work at 7 and I'm dressed for sin. Your loss, buddy. She pressed end and headed back in the house. That was quick. He forget to take his Viagra? Funny, Jack, ass. He's being such a guy today, like you. It's as if he forgot we even had plans until I reminded him. Now he's late, not answering his phone, and he hasn't called me back. Are you pissed or worried? Both, she frowned, but more worried than pissed. Jackson chuckled. Welcome to my world. She slipped off her heels and plunked down on the chair next to him. This worrying crap sucks. That's why I don't do it very often. Her phone chimed. Jackson's brows perked. And there he is. Jillian looked at her phone. It's not him. She swiped her finger across the screen. Hello? Jillian, it's Cage. Hey, what's up? My dad. I just got a call from the hospital. He's been in an accident. Oh, my God, she whispered. I'm on my way there now. The nurse said he's stable, but other than that, she couldn't elaborate on the extent of his injuries. They're running some tests now. Jillian jotted down the hospital information as Cage gave it to her. Then she grabbed her purse and slipped back on her shoes. I'll see you there. Jackson stood. What happened? AJ, he's been in an accident. She looked around. Damn it! Where's my purse? Jackson tugged the strap already on her shoulder. I think it's best if I take you. She sighed, closing her eyes, and nodded. As expected, they arrived before Cage and were refused any information about AJ's condition because they weren't family. I should have said I'm his wife. Jillian paced the waiting room. Don't even go there. Jackson deadpanned. You know what I mean, she huffed. Jillian. She turned. Cage stepped off the elevator. She frowned. They won't tell me anything. He gave her a hug. Wait here. Cage checked in at the nurse's station, then came back. He's done with the tests and in a room now. You can come in with me. Jillian looked back at Jackson. I'm good out here. She nodded. The doctor was just leaving as they entered the room. He gave them a somber nod. Dad, Jesus, are you okay? A faint smile pulled at AJ's lips. He had gauze wrapped around his head, but no other visible injuries. Jillian stayed back a few feet, giving them space. Yes, nothing major. A few stitches. He pointed to the side of his head, and a mild concussion. Cage's shoulders relaxed. What happened? Some idiot T-boned me. Totaled my poor Jeep. AJ gave Jillian a fleeting glance as if he couldn't hold her gaze. Something felt off. When can I take you home? Not until tomorrow. They're keeping me for observation and to run a few more tests. Okay, I'll call Grandma and Grandpa. AJ nodded, giving Jillian another quick glance. Can you call them in the waiting room? I need to talk to Jillian. Sure. Cage gave AJ's shoulder a gentle squeeze. I'm so relieved you're okay. When the door closed, Jillian eased toward AJ. Hey, I was worried, and rightfully so. AJ reached for her hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. He forced a smile. You look incredible. Too damn sexy as usual. She sat on the edge of his bed. He rested his hand on her bare knee. If you were willing to endure a concussion and a few stitches just to keep me from going to my Lascivio party tonight, I could have accommodated you. He smiled. Once again, it was forced, a nervous smile. The look someone has when a million thoughts run through their brain, crashing into each other. What's wrong? She rested her palm on his cheek, brushing her thumb over his stubbly chin. I need to tell you something. If she wouldn't have known better, wouldn't have known his iron-fisted personality, she would have thought the glassiness in his eyes was tears. Okay? You're scaring me. Just say it. He nodded. The pain in his face conveyed the weight of his unspoken words. When he said them, his voice cracked, and so did he. Jillian, I love you. To be continued. This has been End of Day, Jack and Jill Series Book 1. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Narrated by Stephanie K. Copyright 2015 by Jewel E. Ann. Production copyright 2019 by Jewel E. Ann.